Welcome, good evening, and welcome to the August 15th meeting of the Glendale City Council, being called to order at 6:06 p.m. May we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Asadurian.
Here.
Devine.
Here.
Kasakian.
Here.
Najarian.
Here.
And Mayor Brotman.
Here. And would everyone kindly stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And please remain standing. You know the routine. And we will have Pastor Kurt Poland of the First German, tell me the rest. United Methodist. I knew there was another word before Methodist. First German United Methodist Church to give us the invocation.
Friends, neighbors, members of the council, let us pray. Lord, we humbly ask that you would send your spirit of truth and good faith to this chamber this evening. We ask that you would keep close to us those who are suffering across the Pacific in Hawaii, and those who are suffering around the corner on the street. And we ask that by what we do here this evening, we might leave this place prepared to make our circles of influence a little more safe, a little more just, and a little more full with the light of truth. This we ask this evening. Amen.
Thank you. Okay, and what is next?
Next is the agenda for the August 15, 2023 regular meeting of the Glendale City Council. It was posted on August 10th, 2023 on the bulletin board outside City Hall.
Okay, and next?
Next would be number 3, presentation and appointments. Agenda preview for the meeting of Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023 by John Takhtalian, Assistant City Manager.
Mr. Takhtalian.
Thank you, Mayor Brotman, members of the City Council. Next week, we only have one item in the afternoon under our Housing Authority, and that's going to be the annual submission of the Section 8 Management Self-Assessment for fiscal year 22-23. In the evening City Council meeting, we have 4 consent items. The first will be from Glendale Water and Power regarding an amendment to the existing purchase agreement with SCAPA for the Star Peak and Whitegrass geothermal projects. The second will be from the City Manager's Office regarding approval of the fiscal year 23-24 work plan. That'll be followed by a report from the Fire Department seeking an adjustment to a building purchase order. And the last item under consent will be from Community Services and Parks regarding accepting some grant funds for the 2023 summer concert in the parks. We also have 2 action items next week. The first one will be a report from GWP seeking approval of a professional services agreement with Energy and Environmental Economics Incorporated. That'll be to assist us in the development of a plan to increase solar penetration and develop additional distributed energy resources. The last item will be an update from the Tenant Landlord Ad Hoc Committee who put together a work plan.
Okay, thank you. And what is our next item?
Next item is item 3B, appointment of Armine Magrabian, Civil Service Commission, introduced by Brotman, Mayor Brotman and Councilmember Asadurian. And Armine is here in.
Okay, well, I will first turn to my colleague, Councilmember Asadurian, to maybe say a few words.
As Mayor Brotman noted last week, we participated on the panel together. It's my absolute honor to be on that panel to appoint Ms. Magrabian. I would have to say that her energy and enthusiasm for service is truly unwavering and unprecedented. She comes with also experience having presented in front of other civil service commissions, including LA County, LA City, and many other cities because of her profession as an attorney. So she's very well versed. And so I also recognize that we don't have a woman on the Civil Service Commission, and having diversity on our commissions is very important to us. And so it's, I don't know how much into detail you went, but I will note that she's currently a managing partner at Kessel and Mehrabian. And of course, fellow Bruin, which I'm very proud of. And so I think I'm going to leave it at that, but very excited for your appointment.
Okay. And would you like to move?
I'll move the item.
Okay. For a second? Oh, it doesn't need a second? Okay. Then we will have roll call, please.
Councilmember Asadurian,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Brotman.
Yes. And would Ms. McRobian like to just come up and say a few words?
Good evening, everyone. Mayor Brotman and council members Najarian, Devine, Asatian, and Kasakian. I am elated to be appointed as the City of Glendale's newest Civil Service Commissioner. I've lived in the City of Glendale for half my life, and this is the city I chose to raise my children in. Being given the privilege to join the current Civil Service Commissioners to serve the City of Glendale is a very special way for me to serve my community and to give back to the city I proudly call my home. I feel my entire professional career for the last 20 years has prepared me for this role. I accept your appointment with gratitude and appreciation. Thank you kindly.
Thank you so much. We're excited to have you. Excellent. Okay, and what is next?
Item 3C, identification and nomination panel for Historic Preservation Commission, introduced by Councilmember Devine and Mayor Brotman.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney, what do we do with this item?
So it's not an introduction, it was just that position became vacant last week on the Historic Preservation Commission. So this is the process where the panel is assigned to make the nomination. So that nomination appears not open. The clerk's office will conduct outreach. And then once applications come in, that panel that's just been assigned will interview candidates and make a selection. But the purpose of this agenda item was just to assign the panel.
Okay. And one thing I would like to ask, and I haven't discussed this with Councilmember Devine, but is that we would open the application, create an application period. In other words, open the application process and give, I would suggest 30 days, if my colleagues think that makes sense. 30 days for people to apply, then we would close, and then we would take all the applications that we've received, and Councilmember Devine and I can go over them and do whatever interviews we would like to do, et cetera, and then bring the nomination to this body. Is that acceptable? Is that a reasonable amount of time?
I'm in agreement with that.
Yeah, the procedure is, it's open for a minimum of 14 days, but the panel that's assigned can extend it for a longer period. So you and Councilmember Devine, I think that's the panel, certainly have the right to extend it for the 30 days, and then we could discuss if the council has a desire to make it 30 days for every position. That can be a council discussion to revise the policy. I would say it has to be up to the panel, though, until that's revised.
Okay, so,
Well, since we have no candidates right now, I would approve the extension.
okay. And then as for how we handle this more globally, how do we make that decision? When and where?
To make it a formal part of the policy would have to be revised. The only thing just to consider as down the road, you want to consider that amendment. There might be, for example, somebody who is up for reappointment, and the panel may conclude quickly that that person is deserving a reappointment. And if you set a 30-day timetable, you're kind of limiting yourself to moving forward on that. So that's why it really is the suggestion is to leave it up to each panel to decide, short of the 2 weeks, how much time to allow for applications to come in. But if you want us to bring back an amendment to that policy, we're happy to do so. But that's the reason why it's sort of structured that way.
Okay. Well, I think it would be worthwhile to put it on our new business agenda for our next meeting or for a meeting soon after, just for us to discuss how we want to do this. And another question that's come up is, do we want to share publicly all the applications that the individuals that were not selected and make that all very transparent. I would like us at least to discuss that. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Brockman, actually, if I
Yes,
may.
please.
I recognize that I was absent last week. I had a medical emergency. I know that Councilmember Najarian had raised the issue, and this item was actually up for discussion last week. I would ask that the item be agendized again. I would love the opportunity to at least make my points to my colleagues in my plea of why I would request an extension. I recognize that you're moving on with the process, but I really hope that we can have an open dialogue about this. And I don't know what the process is for placing it back on the agenda, given that I was not here. But I would like to do that. And
Okay, what I
hope-
would suggest is, in a moment during council member comments, you can ask for it to be placed on the new business agenda. Is that right?
That's correct. And
Is that-
normally,
that would
though, because the council discussed it and did not move forward with it, the proper procedure is for somebody who was part of that discussion to ask for it to come back. So, but again, if you're okay as the mayor, as the presiding officer, putting it back on when Councilmember Satrian asks for it, then it'll come back.
Okay, well, I mean, I do want to give my colleague the opportunity
Okay.
to explain her position. Okay,
So it'll be listed as new business agenda item on the 22nd.
Right.
next week, and then we can have that discussion. Okay, because during council member comments, we really can't have the back and forth, right? Okay, is that all right? Okay, sounds good. Okay, well, what is next?
Next is consent items, including minutes. The following are routine and may be acted upon by one motion. Any member of the council or the audience requesting separate consideration may do so by making such request before motion is proposed. Mayor and council, I do have item 4C that's being pulled and 4D that's being moved to a later date.
Okay, so 4C is being pulled, 4D is being continued. I'll entertain a motion for the balance of the consent calendar.
I'll move the balance of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, and we'll have roll call, please.
Councilmember Asadrian,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
and Mayor Brotman.
Yes. Okay, and then we have 4C. Would you please read that into the record?
Public Works regarding Dunsmore Park Improvement Project. One motion awarding a construction contract to All American Asphalt in the amount of $741,261, approving a 15% contingency in the amount of $111,189, rejecting all other bids, and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute the contract.
Okay. Mr. Galanian, could we maybe just have a brief overview of the project? And there was a map that was provided to us with regard to the solar.
Most certainly, Mr. Emrani could provide a quick overview of the scope of the work.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. This is a project that was before the council last November in terms of repaving the parking lot for Dunsmore Park. And at that time, the council asked for us to look at installing photovoltaic cells in this parking lot. We conferred with our colleagues at GWP, and they looked at the site, and basically their consensus was that this the area that can have the photovoltaic cells does not produce enough electricity to justify the cost. So there is unless we redesign the parking lot and or part of the park, which would cost additional monies, basically. So based on that consensus, we decided to bring this report back because the parking lot is in bad shape and needs to be repaved. And I'll leave it at that unless you have questions.
Okay. And could we see that image of the solar? Okay, let me see where we are here. Okay, this may be for GWP.
Mr. Mayor,
yeah.
since the exhibit is up and before you start asking the questions, I'm going to invite Brian Salazar, project manager who worked on placement of this design, to respond to your questions.
Okay.
Good evening,
Hi, Mr. Salazar. If we could just scroll down a little, okay. Okay. So if you look in the, I mean, a couple things I'm thinking, the reason I wanted to pull this is if you look in the upper left where it says emergency vehicle path coming in, well, I guess it says it in a lot of places, but you see where I'm talking about, the upper left where you come into the park and there's this, like, the solar is in the shape of a U. Why are we not, I was up there today and was just looking around, and that whole middle section, why is that not going to also have solar? Or why was that not considered for solar?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Brotman, council members, staff. So what you're looking at here is a conceptual design that was provided by Black & Veatch to determine if these properties were viable for solar. So it is exactly that. It's a conceptual design. As you know, our RFP for phase 1 just closed on Friday. And so I can share a little bit of information about the designs that we got back. They did not always follow the conceptual design. We left it up to the proposers to propose a system that was efficient and best utilize the space. So that could also happen in this area. However, there are a number of factors for this specific location that make it not quite ideal for solar compared to some of the other locations that we've identified that are close to being solar ready. A couple of those factors include the age and the condition of the parking lot, as Mr. Imrani mentioned, as well as just the layout of the parking lot is not ideal. You've got a tennis court right in the middle. It's graded pretty significantly, well over, I believe, 5%, but I'll let you confirm that, but it's graded pretty significantly. There's some historic stone brick walls around the entire perimeter and within the park, including around the perimeter of all the little parking areas that you have, that would most likely get damaged or would need to be replaced or removed with the installation of the solar columns for the canopies. In addition to that, there are a number of trees. Obviously, it's a park. One of the criteria that we really considered when we are continuing to look at sites for solar is, do we need to remove any trees? And if so, we're kind of moving that down the priority list. We really don't want to remove trees to put solar up. If we do, we want to have a plan to replace and maybe add to make up the difference. And as you can see on this image, there's a number of trees that kind of circled in yellow. In addition to that, operational needs for community service and parks. So there's a couple areas there on the east and west side of the property that for operational purposes, Parks uses it for materials and equipment access. And so when we met up there with our peers in different departments, Public Works and Parks, they identified those areas as areas that we would not be able to put solar for that reason. In addition to that, there are some tall parking lights that would need access to change the lights out, and so we need to just be cognizant of that. In addition, on the south end, at that diagonal, circled in or squared in blue, there's a drainage channel, and you can't really see it from above, but this whole grade, like as I mentioned, is on a pretty steep slope, and then that channel drops down quite a bit. And so that area that's open that doesn't have the conceptual solar panels on there is another area where it's just constrained with that emergency vehicle path and that little island being so close next to the drainage channel. So it's our opinion that we have a number of sites that would be better suited and would be a better investment and would get us more solar capacity. So for example, what we replaced this site with ended up in the RFP, and it's GCC Lot 34. And that's the lot that's just south of Babe Herman baseball field. Very little tree coverage. There's trees along the Cañada side. It's adjacent to the wash, so there's no trees there. So in that regard, it's perfect. It's relatively flat. There will be some minor modifications that we'll make to the parking lot for access, and then we're planning on doing a repaving job on that as well.
Okay, so is this something that you think well, let me just say, I mean, my concern is that, yes, you replaced it with one other site, but we want to do as many sites as possible. We want really to, make solar ubiquitous throughout the city because we need every bit that we can get. And so my concern is us going in and spending, what, $850,000 to do a bunch of resurfacing, which is going to then kind of lock in the existing configuration in a lot of respects and kind of make it unlikely that we would go back and look at this site later. And and I don't want to preclude a site that, even though it may have some challenges, does have potential. And there are things we can look at. Maybe we can look at moving trees. Maybe we can look at, I don't know what Park's longer-term plans are for this site, but having that tennis court right there in the middle is a bit odd, and I've been told also a little bit unsafe. And so we may want to take a bigger look at, and I know this isn't, your world, but we may want to take a bigger look at about how that whole parking lot is configured. So that's my concern. It's about, and now I'll turn to Mr. Imrani on this. I mean, my concern is about making a commitment to the existing configuration by spending, over $800,000 on this. So anyway, I guess you're relieved now because you've explained the question on the solar, but I would, and I was up there and yeah, it's pretty rough, but it's functional. I don't see why we couldn't wait a couple years to do this work. Is this the most critical location of all the locations we have to do surfacing? Can we do something simpler, just sealing up some cracks? It seems perfectly, functional, at least for now. And my view would be we hold off until we figure out really what we can do here with solar, and maybe whether Parks wants to think about reconfiguring some of the layout.
Mayor Brotman, this parking lot was programmed for rehabilitation. Parks has been asking about it for really the past couple of years, and so we programmed it as part of the rehab program that we have. So this has been in the works for a couple of years, and we can certainly down the road, after I think GWP has a list of their higher yield locations that they're going to be working on, and by the time that that's done, this is an area that we can look at down the road again, and like you mentioned, look at it for solar again.
Okay, so yeah, my view would be we hold off and do this later, but I'll let.
Yes, so Mayor Brahman, Mayor and City Council, if it's council's direction, we can certainly take this item off the agenda today and provide another staff report to council with some different options to optimize, increase the solar panels depending on the topography. And I can tell you that it's not going to be cheap. Those tennis courts get used on a consistent, regular basis, very popular in that neighborhood. We will not be able to eliminate it. If it was an option to relocate it to somewhere else in the park, it will be at the expense of losing green space or other amenities that we have in this park. But again, if it's council's direction, we can certainly look at the various options and bring it back for council's consideration with estimated cost of those options.
Okay, any comments from my colleagues?
I'll make a comment. You know, this is another instance of putting something off, a project off that we've been waiting a couple of years for. Cost is only going to go up and up and up as we wait to see what the prospects are for change in this park. And it sounds like what you're suggesting is a complete redo, which we know in Fremont Park has taken 10 years. And where are we now at how many? $25 million. So my suggestion is to go ahead with the plan, go ahead with the repaving and the project. We're getting solar at another location, and I think maybe later on, a few years from now, we can relook at this park and see if something can be done then. But I think for now, we should move forward.
Any other comments?
You know, I understand all the arguments and concerns that, Mayor, you have, but I also tend to agree with Councilmember Devine that we need to, this park is a heavily used park, and it's a neighborhood park. A lot of people benefit from it, and I think that, you know, we do want to increase solar, but at this time we shouldn't wait to do the work necessary to make this park safe, usable, welcoming, and we can certainly look to double down on the solar in other areas.
If I may.
Yes.
Is there an opportunity for us to just move forward with this project and then still look at solar opportunities?
Councilmember Satri, and solar opportunities at this park.
Yeah.
This is the best that the designers have been able to come up with the kilowatt hours that it's going to produce. And in their expert opinion, we don't get the biggest bang for our buck here. So we come back to it. Maybe there'll be slight adjustment, like Mr. Salazar mentioned. It could involve the removal of trees. And we have to be cognizant of the fact of that historic wall around the vicinity, not to damage it in any way, shape, or form. But once it's paved, as you know, to come back and install conduits, if we decide to move forward with solar photovoltaic system, then we have to tear up the new pavement to install the conduits.
That's my concern. Once it's done, we're not going to come back to this for 10 years. So that's why I would rather wait. It doesn't seem like it's critical. I mean, you think the surface is at a point where if we wait, it's going to be a major problem?
Mayor Brotman, anytime we have deteriorated pavement, obviously we want to take care of it. But again, as I mentioned, this is based on our work with Community Services and Parks and their request that this has been in the works for 2 years, and the pavement is something that we would have to address.
Okay, and they're not here to speak on this.
Well, the city manager did note that this is a heavily used park. You know, I'm in agreement with the
Okay,
colleagues,
well,
so.
Looks like there's agreement, so
So
maybe there's a motion.
I'll move the item.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Al-Sadrian,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Brotman.
No. Thank you. What's next?
Next is city council and staff comments.
Okay, who would like to go first?
I could go first.
Okay, Mr. Kasakian.
Very well. I'll try to be as quick as, or I'll speak as quickly as possible. First of all, first day of school this week. So for all the parents, congratulations. You're going to have a little bit of reprieve. To all our educators, teachers, staff at the schools, best of luck in doing the best to raise our future leaders and citizens. And good luck to the kids. Thoughts and prayers to everyone who suffered in the fires in Maui. It was horrific seeing the images. It looked something otherworldly from a different time. So I know that my colleagues also feel the same as I do about what we saw there, but also want to add that there is an ongoing blockade in Artsakh, and we need to keep our friends in Artsakh in mind as well, where we have a sister city in Marduni. I just read the news today that someone actually, an older gentleman, passed away from starvation. The situation is very dire, and I think that I see city manager having some notes there, and I think you may make an announcement, because we received, at least I received, a request from the sister city representatives for assistance and aid, although we'll see how we're able to work that in. There was an outage this weekend in the Glen Oaks Canyon area, and there was about 4 hours until power was restored, and I know that staff and crews are still working on it. My concern is with how we put out information to the public. I received calls and texts, and I don't know if any of my colleagues did as well, saying power has been out for some time now. And in the past, we used to have pretty regular and timely updates on Twitter or X or whatever social other media platforms the city uses. And this time around, that was not the case. I went on there and I checked. I had to contact the city manager, the director of water and power, to get an idea of what's happening. And what I'll say is that unfortunately, I think that given what is happening with our climate, and I think what's in the foreseeable future, we're going to have power outages as we work our way through what our capabilities are in providing for all the needs of the community. And even if that wasn't the case, just in general, whenever there's power outages, I think residents have come to expect timely information. It's the least we can do to earn the trust of the public. When we don't put out information and explain to them what's happening, I think that's when, you know, the seeds of distrust are planted. People start coming up with all sorts of conclusions. Where there's a vacuum of information, someone will fill it with misinformation. I want to have staff give us assurances that whatever happened is not going to happen again, that we are able to provide residents with information when they need it. Tree watering in the medians, and just generally watering in medians. There was an email that I received from someone in Baudry Boulevard that was saying that the trees are not being watered there, that it's going to cause issues. And I've noticed that along Glen Oaks, we've stopped watering, which is, I think, the right thing to do, to not necessarily water the lawns where there's non-functional turf. But I do worry about what's the conditions of the trees will be if they go too long without being watered. So I'd like to ask staff to look into that, or give us a response if they have. And I have 3 more things just very quickly. Art installation outside the library. There's a mobile, like, pinwheel, ride like the wind. I think that was there, placed there temporarily. I'd like to see if it can be made permanent, or if we can find a permanent home for that piece of art. And I don't know if any of my colleagues would support that. One more thing is, I know that we sit up here. You folks cannot see what we necessarily have up here. We went through an upgrade up here on the dais in terms of these screens which project what's up there. We have these microphones, but you know, in other agencies and other bodies that I participate in, they have a system that allows us to cue in as to when we want to speak. I know that West Hollywood has it. Back when I was clerk, I went and visited their operations and how their setup is. I know at MWD there's also a system by which people can queue up. And I know from running the meetings how difficult it is to see who wants to speak and when they want to speak, and how to kind of run the meeting as a chair. I would like to see us implement this type of system here, so we can have a more harmonious exchange of views and ideas, for us to mark when we want to have. It's basically, you'll raise your hand digitally, the chair sees it, and then calls on the colleagues or the speakers accordingly. We don't have that. So right now, I don't want to call it the Wild West, but I know that when I was chair, I sometimes missed, and I apologize to my colleagues that I didn't catch them from the corner of my eyes when they were trying to get my attention. Hopefully that can help us here. I would be for that, and I hope my colleagues would be as well. And lastly, I know that we received the bio of it late, and so we're not prepared to do so, but I do want to mention that we lost another great one former mayor, council member, someone who also served in our police department was a community officer, Rick Reyes, has passed, succumbed to a long fight with cancer, and I think we'll come back to do an official adjournment in his memory. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
Since
please.
Councilmember Kasakian asked 2 or 3 questions, I'd like the opportunity to respond to them since we have answers. As far as disseminating information regarding outages from GWP, our communication staff do use Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. This last outage along Glen Oaks Boulevard in the canyon, it took a while to determine the cause of the outage. However, on a consistent basis, our staff and communication team within GWP do communicate that through various channels and social media. However, it was an error on part of an employee this time around who didn't quite catch the essence of the reason and the timing of the outage. So this was a one incident that happened that will ensure will not repeat in the future when outages happen. As far as watering the trees in the median, Mr. Taktalian has an update for you.
Sure, thank you, Mayor Brotman, members of council. I could speak to the Beaudry Avenue issue specifically. I was involved in the back and forth with some of the residents and our parks director, as well as our city attorney's office. While I don't have a copy of the state's water restriction order in front of me, there was a very strict restriction on watering ornamental turf. There was actually an LA Times article about it as well today. However, there is an exemption for trees, shrubs, things of that nature. With respect to Beaudry Avenue, while the water has been turned off for the grass, the trees and the shrubs do continue to get watered, which is why you might see some green patches of grass here and there because of the overspray. Same with our trees on Glen Oaks and Brand in the medians. We keep a close eye on those. Part of that is watered with reclaimed water. It is hooked up to the system. The part that isn't, we keep a close eye on it. If the trees do look like they're going into distress, there is an opportunity to hand water those trees, hand watering with recycled water, I should say. So we've been pretty lucky with the summer that we've had. It hasn't been as hot as we expected. The trees don't seem to be doing poorly at this point.
Okay. Councilmember Asatrian?
I have a couple of items, but I'll start off with, I had a meeting with the residents at 333 Monterey yesterday. That is one of our senior housing. There were about 60 to 80 residents from that building that came in. It was supposed to be a meeting about learning about their concerns and what works and what doesn't work. And I'll say that 90% of the meeting turned into very heavy grievances on their experience in the building, ranging from the conditions that they've been living in during the renovations. I visited some of the units where the switch for the fans are closer to the ceiling where no one can reach it. The restrooms are in a condition where if I was taking a shower in that shower bed, I would actually, like you're facing the wall, there's not enough space. And so I took down the concerns that they had from each unit. I will be passing that on to staff, and I really think it's important for us to take a look and look at it quickly. I had a conversation with the manager right after. She noted that some of those things have already been taken care of, and I said I'm not the professional in this, and so I would really want us to take this seriously. This is also a part of what Ms. Tamara comes to city council meetings about.
Movsesian?
Yes. And so, I mean, I visited some of the units, things that I saw. I definitely would not want my grandparent to be living there. The other thing that I wanted to note was the other big item that came up was transportation. Looking at, they said Route 2 and the cancellation of that. I told them that we would look into that, but I did tell them about Dial-A-Ride, as well as the Metro Micro program. I have to say no one in the room knew about Dial-A-Ride, which was very concerning to me. And then I think lastly was asking about senior events and activities. I told them that we have plenty in the city. I think it's just not being communicated, and the building's also not communicating it to them. So I think it would be really helpful if maybe we reached out to all of the senior buildings that we have and create an automated mechanism where, you know, whether it's concerts in the park or there's a senior fest or whatnot, there's a collaboration between these buildings and our respective departments. You know, that would be very beneficial. And then I know that you're going to be bringing that item for, you know, for us to look at routes and so forth. I think it would also be worthwhile. You know, the two groups I really think about are the college students and the seniors who would use the most transportation. So when we are at that phase of getting community input of what they need, I would love for us to look at how we're engaging these senior buildings and getting feedback from both the college students, you know, students in general. And then I've also, you know, been in communication with community members here, as well as folks in Artsakh, about us providing some sort of assistance. I know that we've taken some steps in putting out a resolution in support, but I think the situation also calls for kind of bigger action, and I'm looking forward to hearing our city manager's comments. The last thing I feel the need to address is something that transpired last week. During my absence, I watched the meeting from home. And what transpired deeply concerned me and troubled me. As leaders, we have a responsibility to set an example of respect and collegiality, regardless of our differences on various issues. While the mayor runs the meeting, every voice on this dais is equal, and it's absolutely essential that we uphold that principle. I need to express my concern over the treatment of Councilmember Najarian during the meeting, because I know that I had been here last week, I would have been rejected right there and then. Regardless of our differing views, and it is clear Councilmember Najarian and I are on opposite sides of that issue, denying a colleague the courtesy to express or wrap up their thoughts or ask questions goes against the spirit of constructive discourse that we must embody. And it also sets a dangerous precedent. As leaders, we must rise above our differences and demonstrate the kind of cooperation and respect that our constituents expect from us. I hope that the events of last week will also give us the opportunity to pause, work together to create an atmosphere of open dialogue where every member's voice is heard and respected, because at the end of the day, we may all have our differences, but if nothing else, we all share a deep love for our jewel city. And it only benefits our city and our constituents when we are humane and professional towards one another.
Okay, Councilmember Devine? Nothing. Councilmember Najarian?
Well, Mayor, I think it's no secret that I was extremely displeased at your actions as the chair of this meeting last week. One of the primary goals and largest responsibilities of the mayor is to make sure that the meeting runs promptly, efficiently, and that different viewpoints are heard. I was denied that opportunity to respond to the city attorney who made comments after you had asked him several questions. And the exchange of ideas are the core of our democracy and our legislative process. I feel that I was unfairly denied that. And I can honestly say that in my years on the council, I have never seen such an act before. And that means serving under Mayor Rafi Manoukian, under Mayor Frank Quintero, under Mayor Dave Weaver, under Mayor Paula Devine, under Mayor Laura Friedman, under Mayor Artie Kasakian, under Mayor Bob Yusefian, and even under Mayor John Draymond. It is unfathomable to silence a colleague. And unfortunately, I believe the reason I was silenced is because I was expressing a viewpoint that you were not in favor of. And that is the worst type of censorship that can occur. I am extremely disappointed. I was furious at that meeting, and that's why I left rather than continue to make a discourse. But I can tell you that I will not let you silence me again. If I have something pertinent, something germane, something relevant to say, I'm going to continue to speak. And perhaps the only thing that's going to stop me is one of our police officers dragging me out of this room. I'm an elected member of this council from the public, and I have every right to speak and to speak germanely and appropriately on the issues at hand. And let me warn you, I'm going to speak tonight also. We have Doug Johnson here, and this is my favorite issue, the districting. So I hope that there's no thought in anyone's mind to shut me down when I continue to speak and ask questions of Mr. Johnson. The next thing I'd like to speak about is, in my absence, my request for an agenda item that would permit me and Ms. Asaturian a few extra weeks to nominate our commissioners was flatly denied. I wasn't here. Ms. Asaturian was not here. But the council, as situated, felt it was a good time to just slam it down. So I believe that's also an opportunity. That's an effort to disenfranchise me and to prevent me from exercising my rights that you all had to do. You all had the rights to appoint your commissioners, but those rights are apparently taken away from me. So my great planning commissioner, Talin Shabazian, she's a woman, she's Armenian, is not going to be able to be appointed. My appointee to the Parks and Rec Commission, replacing Ara Kalfayan, is not going to be able to be appointed. My Historic Preservation Commissioner, Chris Cragnati, will not be given a chance to continue to serve. My Design Review Board appointee, future appointee, let's call him, Arthur Zorabian, will not be able to be appointed. My Arts and Culture appointee, Caroline Tefenkian, a woman, Armenian, is not going to be able to be appointed. This is a complete disenfranchisement. I think it leaves out a certain part of our community, people who I feel are qualified, and it is a travesty that the council acted in that manner. And let me add that at no time in any of the lists of commissioners that needed to be appointed was there a time deadline stated as to when that had to be done. I've gone through every email, and not one email indicated, make your choices by X date. When council discussed this, yes, there was a date that was set forth, but this was not put before us. And now, in a let's call it almost a closed-door session, when the affected parties are not present, you go and pull this Bush League Act on us? Completely unacceptable. I don't know where this council is going, but I'm very disappointed in the actions that occurred last week. I'm going to continue to advocate for this. I'm not going to stop on this issue. And if I have to make other pertinent observations about who my appointees would be or reappointments would be, I'm going to do so. And none of you are going to like what that's going to mean. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I wasn't going to talk about this, but I need to respond on a few things. First of all, I could have explained better why I prevented you from continuing with this conversation, but it was not about not wanting to hear what you had to say. It was about that not being the appropriate time or place for a general discussion on the merits of districting. The item that we had before us was on specific charter changes to accompany a districting proposal that this council has already decided to move forward with. Remember, this was discussed at length in closed session and on the dais, and this council decided in a majority to move ahead, putting a ballot proposition, putting a measure on the ballot that would include identified districts and an elected mayor. 6 districts and an elected mayor. That was a decision that the majority made, okay? The problem is commandeering other agenda items to rail against something that you're in the minority about, okay? I understand what it's like to lose on an item, but we had a workshop, and we all agreed that when you're in the majority, when you're in the minority, you make your case at the time, but once the council votes, you move on, and we work collegially. And you don't keep bringing an item back and making a case on something that's already been decided because you're not happy with it. That was the issue. This was not, it was not an appropriate time for campaigning against the general idea of going to districts and an elected mayor. That was not the right time, and I believe the city attorney should have and was thinking about stopping that discussion because it was not germane. You can discuss, and I will never cut anybody off when they're discussing something that is germane to the agenda item. But when somebody wants to commandeer or hijack, or whatever word you want to use, an agenda item to start to talk about something else that's on their mind, then I will have to call foul. You raised some issues about our actions being illegal and improper. Those are valid issues that you raise. You sent a letter to us. That letter was responded to. You can bring that up in other ways. You can talk about that during council member comments. But again, it is just not proper for you to continue to litigate something that has been decided by a majority of council by using an agenda item that was designed for another purpose. And that was why I cut you off. On the commissioner's question, the idea that you didn't have time to appoint your commissioners is really absurd. It's been over a year since we were all reelected. Over a year that we've had to either reappoint or appoint new commissioners. As a body, we agreed to go to this new system of panels. At the time we agreed to do that, we very explicitly stated that everybody would be given 3 months to fill any positions that they have. That was something we voted on unanimously. 3 months. We're all grown-ups. We all can put items in our calendar and know when that 3 months is up. We shouldn't be relying on staff to remind us of these obligations. The 3 months passed. In fact, 4 months passed. And it was 4 months later that Mr. Garcia put on the agenda the panels. And then all of a sudden we're hearing, you know, we didn't know. We didn't have time, which I think is really pretty absurd. It's been a year, and I think we can all take care of our business in that amount of time. As for people not being able to be reappointed, I don't know what that means. The panels can reappoint anybody they want. And I think I'm on one of the Historic Preservation Commission panels with you. If we want to reappoint Mr. Cragnotti, we can discuss it and make that decision. If whoever is on the Arts and Culture panel wants to reappoint Carolyn Tufenkian, They can make that decision. There's nothing that precludes any of these people from being reappointed. The only difference is now it's not a patronage system. It's not you appoint somebody who's your commissioner and you can remove them because you don't like the way they're voting. That's what we're moving away from. We're moving away from a system where our commissioners are independent of us, and they were appointed through a process of collaboration. And we need to move on with that. And I think that we acted because it was on the agenda. You left. We didn't ask you to leave. The item was there, and that's what happens. In any case, it was 3 votes. It wouldn't have made a difference who was there because we 3 of us want to move on. So I guess that's all I'll say. I really don't want to, of course.
I thought we're not.
Yeah, how dare you imply that I am anything less than a grown-up, Mr. Brotman? How dare you? Where do you come off saying that? That's completely...
You know exactly what I
that's
meant.
complete... I heard what you said, and words matter, Mr. Brotman. And in particular, I had some issues those last few months. I had a father who was fatally on his deathbed for several months. I had to take care of his funeral and take his ashes to Armenia, but that's okay. Even a DWP bill, Mr. Brotman, has a due date on it. I wasn't even afforded that. And as far as the patronage goes, I guess everyone else has their patronage that you've locked in. But when it comes to someone who missed the boat, it's too bad for us. And as far as my potential commissioners, there's no guarantee that anyone is going to appoint them. They're not able to be appointed directly from me. This is another abuse of process of not just you, but everyone else that voted for that to deny me my rights. It's nothing that's going to be obviously solved, but it's something I am not going to forget, and it's a courtesy that you should be extending to your colleagues. But if that's the way you want to act, we got plenty of time through the rest of the year, Mr. Brotman.
Okay, that sounds like a threat to me, which is also, I don't think, appropriate for
No,
members
that's
on
not a
this
threat.
council.
Threats are pretty
Okay, let's-
precise and pretty specific.
Okay, I think we're done with council member comments. Staff comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, as was noted earlier briefly, recently I received correspondence from Robert Avetisian, who is the permanent representative of the Republic of Artsakh in the U.S. As you know, since December 12th of last year, Azerbaijan, the government of Azerbaijan, has been blocking the only road connecting Artsakh with Armenia and, for that matter, the rest of the world. This has caused extremely negative and existential impact on the lives of 120,000 people, including 30,000 children in Artsakh. The situation is rapidly deteriorating and morphing into a humanitarian catastrophe, with some international legal experts confirming the fears of an imminent genocide. As you also are aware, City of Glendale has consistently demonstrated support for the Republic of Artsakh, including a recent establishment of sister city relations with the City of Martuni. They hope that the City of Glendale will continue to demonstrate solidarity with people of the Republic of Artsakh during these very trying times, and have asked that I and the City of Glendale to consider allocating humanitarian aid to the city's sister city of Martuni. And as such, with your permission, I'd like to coordinate efforts in collecting non-perishable food items, medical items, coordinating with our service organizations and medical institution, and putting together a set of some of these items that we can send to the city of Martuni with a prominent support from City of Glendale. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And do we don't need to authorize anything specific, but just to say that we do support, I do support what you're proposing. And I believe we need to do everything we can to assist in this really, really frightening and horrible situation. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we move on. What is next?
Mayor Brotman, next item is item number 6, community event announcement, 3-minute portion. I don't have any cards submitted, and I don't have any calls.
Okay. I thought I was told there would be 2 announcements, but I suppose not. No? Okay, I'm seeing a head shake. Okay, what is next?
Next item is number 7, adoption of ordinance. 7A, community development regarding ordinance prohibiting issuance of entitlements and/or permits for establishments of new or replacement retail uses selling firearms or ammunition and declaring the urgency thereof, introduced by Councilmember Devine on July 25th, 2023.
Mr. Galanian.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, City Council, this was, as indicated, this was introduced on July 25th. We don't have a staff report since it was already introduced. I'm not sure if council members have any questions. Unfortunately, Mr. Calvert, our Director of Community Development, was not available to attend the council meeting tonight, so we'll field your questions as best as we can.
Are there questions, or does somebody want to go ahead and move the item? Okay,
I have some
Councilor
comments.
Najarian.
Yeah, I still don't know why we're doing this. The report indicates that there are no problems with crime in and around these establishments. These establishments have to go through a rigorous certification process before they can become gun dealers. There is currently a ammunition shortage that you can walk into any of these 3 stores, and the ammunition for your firearm is sold out. I'm not sure that this was made public or made available to council. Further, I'd like to point out that during the pandemic, one of the few businesses that were deemed essential businesses were firearm dealers, firearm stores. So I'm not sure what we're doing. Maybe this is something from the California Democratic Party that has come down, but I can't support this. It unfairly targets legitimate business owners.
Okay, any other comments?
I'll say that I've stated my concerns about, where we are in terms of the number of gun stores in Glendale. I'm not against law-abiding citizens owning guns, purchasing guns. There's plenty of opportunities to do that in Glendale. But I think as we see kind of the national fervor increase in people's anxieties, I think increasing the access that individuals have to guns, it's just not the city I necessarily want to live in, just like we limit other uses. This city doesn't allow cannabis, doesn't allow certain other types of establishments, and I think that, we can do just fine with what we have available, and my tip of the hat to those business owners who run legitimate, safe establishments providing access to firearms to our residents here in the city of Glendale. So I think that looking at how we allow access for guns, so, I understand that this may be a politically charged issue, but I have to disagree and say that opening up a small grocery store or bodega is not the same as opening up a store that sells firearms, in my opinion. I could be wrong, and I'd welcome, at a later time when Mr. Najarian or any other advocate wants to enlighten me as to how they are similar, to sit me down and explain to me what is the same about a candy bar or a can of soda and a firearm.
Constitution.
Any other comments, or can I get a motion?
I just want to make one comment. I think the major reason that we're going towards this ordinance is for city staff to study, develop, and propose for review by the Planning Commission and adoption by the City Council regulations within a reasonable time regarding the disallowance of a land use for the retail sales of firearms and ammunition and conditional use permit requirement for such use and additional and use regulations for the use of the city. So it is for further study. We're not in any way attempting to prohibit the sale of guns. We are simply trying to study the impact and our land use ordinances.
Is it going to Planning Commission? Is that what the process would be?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, so what will probably happen is the staff will look at some proposed regulations and what other cities are doing, probably come back to you for input, and then go to the Planning Commission. There is a process that has to go to Planning Commission before we bring back any regulations.
The Planning Commission that I don't have a member on. Thank you. Wait, perfect. I see it now.
Okay.
I'll move the item.
Okay, second?
I'll second.
Second. Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Asatryan,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
No?
Mayor Brotman.
Yes. Okay, and the motion passes as a urgency ordinance, is that right? So it goes into effect
Immediately.
immediately. Okay, thank you. Okay, next item, please.
Next item is 8 action items, 8A finance regarding employee medical stipend. One motion to approve a medical stipend for the City of Glendale employees in the aggregate amount of $2,347,295 to cover the medical premium increases from June 2023 through June 2024, and 2, resolution of appropriation. Mayor, I do have 2 cards for this item.
Okay, Mr. Galania?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Mayor, City Council, at last council meeting on last Tuesday, I did go into some detail as to the merits and the reasons why I'm recommending extending the stipend that council provided for medical insurance to our employees due to almost 30% increase in the premiums. And as such, I would reiterate that recommendation to extend that stipend from June 2023 till July 1st, end of June 2024. This will also provide an opportunity for staff to look into various options that they have gone through the due diligence as far as pools of insurance, as far as brokers that may be able to help us get better rates in the future. With that, I'll turn it over for any questions that you may have.
Well, let's hear from our speakers first, starting with Romela Iragi.
Good evening, everybody. So I strongly, commercially support this stipend. What was that? How do you say that?
Stipend.
A stipend for the employees, unless it's not for high executives. It's not applied to high executives and high-paid employees. I support that, and I think really these employees are my kind of people, and they deserve this stipend. Yeah, well, so that's it.
Okay, thank you. Herbert Milano.
Mayor Brotman, members of the City Council, my name is Herbert Milano. 2 years ago, the City Council, in closed-door session, decided to approve an MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding with the city employees, with regard to a 3-year plan, generally speaking, with each one of the organizations, with regard to compensation and benefits. And the medical benefit runs something like this. As an example, an employee with a family pays $300 a month. The city pays $1,000. Anything above that would be split 50-50. That was the agreement. Today, you're being asked to change that agreement and add additionally to that fund. The problem that I have with this process is not just that it is not in the original MOU, that the MOU is not even finished and you're already changing the rules of the MOU. Even though the city manager has the option to adjust it from 5% to 1% of the total salary based upon the city's financial condition. But you all know that the city has a financial condition that is in the bottom, right? 13% of all the statewide cities. So a financial situation for the city of Glendale is precarious, and it should not be done for that reason. But I want you to contrast this with our presentation when we came before you several months ago, maybe last year, when our trash fees were increased, at least for me, 500%. 500% increase in that trash bill. It's going to cost me over $16,000 more in the next 5 years. The words that I heard from the dais was, on that day, get used to it. I want you to see the contrast. When the set of employees says, I already have this agreement, and I want you to change it in my favor, the public comes before you, it says, we have an increase of 500%, and just go ahead and take it, right? Get used to it. Now, I was a member of the commission that studied the pension system and the benefits. And we made two particular observations that we recommended. One of them was to add more money to that pension fund that calls the Section 115 Trust, which the city manager pushed for during the budget session. But we also pushed to have open and transparent negotiations. If you're going to approve this, I make a friendly suggestion that some council member can take to make it a requirement that from now on, all of your MOUs, the negotiation process, will be done in public and open and transparent. And please don't disenfranchise the public by preventing us from giving our input to these closed-door sessions where the public does not have a say-so with regard to all the benefits and payments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Asatryan.
I have grave concerns about the comments that were just made. I was the council member that initiated this. I'm honored to have done that. An increase in $400 for a family is a lot of money. It's very easy to come up and point fingers and say who's making how much, but I think there's something to be said about policymakers who not only impose policies on corporations, but they also take care of their own. We're supposed to be a family here, and this is one of the ways that we can show our employees that we care not just for the work that they do and they produce for our city that we call home, but how we treat them. And that in itself is in line with what's in front of us today. And so I recognize that there are other things that we could be spending money on, but if anyone thinks that $400 a month is just chump change for a family, well, it wouldn't be for me. And so I'm sorry I wasn't here last week. I thought it was gonna move forward, but I'm glad that I'm here today to support this. I want our staff to know, I know I sent in a message last week, but I wholeheartedly support this. And I'm hoping that we can wrap up the RFP process and for us to have long-term solutions. And thank you for your service. Can I move the item, or is there?
Well, let me just, are there any other comments before we move on? Yeah. Last week, this didn't pass because I voted no, and I wanted to explain that it's not about whether I care for the employees. I do, and I understand the pressures, and I'm perfectly happy to help share some of the burden. What concerned me was that the city is taking 100% of the increase in medical premiums dating back to 2021, I believe. So the medical premium increases since 2021, we're absorbing 100% of that. I believe the employees should share somewhat in that increase. It's, the money isn't unlimited when we give it to something, we're taking it from something else. And if you look, at the public, there was the example of trash rates going up, but rents are going up, food costs are going up, everything is going up. So the public is being hit by inflation. Our employees are being hit by inflation. Again, perfectly happy to help buffer that, but I thought there should be some contribution from the employees, at least at a reasonable CPI rate. And that was why I voted no. So just wanted to make that clear so it's understood why I will vote no again.
Mayor Brotman, if I may, when we brought this up last year, we brought this up because there was a failure on the broker's part, and that's why we decided we're going to go out for an RFP process. This is only to cover, again, for a year until we figure that out. This isn't to cover them indefinitely, and these aren't the kind of increases that other cities have seen. It's because of the broker that we had, and so I would like for that to be a consideration of yours.
Okay. Well, I think the Kaiser increases have been substantial across all cities, not just us. And I did, for the record, did support us providing this subsidy last year because there was a particularly sharp increase of 20-some% in the premiums for the non-Kaiser plan. I just felt there should be some degree of sharing. Anyway, enough of that. Let's, we have a motion. Let's get a second.
I'll second.
Okay, and roll call, please.
Councilmember Asadrian,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
and Mayor Brotman.
No. Okay, and what's our next item?
Next item is number 9, hearings. A, city attorney regarding third-party hearing regarding the composition of council districts related to the city's proposed transition to district-based council members, council member elections. 1, motion directing staff regarding preparation of draft district maps.
Thank you, Mr. Galanian. Or we turn this over, sorry, to the
Thank you,
city
Mr. Mayor.
attorney, Mr. Garcia.
Tonight is the third public hearing regarding the council district transition process. At this hearing, Doug Johnson from NDC will provide an overview for the council of the draft maps that have been submitted to date, as well as the maps that have been prepared by him. And we seek some direction in terms of maybe getting some direction on some focus maps to go forward on the second round of the public outreach that's scheduled to start this Thursday. So with that, I'll turn it over to Doug.
Thank you very much. Members of council, it's a pleasure to be with you again. And it's a pleasure to be here with good news. We've gotten very good participation from the community, and we have a whole bunch of maps to go through this evening. So, as is mentioned in the agenda, this is the third council hearing. So we went through an initial phase, which is kind of a informational and information gathering stage before there were draft maps, encouraging residents to draw maps so that they could be brought to the council today. And then this will all go back out to another round of community forums to discuss the maps in detail, especially any maps that we can designate as focus maps to help the public focus on just a handful. And those will go out for another month of community forums. Residents still have time. They can, until September 28th, can continue to submit maps and revise their previous maps and submit those. And then October 10th is the meeting, the council hearing, when we're looking for council to select a map, an election sequence of which districts would be up in which years, and then introduce the ordinance. That ordinance would then come back on October 24th. And as we're emphasizing throughout this process, the council's action is not the final step in the process. What the council is looking at adopting would be a resolution that would then go to the voters for a yes or no vote in March. Just as a reminder, as we're looking at these maps, we do have a set of criteria and rules that we have to follow. First is federal rules, so equal population, and it is an equal number of people, not voters or anything like that, but an equal number of people in each district with a very small margin of plus or minus a couple percent. We need to be sure the maps comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act and avoid any racial gerrymandering. So race can be one factor, but it can't be the predominant factor in how a district is drawn or a map is chosen. Then we have what California calls its Fair Maps Act. In priority order, it says the districts must be contiguous, must minimize the division of neighborhoods and communities of interest as much as possible. The third prioritized criterion in California's rules is follow easily identifiable boundaries, so major roads, rivers, that kind of thing. And be compact, so we can't bypass one group of people to get to a more distant group of people. And then the state law also includes a prohibition that a map should not be drawn to favor or discriminate against a political party. So those are our federal and state requirements. We also have traditional principles. If you have multiple maps that meet all those requirements, the courts have said you can consider other things such as future population growth, slightly. You still have to stay within that very tight population requirement. And if you have two maps that equally meet all the other state and federal criteria, you can look at which map pairs the fewest council members in order to let the voters decide who's earned re-election, as opposed to the line saying, sorry, one of these two or three cannot be re-elected. So those are the rules. We've been going over these at every hearing and forum. We did get a number of comments about communities of interest in neighborhoods early on, both at the hearings, at the forums, and through the website, where there's both an email address and an actual community of interest survey that residents can fill out. And we mentioned most of these at the last hearing, but we have gotten things like use of Verdugo Mountains as a boundary. Crescenta Highlands and the far north are kind of the same up in the north. Different factors that you see on the screen here. Montrose, Crescenta Valley High, the area around that identified. Adams Hill spoke up at a couple of hearings. And then we had a resident from the Mariposa neighborhood just north of Adams Hill also speak up at one of the forums. So that gets us to the meat of tonight's discussion, which is looking at the draft maps. And these are all maps that have come in various formats, and of course we process them, look at the population numbers, and put them all in the formats and generate all the demographics for you. We'll say on the PowerPoint it's kind of hard to see some of the details. Of course, everything's on the interactive map viewer, so residents can type in an address and zoom in on that spot, see how their area is treated, or can overlay different maps to see the differences among them as well. We did get 19 maps submitted, which is pretty good. We got 2 that were partial maps, where residents just sent in a single district and said, this is my focus. Hopefully this can be incorporated in whatever ends up going citywide. We did get 1 5-district map. That was not population balanced districts, but we did have 1 person submit a 5-district map. Same thing with the 7-district map. We got a resident submitted a 7-district map. It wasn't population balanced among the 7 districts, but it was one 7-district map. And then of the 15 maps that we got, there were full 6 districts across the city. Only 2 of them were not population balanced. So residents did a good job of working to make sure that the numbers were balanced, because that is tricky and does take quite a bit of work. As we put the presentation together and processed them all, we did realize 2 of the maps are identical. So you'll see 107 and 113 are the same map, just came in from 2 different people. Which leaves us in the end with 12 unique population balanced maps from residents, all of which were 6 districts. And then our role in this is to kind of flush out the options and make sure that there's something that, if there was something mentioned by residents or in community input that wasn't reflected in the publicly submitted maps, to add that to the mix. So we did add 2 maps, and I'll talk about where those come from. One of them in particular takes those 2 single district maps that came in and puts them together into a citywide map. So that leaves us with 14 maps. And I've grouped them kind of by similar maps for this discussion. One of the hopes is that 14 maps is a lot of maps for the residents to go through and kind of come up with their thoughts about each of 14 maps. It's also a lot of maps to try to display at a community forum. So what we do ask is that if the council can, to narrow this down to a range of 3 to 5 focus maps that will be shown in the focus of the community forums to come. This is not a final decision, it's just kind of general direction. Of course, if residents want a map brought back that wasn't selected as a focus, they can certainly weigh in on that, and that can be done. But we find that tends to make the forums run much smoother. First of all, we do want to acknowledge the folks that submitted the not population balanced maps. Even though they don't meet the legal requirements, they do reflect those residents' ideas. So we do want to share them both with you and with the residents so people can see them. You can see map 101 came in. To that resident's credit, when we got back to them and said it wasn't population balanced, they then revised it. So map 101 and 102 were from the same person. 101 was not population balanced. 102 is their fixed version of that. And that will come up later in the slides. Map 104 was more of an effort just to show regional districts. They're not population balanced, and the resident did not submit a second version of that. And then 111 and 112 next to them, you can see these are the 5 and 7 district versions that came in. The resident was submitting versions of maps that could do that, but didn't population balance them, just sent them in as ideas. Okay. Turning to the single district maps, we have map 116 on the left. This was just someone from the north who submitted a map of saying, what that resident felt made sense for the north. And the main focus that they mentioned was wanting to get the north. Obviously, it doesn't have enough people all on its own north of Verdugo Woodlands, so it has to pick up something else. And the idea was to not cut Verdugo Woodlands area while trying to make a full district for District 1. So it does cross the 2 and go over and get the Emerald Isle area. Map 119, we also had a resident who sent in saying they didn't want to have ideas citywide, but they did want, in their opinion, they did want the Rancho and that whole western side of the city to all be in one district. So then for the 14 maps, I tried to group them into somewhat similar maps. Glendale residents are creative in their drawing of maps. We did not have a lot of super similarity. So people may agree or disagree with these groupings, and we certainly welcome that. This is really just trying to help move the discussion along. But you can see the idea here, we were looking at maps that generally had the north part of the city with the Verdugo Woodlands area, at least to some degree. And then down south, there's 2 districts, left and right. You can see districts 1 and 2, south of the freeway. And so there's really 3 versions of that. Again, once we got into analyzing them and putting this presentation together, we realized 107 and 113 were 2 different people came up with the exact same map, which does happen. And so they're the same map. And then 108 is a similar idea. District 4 looks very different between the 2, but if you think about it, the top part of District 4 and 108 is the Verdugo Mountains slice. So District 4 does pick up some households as it goes north a little bit, but it's not as significant a difference as it looks on the map. So that's one group. And sometimes what we suggest as an idea is you may want to pick one focus map from each group if you agree with the groupings. No need to do that, you don't have to do that, but it's one approach some do, some take. The second group puts the north with it does divide the Verdugo Woodlands area. So you can see in 105 on the left, it's coming down, it's crossing the 2 a little bit, but it is coming down into Verdugo Woodlands and dividing that area between 6 and 5 in this map. Again, in 1 and 2 in the south, you get that similar 2 districts side by side in that part. And then in this map, and in just about all the maps, Rancho is with the northwest in these maps. You can see that central district, District 4 and 105, District 3 and 117, and kind of 2 and 4 and 118. It moves around a lot in the maps. This is the challenge of the numbers here in the city is you can get what we consider northwest, a north, and a couple of southern seats, but then in the middle, there's a lot of variation amongst these maps. So you can really see the difference. 117 also starts to show what we see in a couple of these maps coming up, which is the Shoal Canyon part, or in this case, most of Chevy Chase, coming down and getting, in this case, part of Adams Hill, but not all of it. Map 118 goes a little bit farther, gets less of Chevy Chase, but gets Shoal Canyon and more of Adams Hill together. The third group, and I'm going through these fairly quickly because hopefully folks have had a chance to look at them. They have been posted on the website for a week. So residents, hopefully you've had a chance to look at these before coming to this meeting. But we get the north, all these kind of cross, they bring the north together with the top part of northwest. So the district's coming across the Verdugo Mountains and blending those two areas. Kind of the hillside parts of northwest go with Crescenta Highlands in all three of these. And then they get kind of a central district. You can see districts 4 in 109 and 110, district 5 and 115. Different approaches to that central district, but kind of that central just north of the freeway district. And then in the first two, we get, again, that very common southern side-by-side districts. 115 is another approach. This is where Adams Hill is really going with the canyons in that kind of odd-shaped, but the idea from the residents who submitted it was it's a homeowner association, it's less renters than the rest of the South is. So it made sense with more single-family owned and occupied houses in the canyons. Then these two maps are similar of that blending of the north, at least to some degree, with the hillsides of the northwest. But in this case, there's not really that central district. You get more of a spread and out. 114 is creative in District 4, kind of wandering through. The map submitter didn't submit an explanation of that district. I don't know if it's just what was left after drawing the other 5 seats, or if that is a kind of, it is kind of a rental corridor south of Glen Oaks that it's picking up in District 4. Then we got 2 that just didn't fit in with any other groups. And so I just call them the unique maps. 103 on the left is Rancho with the western part south of the freeway. So we do get that district configuration here. It was actually submitted by the Adams Hill Neighborhood Association. And you do see how they take the Adams Hill area out to Shoal Canyon. Then there's a second seat that's mostly Chevy Chase Canyon coming down into the south, and then a central district in there with that. 106 next to it. This is the only map we got in from residents that has a like truly southern District 4 at the bottom. In this case, it's essentially Maple is the top of District 4, except where it picks up a little bit of population on the east end of it there. But this is the only public map we got that really has that, instead of side by side, one on top of the other. Southern districts here with 4 and 6. Then you get 5 picking up the rest of the south, and the Rancho to Glen Oaks area. Kind of the 1 is northwest north of Glen Oaks. And then 3 is most of Verdugo Woodlands, just about all of it, but not quite. And then the canyons, and 2 then gets the north, the rest of Verdugo Woodlands, and really the hillside homes of northwest, all blended in there. So then, as I mentioned, our role in this is to kind of fill in the blanks and put different comments together. So map 120 is those 3 pieces really from different maps. That single district, District 1 in the north, that goes around Verdugo Woodlands and then has Verdugo Woodlands being the focus of District 6. It's that District 3, putting the Rancho with the LA border neighborhoods. And then we also took District 2 out of the Adams Hill map, 103, and put that in here because it actually matches up just right. There are slight changes for population balancing to make those 3 districts fit together in this map. Then you get District 4 in the northwest. As I mentioned, 6 is really Verdugo Woodlands coming over. And then 5 is really downtown Brand, Central, and then the rest of the south. But 5 does go outside of the south. It goes above the freeway a little bit, but it's not going above Glen Oaks, so we're still getting that heavy renter population. Then 121, and I should note on the left, of the neighborhood associations, you know, we don't have a lot of them south of the freeway, but north of the freeway, there's only Chevy Chase is divided. All the other homeowner groups and neighborhood groups are entirely in one district, in 120. Then 121 is a kind of mix and match of different pieces from other maps. You can see there where 120, as I mentioned, divides Chevy Chase. 121 puts all of Chevy Chase together and all of Shoal Canyon together in District 2. That, of course, does then trigger dividing Verdugo Woodlands and some other pieces around there. And it shifts 6 over more to be from Verdugo over to Pacific, kind of capturing that center part of the city. So we're not looking to pick a map tonight. Again, we're going to go back out to the community forums for another round. And we do suggest that you pick kind of focus maps that are a spectrum of maps, not all three that have the same idea kind of thing. And then, of course, this is a public hearing, so we are looking for the residents to weigh in on these maps as well, share their thoughts directly with you in addition to the many emails and comments we've received. And then after we have the discussion tonight and any direction from you, we'll head back out for another round of community forums across the city.
Okay, thank you. And I failed to open the public hearing, so I'll do that officially now at 7:41. And with that, let's hear from the community first. We have 4 speakers. Any online, on the phone?
Mayor, I have no callers.
No calls? Okay, we'll go through our 4 speakers first, starting with Karen Kwok.
Hi, I'm Karen Kwok, and I had a lot of fun drawing the council district maps. I also had fun looking at all of them, because there are a lot of diverse ways of thinking about our city. I highly encourage everyone to draw a map or to keep refining the one you already submitted, because it's completely possible to have fun while doing our civic duty. The mapping tool contains a wealth of data. For example, it shows that about a quarter of the single-family houses in Mr. Kasakian's district are actually rentals. Councilmember Asatran's district, or what I have as Councilmember Asatran's district, has many multifamily buildings, and many of them are condos like hers, as opposed to rentals. The mapping tool also shows that there are 0 precincts in Glendale where Republicans are competitive against Democrats, which means that there are 0 ways to shape council districts where Republicans are competitive against Democrats. That couldn't possibly be Mr. Najarian's real reason for disliking council districts, could it? Because, like it or not, that's a fact. Democrats outnumber Republicans in the city. I always thought that Mr. Najarian's reason for opposing council districts is because he knows that he cannot beat his neighbor, Mr. Brotman, in a districted race. In which case, Mr. Najarian can always move, perhaps to 91205, where the district is over 90% renters. That is how confident I am that regardless of which individuals get elected, they will be unable to hold on to their seats unless they represent the interests of their districts. Because that is what I care about, making sure that the will of the people is fairly represented in City Hall. I spend a lot of time explaining housing laws to renters, and I have never once asked any of them, are you a Republican or a Democrat? Because I do not care. Anyway, most of my people dislike both major parties, and they represent the largest growing segment of the electorate. But Mr. Najarian doesn't believe in the democratic principle of majority rule, and stomps off like a spoiled brat throwing a tantrum when he doesn't get his way with his minority vote, as he clearly showed us last week. My friend sent me the funniest comment on his behavior at the time, including, "That's the stupidest thing Najarian ever said," and "the big baby needs a diaper over his mouth." That one had me falling out of my chair laughing. So now I'm picturing Mr. Najarian with a giant diaper on his head. That image might be useful while campaigning for council districts, as in, want to kick the big baby off the council, then vote for council districts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, Mauro Yakubian.
Good evening, everyone. That couldn't be greater than me to follow Ms. Kwok on this. Wow, I can't believe it. We're talking about how we're going to spend our Powerball winnings when the citizens of the city haven't even agreed to let you buy a Powerball ticket. And that's what I see here. Once again, Glendale's putting the cart before the horse. I'm shocked. This is absolutely surreal. When is the right time to stop a runaway train on an issue like this? Telling everyone there's a time and a place to be able to speak. Well, from a citizen's point of view, this looks like a runaway train. It looks like everything's being decided. Mr. Garcia, I'd be very happy to present to your office some case law that will perhaps guide you to understand that while this issue is not on the city ballot right now, it is clear that the city is anticipating, and the key word is anticipating, putting this on the city ballot. And I will be happy to pull up case law and send it to your office to show you that it prohibits a city from expending city funds on an issue in anticipation of something being put on a ballot. But let me get to this, because there is a minority councilman who speaks for a majority of stakeholders. And I'm going to get to 6 points. I'm going to whittle it down for you tonight. Why everyone should be listening, why we should be against districting. Number one, districting will lead to the dilution of local representation by dividing Glendale into smaller districts. This will result in each district having its own representative, but it may not necessarily reflect the interests and concerns of the entire city. At-large representation allows for broader perspective and ensures that elected officials consider the needs of the entire community. Districting will impede collaborative decision-making and compromise between different parts of a city. When elected officials primarily represent the interests of their specific district, it will be challenging to find common ground and work towards citywide solutions. This will hinder effective governance and the ability to address shared challenges collectively. I hope you're listening, Ms. Kwok, with your comments about Mr. Councilman Najarian and the diapers and all those cute comments, because these are serious issues. Next, districting will contribute to increased political polarization and divisiveness within Glendale. When districts are drawn to favor specific interests or demographics, it can lead to election of representatives who are more ideologically extreme or represent a particular group's interests, potentially exacerbating divisions within the community. Districting will reduce the accountability of elected officials to Glendale as a whole. When representatives are elected from specific districts, they may prioritize the needs and demands of their districts over Glendale's. So I know I speak for thousands of people who are against this. And I know you're doing what you need to do. But this is a runaway train, and it's real fun to do these maps. I'm glad everyone's having a good time doing it. But for the majority of people who have common sense, this makes no sense.
Thank you. Next speaker, Alec Bartrosov.
Good evening. My name is Alec Bartrosov. I submitted a map. I don't need to mention which one it is, but I do want to emphasize that my particular interest and focus and concern is that South Glendale gets adequate representation as it compares to the rest of the city. We are a majority rental multifamily community that historically has not been represented. By and large, some could argue for a couple of years that wasn't the case, but I am very much concerned about segments of our community being dissected and being lobbed onto other parts of the communities north of the freeway. I volunteered for most of you running for council. I have noticed historically that a lot of the meet and greets, a lot of the door knocking is in single-family communities. In the more than 10 years that I've lived in multifamily dwelling units, nobody in the buildings that I've lived in have witnessed a council member knocking on our door asking for our vote. So I think that districting and allowing us to be concentrated in specific districts will encourage council members and people that are running to knock on our doors, to meet us, to come to our house and find out what our issues are. And if you look at the statistics on a lot of these demographics, you'll see where the voter turnout is very low, and it's in those rental communities. And I argue that it's very difficult for folks that don't live in that community to resonate with people that do. And so I feel like with districts, with concentrated districts in rental communities and in multifamily communities, you will see an increase in voter turnout because those people that are running represent us in many ways, and in many ways that currently, in most cases, is not the case. So I hope that when we go through this exercise, whether you agree with districting or not, as we shape these maps, we do it in a way that keeps our communities cohesive and doesn't divide us. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have Alan Dish next.
Good evening, council members. I would like to reiterate some of the issues I had with council districts back in February. You might remember I was a bit skeptical. As a kind of icebreaker joke, if you were to really ask me how many districts do we need, I would say one for each coffee shop in the city, because they are spaces of ordinary people meeting and so on. And I just think first, Mr. Najarian, I think, is right to be a little skeptical of this idea that going to council districts will automatically translate into more representation on the council of minorities and people economically, in more economically difficult situations. I don't see this necessarily. I think it's a bit of some wishful thinking. A second point, let's do a theoretical, I'm provoking, I know, but what will stop, let's say, a local right-wing populist from being elected? For example, if we go to districts, I think if we have the form we have now, yeah, it has inefficiencies and so on, but it works. And another thing, I will stop again. It's not that I'm against increasing or pushing the causes of renters and so on. I think that in the West, this ideological discourse, I'm going to call it, of protesting against now this form of inequality, now that, is self-destructive, insofar as it undercuts its own foundations and is thus unable to present itself as a project for positive global change. I could go on and on, but I'm just saying, don't dismiss the critics, let's say, of this measure, who are, again, not buying it in the sense of, okay, it might allow for leftists or people interested in working class issues to be elected, but maybe it won't. Maybe it will be more problematic. I'm sorry if I was long. Thank you.
Thank you. And Herbert Milano?
Mayor Broadman, members of the City Council, for many years I have been an advocate of districting. As an example of the reason why I was in favor of it is the impact fees for libraries and parks. After the city collected several $1 million from the development that occurred south of the 134 freeway, the City Council decided to take that money and put it in a park 12 miles north. For 30 years, I've been looking for and advocating for parkland in South Glendale, and there are some districts where we haven't had any additional parkland for 32,000 to 50,000 people in more than 30 years. The road conditions in South Glendale, horrific. So there's been a significant amount of disparity in the distribution of funds to South Glendale, as if we had no representation, because that's where I raised my kids. I've been in Glendale for 37 years. But something bothers me about this process, and that is that the voter percentage in South Glendale is about 6%. So if you're running for city council, where do you put your effort? You put your effort where the votes are, right? And that's generally north of Glendale, where there are single-family homes. The one issue that seems to be the most prevalent and the one that's pushing it are individuals who basically are here with only one topic in mind, which is rent control. And when you have a single issue as your driving force, you don't know what else comes in with that particular baggage. And districting has not necessarily been a good thing for Los Angeles or for many other cities that are adopted it. And so slowly but surely, I've been taking Mr. Najarian's position. I'm a Democrat, and yet I find it incredibly problematic that a small group of voters, 2,000 or less, basically decides on the issue of who will become a council person. And it is not because there hasn't been a disparity in the way that the attention has been made to South Glendale. It is there. It's in the numbers. It's in the investment. It's in the traffic and many other problems. But I think the city council could be smart enough to create innovative ways of achieving the right amount of distribution of funds and attention without this gargantuan problem that may even get worse. I'm concerned about the city of Glendale now. Mr. Najarian makes some really good, strong points about it. And having a council member who's elected with 1,200 votes and then makes decisions for the whole city, that is hugely problematic for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a caller?
Mayor, we do have one caller. Lisa Morris, you have 3 minutes. Lisa, go ahead.
Should I go ahead and speak?
Yes, please, go ahead. Lisa, go ahead. Lisa?
Hi there. I can't hear myself. Can you hear me?
Yes, Lisa, go ahead.
Okay, great. All right. You know, this subject has been about and talked about for several years now. And originally, I was for the idea of redistricting. It makes very much sense that you have a representative for your area. However, through some of your previous council meetings, you talked about what the detriments were to that, and you swayed me that it wasn't a good idea. And I have to agree with the last speaker and with Mr. Najarian that we need to proceed with this cautiously to make sure that the people voting for this understands what those detriments are, because I honestly do not see how you're going to get enough candidates for each of those districts. That is the reality. You can tell that by the last elections that we had and where these people are from. You aren't getting them from the far north or the far south. So how are you going to solve that? So I'm still on the fence about that because I want to know how that's going to be solved. But right now, I'm not for districting as of today. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one more card that just came in, Mr. Durham.
Good evening, Mayor Brotman, members of the council. My name is Alan Durham. I'm a 30-year resident of Northwest Glendale. No, I'm sorry, excuse me. I've just always thought for the last 3 decades I lived in North Glendale. Because according to map 118, I don't. Map 118 cuts my cohesive residential neighborhood in half, with Kenneth Road being the boundary between north and south of the district. Among other things, it has the absurd result of dividing Kenneth Village into 2 districts. Businesses on the north side of Kenneth Road would be in one district, and right across the street, the other businesses would be in a separate district. And that makes no sense. Kenneth Village, according to some of these objectives that are stated, Kenneth Village should remain in the same district, not be split in 2. Northwest Glendale shouldn't be divided at Kenneth Road. Another example is map 110, which carves out Brand Park and homes southeast and southwest of Brand Park in the northwest section, and places Brand Park and those homes in the Montrose La Crescenta district. Now, that is absurd. I know these maps have to be population balanced, but to do so in a way that to get to your population balance, you have to arbitrarily cut out little bits and pieces of a neighborhood and stick it in Montrose La Crescenta makes no sense. And those are just, and the fact that those homes may be in a hillside area, what difference does that make? You know, that doesn't mean they should be over on the other side of the Verdugo Mountains in Montrose La Crescenta. And these are just 2 examples of some of the absurd district maps that have been submitted by the public. Glendale consists of many distinctive, cohesive, and readily identifiable neighborhoods. These neighborhoods should not be arbitrarily sliced and diced into different districts. These neighborhoods deserve to remain intact. Their residents deserve representation by a single council member if this ballot measure should pass. I urge the City Council to reject any and all submitted maps that do not preserve the integrity of Glendale's distinct and readily identifiable neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so where do we go from here, Mr. Garcia? What's our task?
I'll turn over to Dr. Johnson, but first, obviously, if you have questions for Dr. Johnson, and then
Let's go
provide some
through-
direction.
Okay, let's go through with some questions, Mr. Najarian.
I have some questions. Mr. Johnson, you have a contract with the city, don't you, with National Demographics Corporation?
Yes.
That's your company?
Yes.
And you're part of a team, aren't you? Is Tripepi Smith also involved in this process?
Yes, they're helping with the outreach effort.
Okay, very good. Your contract is about 50,000, give or take, a little bit.
I don't know offhand, but ballpark, probably not far off.
We did get a copy of your contract, and in particular, Exhibit A, attachment to the contract, sets forth your scope of work. And is part of your scope of work to develop a communications plan for public outreach?
We assisted with that effort, yes.
Was part of your plan to include suggestions for web page content and design?
Yes.
Have you seen the city's web page regarding this? Do you have any objections to what was content of that web page currently?
No.
And you understand, well, do you understand, maybe you don't, that there's a line between advocacy and information providing?
Of course.
Advocacy involves more of an opinion being given, correct?
I mean, I'm not getting into the legal terms, but it's a general idea, yes.
Okay, and education is more factually based.
Again, there's lots of degrees of gray, but I think that is the idea.
Education is not based on fact?
You're referring to in the context of the debates over what's on the city website as part of this effort?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you go into court, there's degrees of gray, right?
So here we go. Here we go again to the city website. I want everyone to know that this is what the city has put forth with the assistance of Mr. Johnson, with the assistance of Tripepi Smith. By the way, is anyone from Tripepi Smith here?
No, we don't have anybody from
We don't have
Tripepi
them.
today.
They got a big fat contract. They got like a $150,000 contract. No offense, Mr. Johnson. I don't know if that was confidential. You're not supposed to know what they make.
We work with them dozens of times.
They do more of the outreach.
They're here at any meeting that they're asked to be here to report.
So I'm going to tell you basically that the case law and the state of law in this matter is that the city is certainly free to give out information on the districting process, but is prohibited from giving opinions as to whether they think it's good or bad. The first item on the city's webpage states that the majority of council believes that districts will diversify the council geographically and socioeconomically. That sounds like an opinion to me. It is a fact that that is what the council, in fact, stated, but regardless, it is an opinion. And that opinion is in our webpage, which is supposed to be factually neutral. Do you see a problem with that?
Me personally, no.
You don't? That stated in our factual document that the districts will diversify the council geographically and socioeconomically. You have no problem with that?
My role here is not to debate you. I'm not looking to engage in a
And
debate with you.
in fact, you are put in a very difficult situation, Mr. Johnson. You are being tasked with developing community interest in preparing, drawing these districts, but yet not be an advocate for districts. It's almost a paradox that you're asked to do something that you're not supposed to do. And I feel for you. When the website says that there are residents, that the districting will ensure representatives that representatives on the city council will hail from South Glendale and increase the likelihood of council members who are renters. Is that a fact or is that an opinion, if you care to comment?
As the website notes, that is the opinion of the council majority at the time
Yes,
they gave
exactly.
the direction to do this.
You are
effort.
exactly correct. That is an opinion of the council being put in our website. Does any of this reflect that I currently have a business that is in South Glendale since 1988? I don't see it in here. I'll tell you, it's not in there. Does this website in any way reflect that Mr. Kasakian worked in South Glendale with the ANC for several years? I don't think so. Does it reflect that Ms. Asatrian worked in South Glendale for many years with the ANC? It doesn't. Leaving those facts out, I mean, the implication is that South Glendale and the understanding of the issues in South Glendale are totally overlooked in the current council makeup. Let's go to the next one. Constituent services. Quoting, in initiating the transition to council districts, council members expressed their belief that by-district elections will lead to better constituent services. Now, that might be a fact, that that's what the council members stated. But that fact that it will lead, the statement that it will lead to better constituent services is total conjecture. It's total argument to support the advancement into districts. Isn't that true, Mr. Johnson?
I'm not the judge here. You don't need to
I'm
direct
asking
all
you.
your comments
You're
to
in
me.
charge of the outreach, Mr. Johnson. There's no one else I can ask that question.
He's not. He's on part, if I may, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and I tried not to interject, but he is, as you know, and you noted, he's not part
Okay.
of the, he's not leading the outreach.
Okay, he's not leading it, but I have his contract here, and it says he's assisting the jurisdiction, that's us, with developing a communications plan for public outreach, including suggestions for webpage content and design. So I don't accept the fact that you're not involved in public outreach. Either that or you're not doing your job. That's what you've been tasked to do.
I'm happy to answer
Respectfully,
your
hold on,
questions.
respectfully, that's not what I said.
I'm not saying that's what you said. I'm saying that's what I said.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer your questions. I just don't know that it needs to be a back and forth between you and I. You're the council member. I'm just a consultant.
Well, perhaps campaign manager might be a better word, but I'll leave that for later. The next is the costs to run for city council. Now, here it states that council members who initiated this process to districts believe that it is going to reduce the cost to run for council. You don't have any information on that, one way or the other, do you?
It's very clear that that is the expression of the council majority at the time they gave us this direction.
But you have no independent knowledge as to whether it will in fact be cheaper to run for council in districts.
Well, actually, yes. There are clear filing fees and things like that that are legally defined that are clearly cheaper to run for by district.
Well, we're not talking about filing fees. We're talking about running a campaign. In fact, there was a gentleman last week, you missed the meeting, who came forth and actually did a spreadsheet and showed that, in fact, in the city of Torrance, it was more expensive to run in a district election than an at-large election. Okay. The next is the potential legal risks. And no public entity has successfully defended a CVRA challenge, and almost all have settled by agreeing to transition. Well, that's almost true. The city of Santa Monica hit a good one at the Court of Appeals, didn't they? They won in the Court of Appeals.
And that was depublished.
But they won in the Court of Appeals.
For about 2 weeks, they had won.
And it's other cities similar to Glendale, including Burbank, Santa Clarita, and Thousand Oaks, have gone to districts. Santa Clarita is a little bit different than Glendale, isn't it, in terms of its demographics? In fact, Santa Clarita does have neighborhoods and districts that can be drawn with over 50% Latino residents. Isn't that true?
There is a district drawn creatively that is just barely 50%.
And Burbank, aren't you working for Burbank too?
Yes.
And Burbank has put the whole thing on hold, haven't they? Waiting for the Supreme Court decision.
No.
Oh, they haven't?
No. I think our next hearing is next week.
They have. Are you telling me that Burbank has not put their districting on hold pending the decision from the Supreme Court in Pico Union versus City of Santa Monica?
They have a hearing scheduled to continue the process.
My understanding after speaking to several council members is that they have put it on hold for that exact reason, waiting for the outcome of the Supreme Court decision. I'm surprised that you're not familiar with that. Now, I know you can't speak for Tripepi Smith, but let me ask you, in your outreach efforts, do you in any way show both sides of the districting issue? Districting is good, districting is not so good. Do you point that out?
At the forums, we have been discussing a mix of the two sides, yes.
What do you say to the residents about the other side? We know that we know what the council has said is good for districting, but what do you say about the non-districting, the at-large side?
There are two pieces of this question come up. One, the most common one is, why are we doing this? And in that context, we are doing this because a majority of the council has directed staff and consultants to go forward with this process. And then we list the reasons why the majority of the council just took that action and gave that direction. And then we mention that, and sometimes people say, what are the cons? Or we bring up on our own that there is also, it was obviously not a unanimous vote, and that some of the concerns brought up by those who did not support this direction were X, Y, and Z.
And do you mention that at every one of your little hearings that you have? Because I have people that go to those, and they record them. Are you saying that you give that fair shake in each one of those public meetings?
At the first couple, we did not go into the why we were doing this or the con side. We went right into districts, and then there was the request from the public that we include more information about why we're doing this. And so at that point, the presentation was revised to include that direction from council, the reasons stated when giving that direction, and then some of the minority view, shall we say.
I see. I would ask someone from Tripepi Smith what they mean by outreach, which is fair and extensive. Would you agree that fair outreach would show both sides of an issue?
I think, cautious to speak for them, but they have done hundreds, literally hundreds of communications projects for local governments. And so they're very familiar, as am I, with all the rules about advocacy on the government dime. And so they're very clear to stay in that lane.
But in the general sense, if you're going to present an issue fairly, would that include showing both sides of it?
I think it's executing the direction from their client.
Now, in terms of doing outreach to, and this might not be you, this might be just Tripepi Smith, outreach, emails and telephone calls. Were you involved in any of that to members of the public?
Tangentially.
Okay. Did the city give you a robust stakeholder list and engagement database?
Oh, I wasn't part of the mechanics of doing it, so I didn't have the list, but.
Okay. I'm gonna represent that Tripepi Smith's scope of work involves dealing with the city, obtaining a robust stakeholder list and engagement database, and making contacts when available. That Tripepi Smith will expand the list and speak to community groups, good government, civil rights, civic engagement, and language minority groups. Have you done any of that with those type of groups that were just mentioned?
I haven't been the one making the calls, no, but I know dozens, possibly hundreds of calls have been made.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Attorney General's opinion, 88 Ops 46, which states that even if something is not on the ballot yet, working with the city to obtain names of stakeholders and influencers is a violation of the use of public funds to advance a ballot measure. Are you familiar with that opinion?
I'm not familiar with that opinion, but I am familiar with the state law which requires that we acquire those lists as part of districting efforts. The Fair Maps Act actually requires that.
And that's the problem, because usually that's done after the members of the public vote to go to districts. As I said, you're in a very unusual situation here. This is happening concurrently. You're trying to figure out how to fly an airplane while you're building it. And I would say, and I would like to put into the record, the opinion of, it's an old one, this isn't something new, Bill Lockyer, the Attorney General, who states, even if something is not yet on the ballot, the city may not go out and give numbers and encourage contact with stakeholders in the community to advance a ballot measure, potential ballot measure.
But at the time that was written, when Attorney General Lockyer was in office, cities did not have the option that you're talking about waiting until after the vote. They actually had to do the districts before the vote, and were actually required to do the outreach as part of that districting. So at the time,
He's
districting
saying
was
it's
clear.
illegal to do so. So, I just have a problem, Mr. Johnson. It's not with you. It's what the city is doing, and it's unfair to those people that don't want districts. I just have one more thing to say. Yesterday, we were given a list of maps that were prepared from your office or from the city attorney. And there was at least one map that I knew was missing. And it was a test that I had done. And that was to submit a map with the city of Glendale with one big circle written around it. And lo and behold, in all the documents we got, that one map, which clearly indicates the map maker does not believe in districts, was lost. And it was only after I blew a fuse with the city attorney, with the city manager, and everyone else involved in this, lo and behold, the map appears. So I'm sure you can appreciate my skepticism that there is an improper process underway where the voice of those who do not wish to go to districts are being disregarded, and whose efforts vocally through the map-making process and otherwise are being disregarded. And that's what I have a huge problem with. And I'm not going to stop. This is something I'm going to continue going until the very end. And I might be the minority vote on the council, as the mayor pointed out, but I'm not the minority vote in the community. So that concludes my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Other comments? Anyone want to follow that?
I wouldn't mind asking a few questions.
Okay, please.
I'll try not to go as long as my colleague did, and I know he had a lot of questions, and I appreciate the vigor with which he asked them. I have a question for the city attorney. Mr. Garcia, has the city, prior to this exercise that we're going through, hired legal counsel and/or demographers to draft council districts?
Councilmember Kasakian, we haven't hired anybody to formally start the district process prior to this
Not
recent
about
effort.
the process.
Yeah.
But was there payment made to a legal counsel or to consultants to study what districts would look like in Glendale prior to this exercise?
Councilmember.
Warned closed session items may not be disclosed even upon the request of a council member.
Thank you for interrupting me, Councilmember. I know the law, and I was just about to say that I'm not allowed to disclose what happens in closed session or confidential
Fair enough.
attorney-client communication.
And if there was such a discussion, I was not in closed session, I wouldn't know it, but,
That's
you know,
correct.
obviously.
That's correct. And so I apologize to you. I'm happy to answer that question to you in a confidential setting.
All right. But the public wouldn't get to know that answer.
Correct. Man, I can't, we've been looking at this issue, as you know. We received a threat in 2013, and various times we've looked at our legal risk, and that's all I can say.
Okay, it's just very interesting. We talk about, letting the public know access, but I guess some things the public doesn't deserve to know. So in absence of that, can I ask, why is the city going through this exercise? What prompted a closed session discussion at the time? Is that something that I can find out about?
Absolutely. Back in 2013, the city received a threat of litigation brought by an attorney who frequently sues cities challenging at-large voting systems. So as a result, we retained counsel and others to assist us in analyzing those claims.
Was there any subsequent communication made from whoever it was that sent that original communication to the city afterwards?
There was not.
Okay. Hypothetically speaking, if such communication was to be received to a jurisdiction, Glendale or anyone else that's at large right now, what would be required of that city or jurisdiction?
If we received a threat of litigation, we would analyze it. We would present the information to the governing body, city council, as a decision maker, and then council would give us direction to either start a process or not start a process for consideration of transition to council districts.
Okay, and if there was an effort to go to council district or to go to districts as some other jurisdictions have, what would those districts look like? Or what would the system look like? Would it be 2 districts?
It would be what the process. It would be the system that the council ultimately decides to move forward with. So it could have been 5 districts. It could have been 6, 7. It's basically up to the council at that point too.
So if there was threat of litigation, we decide potentially how many districts. It's not directly going to 5 districts as other jurisdictions. If you have 5 at-large members to go to 5 council districts, educate me, and I'm asking a last question. And I apologize that I'm not as...
I'm trying to understand your questions.
I am not an attorney. I did not go to law school. Some may say fortunately, but...
If I might, just to clarify the question, we need to differentiate between charters where the charter says 5 versus general law where they have more flexibility.
Sure. So with a general law city, if there had been a threat of litigation, or just if the city decided they wanted to consider transition to districts, it could follow the process that's in the government code to make that transition. 5 council seats, at-large seats to 5 district seats. Charter city can do the same thing, or can invoke its charter authority by going to seek voter approval to expand the size of the council and ask the voters to approve that. And it could do so either council could have done a process where we went to the council, to the voters first and then draw the maps, or can do what's being proposed here, which is to propose the maps, go through the process under the government code and the elections code, and prepare maps, and then submit the ballot question to the voters, whether you want to go to districts, expand the size of the council, have a directly elected mayor, and the voters would have a look at what those maps would look like.
Okay. Well, I know that, I did not come in with a prepared line of questioning or as my colleague did, but I'll simply say that for me, I don't necessarily dismiss the concerns that my colleague, Councilmember Najarian, or others in the community have raised, which can be deemed valid. Are districted council seats problematic? We've seen certainly in some parts of the country they are, and we've also seen places where they're not. For me, the concern is the following, and why I believe that Glendale is best served by being the master of its own destiny versus trying to put on blinders and ignore what's happening around the state and around the country. And I do acknowledge that there is a case right now making its way through the courts, actually an appeal on on the Santa Monica case. I followed it closely as when I was city clerk because it was of great interest to me, and elections processes have always been of great interest to me, as well as voter turnout. I simply, my preferred system would be to have 2 citywide elected seats, one who runs in every cycle, and have districts so you get the best of both worlds, folks. You have people that are directly responsible to the neighborhoods and the communities who want to know who their representative is and go to them with their specific asks, among which are some of, like the items that we hear from my colleagues every week. But also to have the option of someone who's going to think in the greater interest of the entire city, which I believe is a valid statement, Mr. Najarian and others. Which is why I think that having a system where we, the residents, determine what the districts are that represent us, to have an expanded council, I think 5 districts plus an at-large officer would be great, but the problem with that is that you end up with 6 votes on the dais, and it allows for the potential of deadlocks. 3 votes potentially. Whereas with 6 districts and expanding the council's seats up here to make it more accessible to different neighborhoods and groups, I think plus 1 at-large is an equitable, fair outcome versus 5 council districts with no at-large representative. Now, I did mention last week how there was a time in our country's history where congressional seats were also voted at-large in states, up until 1842, when of the 28 states, only 6 still retained an at-large system, mostly because, according to some nonprofits and historical studies, at-large voting method was meant to control all the seats until Congress finally banned this. And now we elect our Congress members by district, and we can't imagine otherwise. Now I want to read from the nonprofit Vote Group a passage where he says, after the Civil War, local jurisdictions across the South adopted at-large elections to ensure white-only governments. Northern cities did the same to advantage ethnic groups or parties, such as in Lowell, Massachusetts. In the 1950s and in 1957, Lowell's majority, then largely Irish voting bloc, changed its proportional voting method to plurality at large for municipal elections, stating at the time that, quote, a majority rule would limit minority rule of ethnic and national groups like the French, Greeks, Irish, Poles, Jews, Syrians, Armenians, and Lithuanians. I think that I still, despite how nefariously certain tools in our democracy have been used to disenfranchise individuals at various times in very ugly ways, I do agree that at-large systems can have some benefit. I also believe that districts can have a benefit as well. It's ultimately up to the voters to decide whether they want to adopt it or not. But even if they don't, we are faced with this sword of Damocles dangling over our heads, which may force us to have 5 districts with no citywide voice. Now, in that regard, I think that we are doing the right thing by going through this exercise. I know that Councilmember Najarian disagrees. I know that Councilmember Devine has her reservations as well, as she's stated multiple times. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what I believe, it'll be what the voters believe and what the law of the state of California states. So we could vote to reject this whole process at the polls in the most democratic and civil fashion that we have known and exercised in this country since its founding. And we can hope for the best. Maybe the court case does go in favor of the individuals in Santa Monica. But if it doesn't, and then we are forced to go to districts, we'll have only ourselves up here to look at and to ask, how did we get here? I believe the time is for change, for better change, to make the system accessible to more people, to allow for individuals to run from their home neighborhoods and districts and talk to those who they commune with and live next to and talk about what are the issues most important to them, as we've heard time and again as folks have come here and complained about how far north Glendale does not have a voice, or, you know, the south needs more parks, or we need to have more pedestrian-friendly policies here in this part of the city or that, or the historical resources survey for this part of the city or that. So anyways, I personally think that I'm fine with this effort moving forward. I hope that residents will see kind of what we are faced with and the choices we have to make. And I thank you for your time, Mr. Johnson. And that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Satrian, comments, questions?
No. This is like...
Okay, I do have a question. Oh, Councilmember Devine, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I will not take a long time. I think the most important thing that we have to remember here is that the residents of our city are under the impression that this is a done deal. This is a fait to complete. I think I've said that correctly. It is not. We are only in a discussion mode. We're asking for suggestions. It is ultimately going to go to the voters. If it was up to me, I don't know that there's anything wrong with this system, but I think maybe 5 districts, no elected mayor, that would be the fairest way to go, instead of trying to divide up our city into seven little sections. And, you know, I feel like I was rushed into this decision. We could be waiting for Santa Monica to see what happens in that election. I believe that that's what Burbank is doing. That's the impression that I've gotten as well. But I think the most important thing is the outreach, the education out there. I think our residents need to know that this is not a done deal, that they have a choice, and if they don't think the system is broken, then they don't vote for it. And that's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. And I am not going to get into the question of whether we should or shouldn't be going down this path. I think that's a decision, direction that we've already established. And so I'm just going to ask some questions on the maps, or I'll start with one. So when you showed us map 120, you said that this keeps all the neighborhood associations and homeowner associations intact, except for the Chevy Chase Estates Association. Could we just pull that up and see? See what the impact there actually is. Is there a way to, there's not a way to make it bigger and see the streets and that kind of thing? No.
Yeah,
We really need like a Google Map app or something.
The interactive viewer, which is on the
Yeah.
project website, does allow that to zoom in. Actually, the border, if you can go to the left, the map on the left.
Yeah.
The border is Chevy Chase Boulevard there. So Chevy Chase,
I see.
Road or Boulevard is the border, and then everything north of it is in 1, and everything south is in 2. So most of the neighborhood is in 1, but there are some parts of that neighborhood that are on the south side of Chevy Chase that end up in
So Chevy Chase, so on one side of the street, the north side or northwest, that would be in District 1.
Correct.
Is it possible, and I'm not sure which maps you produced. Which were the maps that you produced?
120 and 121.
Oh, this one is yours? Okay. Is there, is there a formula which would allow us to capture, I guess, the south side of the homes along the south side of Chevy Chase? I would think it's not a large population to pick that up so that you do have all those intact. Is that something that, where would we have to, what else would we have to move to make that work?
Well, what we get into is census data, which the census, they draw blocks, and where city blocks are nice and square, the census blocks are city blocks. the problem the census runs into is when there are hillsides and cul-de-sacs, because they don't have a street to use as the backside of their block. And so when they give us the population number for a census block in the canyons, it's both the south side of Chevy Chase and it's the north side of Shoal, of the roads up through Shoal. So if we're using the official census blocks, we can't separate those two. We could go in and divide the block and take a look at the number of households, and we can certainly look at that and see how many people are there and if that throws us off. There's a technical risk there of then we're using our own subdivisions of the official population data, but we do that in certain projects where we're keeping a neighborhood together.
Okay, so we
certainly look
could
at-
do something and keep that neighborhood. Then what we have is, I guess we have Glen Oaks Canyon together, but we have a very kind of homeowner, kind of suburban type environment combined with a kind of a, well, let's see, what do we have it combined with? We have it combined with Adams Hill, but also that area to the south adjacent to Tropico, right, which is a more heavily renter area.
Yes, and actually that area, those borders could be shifted a little bit to pick up that, what you're referring to, on the east side of Brand is a piece of Tropico that is heavily renter and is not part of Adams Hill. That's what you're referring to.
Right.
And that, it wasn't, in this map, I'm taking the two public submissions of individual districts, and that map that was submitted did not include that area in it, so I didn't. This District 3 can be shifted to put that area in. It'll lose a little bit between 3 and 5, but that's, a renter-dominated district or a renter-dominated district, and so that makes more sense. We could certainly put that piece of Tropico in and shift it around to balance it.
Okay, but in this case, number 2, District 2 would really be,
losing.
well, do we know what the percentage of renters is in this District 2?
Yes, we do have the estimate. Let me look real quick. These are all the numbers that are published on the website. 120 District 2 is, even as drawn here, it's 77% estimated renters.
77, District 2.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and a part of that is census data is fuzzy.
Right, right. But probably majority.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. But we probably have a higher voter turnout in the, yeah, it's not going to be balanced as far as voter turnout.
Correct. One of the
Yeah.
public speakers talked about how
Yeah.
much higher turnout is amongst the homeowners and amongst renters, certainly.
Yeah, okay. And then I guess District 5 would be really heavily multifamily.
Yes, it's
Heavily multifamily, and
the
then,
census estimate is 91%.
okay. And then, okay. Well, I mean, I think it's an interesting map if we could maybe tweak it a little bit to try to get, some more, not split Chevy Chase Canyon along Chevy Chase. It does seem promising to me. I like how we have that whole area adjacent to LA in one district. Yeah, so I would say that's an interesting map. I kind of like that. Now, how is 121 different? Let's see, we have, okay, so we're putting the two canyons together there, which has some appeal, because there is a lot of similarity there. And we put Verdugo Woodlands with the north, which keeps it in, but Verdugo Woodlands is pretty intact there, no?
It's divided. So the border between 2 and 6 is Verdugo Road. So
Verdugo Road, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But as far as the homeowner association, I think they're two different associations. There's the Verdugo Woodlands West, which would be west of, I forget if it's west of Cañada or west of Verdugo. But I think those are two different associations.
Actually, I've got the interactive map here on my tablet, so I'm putting it in. Yeah, you're correct. Verdugo West is west of Verdugo, and then they call it Fern Lane is east of Verdugo.
Right.
So you're correct.
So that doesn't seem too unnatural to me. And then Verdugo Woodlands, you have Montrose and you have the north. That kind of makes sense too. So, all right. I mean, I think both of these maps are, I think, both worthy of moving forward with, and I think you want us to. Ultimately, our job right now is to give you some direction on some of the maps that we are interested in. So I would say I like those two for, discussion purposes, and I would ask, do my colleagues have other iterations that they're interested in?
Pardon me?
No, they want us to identify 3 to 5 maps to focus in on for future discussion, right?
Exactly, yeah.
That's what you're looking for at this time, right?
They ask.
That is what we're supposed to be doing.
Again, it's not, the request is not to pick maps, to identify a few, if you feel comfortable, so that when we do the second round of the outreach, the team can focus on those, as these are kind of where there's some consensus on council, or preference, I should say. And we can focus on those. It doesn't mean we don't discuss any of the maps, if questions come up. People will still be able to submit new maps after this, correct? So this is not foreclosing anything. It's just allowing a little bit more focused discussion when we go to the next round of outreach.
Part of the thought is if the council can pick 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 focus maps today, the residents will almost certainly take those and improve them. So when you come back to the next hearing, we'll likely have 10 maps or 12 maps again. So it's good to kind of focus that down on things the council might be interested in now, so that the residents can focus on that and they don't spend all their time improving a map that never had a chance, kind of thing.
Okay.
It's also going to take a long time at a forum to walk through 14 maps. We'd much rather walk through 3 or 4 and then.
And this is difficult for us to do here, right on the fly. I mean, there are a lot of maps. I looked through them, but it's hard to. But your suggestion was to kind of zero in on, because you've categorized them. You've tried to identify characteristics that are similar.
Yeah.
So what would you recommend if you were going to pick a few good representative examples?
One thought, so these two are very different maps, so that would be good contrast to generate discussion. One other thought on this idea of taking a map but fixing it before we take it out to the community is map 106 is the only one that has that south of Maple district. And one of the residents did bring up the issues of bringing Crescenta Heights all the way down to Kenneth Village. So one thing we could do in this map is push, before we take it out to the public, modify it as we were just talking about doing with Chevy Chase. So the District 1 goes up to the ridge of Verdugo Mountains. 1 wouldn't come as far east. Essentially, we do a little rotation between 1, 2, and 3, so that the border between 1 and 2 would now be Verdugo Mountains, not dividing down Kenneth Road through the village, kind of thing. So that would be another. And the rest of this map is a very different map than anything else. So it could lead to an interesting discussion and prompts. And people may hate it or they may like it, but that's what we're looking for, is reactions and feedback.
So maybe we can, unless there are other comments,
Well, I have
maybe
a
add
question.
106.
A modified 106.
Modified 106.
So part of this exercise included us going through this process because there were communities of influence that included the Latino community and giving an influence voice to the Latino community. And City Attorney, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that supposed to be part of this process to ensure that that vote of influence is present if we're going through this process for districting?
It's one of the weird tricks of this. So you remember when I go through the criteria. Federal law is race cannot be the predominant factor. So the way the two laws interact is, under the California Voting Rights Act, race is the predominant factor why jurisdictions have to go to districts, why they have to make the change. But when you're drawing the map, race can't be the predominant factor. It's one consideration, and none of these maps are dividing up a Latino neighborhood, which if we had, a densely packed Latino neighborhood.
So if I
we'd be
remember
focused on that.
correctly, the report that was provided to us noted that we should be going through this process because there are ways to carve out districts to allow for communities who have not previously had a voice or could be considered that they didn't have a voice, but would be able to have a voice of influence, like, was the determining factor for this. So how are we blending this in with maps that people sat at home and came up with? And we now have to go through how many?
So, so the residents do have, almost all these maps are drawn in the online mapping tool, as Quack referenced, and they do have those demographics live in that tool, and as they're drawing them, they can see those numbers. So, for example, the District 3, the Rancho to LA border district, in that district, Latinos would be 25% of the citizen voting age population, compared to citywide, they're 17. So in the law's eyes, that's a way that they would be increased. In 121, they'd go from 17 to 21% because the Rancho is not with the west, kind of bordering LA area. But that's not a determinative difference, 21 versus 25, when the numbers have a plus or minus of at least 5% in them. So both of those would work because you're getting over 17. It's increasing their influence in those two districts, but there is no majority Latino seat here in Glendale.
Are you
So
going?
yeah, I am still going. I have concerns with giving any recommendations for these maps because it's on, it's hasn't been that long for me to be able to process this in a way that I think would be favorable to our residents. I think it would next public hearing in order for us to not have just the weekend or just some few days to be able to process that. The only thing that I would say is that I want to make sure that people of lower socioeconomic background have a voice in this process. And I don't know, this process also looks very complicated, and I can't imagine, even my parents, when I think they would be the perfect example for this. I can't imagine them coming to a meeting and trying to draw maps, right? They have language barriers. They wouldn't even know where to begin or end with the process. And so whatever community outreach we're doing moving forward, I think it would be helpful to engage some of those groups that have memberships that have those language barriers, that maybe they can help guide and work alongside with you in this process to make sure that their voice is also heard. Okay?
Okay. Councilmember Devine?
I just a last comment, going back to why we're doing this, and I think this is the irony of it all. What you just quoted, what you just said, that the reason the lawsuit exists is because they want cities to carve out Latino districts so that the Latino voice can be heard. This city does not have a distinct area where Latinos will have 50% of the vote. And that's the irony of it. We can't do it. We can't do it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to figure out where we go from here. How critical is it that we, we've talked about 3 maps so far. I haven't heard any objection to those 3. Do we want to?
Can I offer a suggestion?
Sure.
Feel free to reject it, but one thought is, maybe we focus on those three, but normally we just focus on those three and jump into discussion, but we could focus on those three, and then we can briefly touch on the other 11 maps, if you'd like to, if you don't want to.
Perhaps he can do what he did tonight, which is put them in categories and say, these are the maps that fall in this category, these are the ones. But maybe if you're comfortable, we can just go forward with the three that he discussed. It's 106 and then 120 and 121. And then, again, he'll discuss all the others in the category groupings that he did tonight. That way, at least we have a process moving forward when we do the outreach. And again, everything that we discussed in the first round of outreach will be open for discussion in the second round, including whether we should even go to districts.
Okay, I think that's probably the way forward right now. But Councilmember Gasol.
My only concern is that, a lot of these maps are very detailed. There are numbers associated with each map in terms of how it splits the populations, and trying to make recommendations that would be the fairest, the most fair. I would require, I personally would need a little bit more time to study these maps carefully, and I apologize for this because I know that we were coming here. We had a pretty robust packet to go through, and if the three that Mr. Johnson is recommending, you want to move forward with those, but I don't want to close the door on any of the others, and I don't want the impression to be that the public does not have a voice in determining the boundaries or district lines. But personally, I would like at least a little bit more time to look at this and make my specific thoughts and ideas known.
And one other thing I think would be helpful, I know on some other document, it had some kind of notes associated with each map, and the notes focused on who's in what district, and people saying, what district would have its election when. I'd be interested in actually a different kind of information, maybe some basic information on, multifamily versus single family, the ethnic demographics, maybe some other things to describe, when we're looking at a map, to describe these districts and kind of what the implications are if we went with that particular map. Could we add, I know it's going to be a lot of detail. You probably can't fit it on the map, but maybe somehow have a legend below that breaks out some of the key measures.
The problem is we get in trouble for what we pick as key. So there is a full sheet of demographics. And one of the reasons we ask to narrow this down to, say, 3 maps is then in the forums we'll be in the interactive tool. So we can zoom in and out and show them these different lines. And if there's only 3, we can walk through those demographics and show the numbers of renters and multifamily and Latino and all that stuff. If we're doing that for 14 maps, it would take 2 hours and we'd lose everyone. But if we can do that for 3, so people get a sense of what happens when you have a district that is the entire west side versus divided. So we can certainly do that at the forums, and if we got that narrowed down when we come back, we can do that for you next time as well.
Okay. Yeah, we do have one caller that has gotten into the queue during our discussion, and I would like to hear from her, I believe, right?
Thank you, Mayor. Teresa Blackbum, you're on air. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's Teresa Blackburn, actually. I have some questions that I'd like for the council to answer, and maybe the city attorney as well. How are the Glendale residents supposed to vote for or against districting when they are not being presented with all of the pros and cons needed for them to make an informed decision? How many Latinos have brought their lack of a voice to the city council's table? Why can't we wait for the decision to come in for the city of Santa Monica in September? Why is this being pushed so hard? Tri-Pepe Smith is not advocating for this in a fair manner, and as Councilwoman Devine stated, this is being presented as a done deal to the public, putting the cart before the horse. This is wrong on all levels. As Councilman Kasakian stated, there are discussions going on in closed sessions unbeknownst to him and maybe all the other council members, councilmen and councilwomen, that the public does not deserve to know about. Why? Something is very fishy here. What is the city up to, and who is behind all of this secrecy? Mr. Brotman, do you know why? Why are you pushing for this so hard? Councilman Najarian brought up a very interesting issue, that what is happening here is illegal and shouldn't be advocated for by Tri-Pepe Smith until it has been voted on by the residents. Can the city attorney address this issue, please? This is wrong, wrong, wrong. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, could you maybe just explain a little bit how we got to this point, why we're doing this? I know there was a lot of discussion in closed session that we can't discuss here, but could you kind of walk through kind of what some of the legal considerations were that brought us to this point?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So yeah, I would say there, legal considerations, and they're addressed in the materials about, potential exposure under the California Voting Rights Act, which provides you can't have an at-large system that dilutes the vote of any particular minority, protected class. But I would say,
which we do have, right? We've studied our demographics and.
I'm not going to address that here, but
okay.
I will just say that many cities have what's called racially polarized voting, but that doesn't necessarily mean a city is liable if they do, and that's actually the issue. That is the issue that's being litigated in the Santa Monica case. So with that, there's that issue, but I don't think I'm saying anything out of school. The council members also had a philosophical and policy reason wanting to consider this. And so there are two ways that this could have been done. We could have presented the questions on whether to amend the charter, to go to districts, to expand the council, and have a directly elected mayor. We could have gone and asked the voters whether they wanted to do that. And then if the voters said yes, we could have come back and gone through the process that we're going through now. Or we could have done what we're doing now, which is to do them simultaneously and then go to the voter. If the council approves that process, then go to the voters and see whether or not they want to approve that transition. I don't think there's a wrong or a right answer to that. It's a policy decision that the council made, knowing that we previously asked the voters, do you want to go to districts without any district plan, and the voters voted it down. And the sense from some was that part of the reason was that voters did not have a sense of what those districts were going. That's not me saying it. That's just what's been expressed in these forums before, and that was the reason that I heard why the council wanted to do it this way. And because of that, because we are doing the districting process, all of the outreach that we're doing, we're required by law to do. We cannot draw maps without going through this process, and so that's why we're doing it. And so while I certainly empathize with those that feel like we are maybe spending money on outreach related to districts before we've gone to the voters, that because the council chose to utilize this method, we have no choice but to do the outreach.
I do think we need to clarify too. The caller raised a concern about Councilmember Kazakian being excluded from closed session. I do want to clarify the closed sessions you're referring to were before he was on the council. So it's not that there are closed sessions excluding any council members from those closed
That's right. The three of us were not on council at that time. Councilmember Najarian.
Yeah, so this whole process is absurd because you're asking, clearly you know where I stand on districts, but you're asking me to endorse a map and present it to you, or that's what council is being tasked with. And there is no way I can do that and be true and principled in my position. So you've just lost one council member from this process, and I think that's wrong. And perhaps Ms. Devine has the same problem. She is against the districts as proposed in number and elected mayor, and there's no way that you can ask her to pick a map when she's against that. So now you've got three members of the council making this decision, and that's why this process, on top of everything else I said, is a failure.
I'll just make one point of clarification, and that is that in cities that have been sued and then have had to make a settlement and move towards districts. In how many of those cities do you know, Mr. Johnson, or does this happen, and how often does it happen, that a judge draws or the court draws the districts versus the residents through a transparent, open, and accessible public process?
So in Visalia, the judge let the city go through a process and draw a map, and the plaintiffs then signed off on it. In Highland, in Palmdale, the judge imposed a map that the plaintiff drew.
And Santa Monica.
And Santa Monica, yes, the trial judge has imposed a map that the
Imposed
plaintiff
a
drew.
map.
So I'm forgetting. Oh, and then in Santa Clarita, it was a unique process where the plaintiff had to sign off on. The plaintiff got a veto over the map, essentially. The plaintiff in that situation ended up signing off on the map, but it had to go to the plaintiff for approval before it could be approved.
That's all.
And Mr. Mayor, can I make one point about Santa Monica? I know it's been raised in the context of our process and Burbank's, and can't speak to Burbank other than I do know that they're going later this month. The Santa Monica decision may not come down until as late as September 25th, and not knowing what that's going to be, that's why if the council is moving forward, the recommendation is to continue the process. If the Santa Monica decision, when it comes down, we can sit down and all analyze and see how it impacts us. I know Burbank's going to do the same, and that's why if we put a complete stop on this until September 25th, likely we wouldn't have enough time to get ramped back up again before the necessary time to do it. But nothing in this process prevents us from deciding after Santa Monica comes down that it may have an impact on us, and we can change course if that's the desire of the council.
I do, just so that if there are Burbank people or people that are involved in both cities, Burbank does have a hearing out August 23rd on this question, so they've not stopped their hearing.
Okay. Well, do you have another comment?
I'm not comfortable with just those 3 maps going forward and then bundling the rest. Would it be possible for us to be able to have more time and get back? It looks like Councilmember Kasakian was in the same boat, so.
I would be inclined for that too, just a little bit more time.
And I mean, we have a public hearing set for this Thursday. The team would have to huddle and figure out how we go. Do we go forward on that, or do we pause them and reschedule? And we have to talk to our team and figure out how that is. But if we're hearing from the majority of you not comfortable even providing any direction on the maps, we'll sit down and go forward. If that's, we can't, or I don't know.
We have a forum Thursday, 2 on Saturday, and 1 next Monday.
What I'm hearing from you is we without any direction, it makes those public workshops very difficult to go through 15, 16
I would
maps.
say I would rather just go forward to all 14 than cancel those
And then
workshops.
if people want to submit new maps, they still can?
Oh, they will.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
that's definitely part of the process.
Okay, if we go forward with 14
Yeah,
at these
just
hearings.
whatever you have.
Okay.
Weren't there a couple of maps that were like identical?
There are, the 14 is after I take those out. And actually, we have 2 maps that have come in after the deadline to post them for today's hearing. So we'll already have 2 more maps to add.
Okay.
Okay,
All
I
right.
guess that's going to be it.
All right.
So we'll close the hearing at 9:03 PM. Is there any action we take, or
we were seeking direction on the focus maps, but if you're
Okay.
not there.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor Brotman?
Yes.
A point of privilege, I think some folks on the dais, including myself, could use a brief break.
Yes.
May we do that before we get into the next item?
Yes, 5 minutes. Would that work?
I think so.
Okay, we'll recess for 5 minutes let's just say back at 9:10.
Flip it, that's all you need.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get started. We're going to get started, please. Okay, are we live?
Yes, you are.
We're live.
Okay. So we are back, and we have another hearing, and Mr. Ajemian, would you read the item into the record, please?
Item 9B, Community Development regarding appeal of Planning Commission's approval of density bonus review case number PD BP 21-20753 for 246 North Jackson Street. Project exemption per state CEQA guidelines, section 15332. One motion to sustain the Planning Commission's decision to sustain the planning hearing officer's granting with conditions of density bonus review case number PDB P21-20753 for 246 North Jackson Street. And one is motion to continue the matter directing the city attorney to draft findings reversing the Planning Commission decision to sustain the planning hearing officers granting with conditions of density bonus review case number PDBP 2120753 for 246 North Jackson Street.
Thank you. We'll open the public hearing at 9:16 p.m. and turn it over to Mr. Galanian.
Thank you, Mayor Brotman, Member of the City Council. I'm just going to go to Cassandra Pruitt, our senior planner, to present this appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Galanian. Good evening, Mayor Brotman, council members, and members of the public. My name is Cassandra Pruitt, and I'm the case planner for this density bonus project appeal. The parties involved are the applicant, Farzeen Mali, the owner, Artshar LLC, and the appellant, Grant Michaels, representing the Glendale Homeowners Coordinating Council. The subject site is located in Glendale's city center neighborhood in downtown Glendale at the southeast corner of East California Avenue and North Jackson Street and adjacent to an alley. The subject and surrounding sites are all zoned R1250, which is the zoning designation for high-density residential development, equivalent to one dwelling unit for every 1,250 square feet of lot area. This is an aerial view of the existing site. The project proposal is to demolish the existing 3-unit building and build a new 11-unit building, with 4 of the units being density bonus units. Per state density bonus law and based on the city's housing division review, one of the existing 3 units is required to be replaced with an affordable housing unit, which is being achieved. The existing unit is an approximately 570 square foot 1-bedroom unit, and the replacement unit is a 2-bedroom, 768 square foot unit. The proposed project includes, as I said, demolishing the existing 3-story unit multifamily building, and then building a new 9,760 square foot, 3-story, 11-unit apartment building with 1 unit reserved for very low-income households. The existing apartment building is not identified as being historic, and there are no indigenous protected trees on or within 20 feet of the site. The project is exempt from California Environmental Quality Act review as a Class 32 infill project, of which further information can be found in Exhibit 1 of the staff report. The project qualifies as a density bonus project under state law and qualifies for a 46.25% density bonus for the number of dwelling units, which allows the project to have 11 dwelling units, since the base units allowed for this property in this zone is 7 units. The project also qualifies for reduced parking and incentives and waivers for relief from code standards, subject to required findings of fact. The site plan features underground parking access along Jackson Street, which is at the left of the slide, with ground level building access along California Avenue, running along the top of the slide, with landscaping along the street sides and additional landscaping and common open space at the rear of the building. As you can see, the building is pushed out to the street along California Avenue, but stepped back further along the other sides. As a note, the project is required to provide a street dedication at the northwest corner to provide an ADA accessible ramp. That corner is at the top left of the site plan. The underground parking garage features 14 vehicular parking spaces, whereas only 6 spaces are required under density bonus law, since the project is located within half a mile of a major transit stop. It also features 4 bicycle parking spaces provided voluntarily. This bird's eye rendering shows the overall massing of the building with varying heights, facade planes, setbacks, etc., that help reduce the apparent massing of the building, which helps offset the increased height, stories, and floor area, and reduce setbacks that are requested as incentives and waivers. This view is pointing northeast from the south side of the building. The driveway entrance to the subterranean garage is located at the lower left, which faces Jackson Street, and the center rooftop area with a shade device is where the rooftop deck is located. As can be seen, the building is pushed back further on this side away from the adjacent building to the south. The surrounding buildings near the project site are 1- and 2-story multifamily buildings, with the immediately adjacent buildings shown on this slide. The density bonus request includes 2 incentives. The first is to allow the project to exceed the maximum code allowed height and number of stories, specifically allowing 37.5 feet height and 3 stories, whereas code allows 26 feet in height and 2 stories. The second incentive request is to provide less than the code required minimum and average setbacks, primarily for the underground parking level and street setbacks. Per state density bonus law, the department is required to grant the incentives unless it can make written findings based on substantial evidence that any one of the 3 conditions on this slide are true. For the first finding, the applicant provided information that the requested incentives for increased stories and height and reduced setbacks are required in order to allow additional buildable area to provide more units that would reduce cost to the developer of providing the affordable unit and thus make it financially feasible. Without the incentives, the applicant would not be able to provide the additional affordable unit. The second finding was made since the project is not historic, is CEQA exempt, complies with the city's code standards, and is designed in a way to reduce massing and scale and provide air, light, and spacing between it and adjacent buildings. For the third finding, no known state or federal laws would be contrary to the granting of these incentives. Therefore, there is no substantial evidence that the findings of fact can be made, and therefore the incentives must be granted. The density bonus request also includes 2 relatively minor waivers. The first is to allow the project to exceed the maximum allowed floor area ratio by a difference totaling 856 square feet for the entire building. The second waiver request is to provide less than the minimum required unit sizes, proposing 2 units with 32 square feet less floor area than the code required amount, and 5 units with 26 square feet less floor area than the code required amount. Per state density bonus law, the department shall grant the request for waivers if it can demonstrate the findings are true as summarized on this slide. For the first finding, the applicant provided information that the requested waivers are required in order for the project to be able to physically meet the proposed design program, namely a unit mix featuring different bedroom counts. Because the site is fully built out, there is no room to adjust the project to meet the code standards without compromising other features of the project that would result in other code deficiencies and design review issues. For the second and third findings, the project doesn't appear to have a specific adverse impact upon the public health and safety or physical environment or historic resources. For the fourth finding, no known state or federal laws would be contrary to the granting of these incentives. Therefore, it appears the findings of fact can be made for these waiver requests. A hearing for this application was held by the planning hearing officer, and a decision was issued on July 7, 2022, approving the project. The appellant appealed the decision to the Planning Commission, who sustained the approval. The appellant has now appealed the Planning Commission decision. As a note, the Planning Commission and City Council hearings are called de novo hearings, meaning the hearings are new and they're not based on prior hearings. The major arguments from the appellant center around 6 topics. 1, the lot size calculation. 2, Public Records Act request documents they believe were withheld. 3, failure to require justification for waivers. 4, setback incentives not being separated out. 5, required replacement units being miscalculated. And 6, relating to staff emails. And I will briefly go through each of these points, summarizing the appellant's claim and staff's response. The first item is the appellant's objection to the applicant's use of 7,512 as the lot size for calculating the base density. This lot size includes a 1972 easement to the City of Glendale for the northwest corner of the lot for public street purposes, approximately 21 square feet in size. The applicant has proposed, and the city has agreed to allow the requirement for the applicant to apply for a vacation of the existing easement in order to restore the full lot size to 7512, which the base density calculation is based on, and then subsequently record a new easement to restore and expand the existing easement to meet current Americans with Disabilities Act requirements. The vacation would be required to be processed prior to issuance of any building permits, and the vacation process is subject to City Council review. Since the vacation is a condition of approval, if the vacation is not approved, the project would not move forward. The vacation process complies with the Glendale Municipal Code, and state density bonus law requires cities to interpret the laws liberally in favor of producing the maximum number of affordable housing units. Therefore, staff and the department director allowed this approach. The second item in the appellant's claim is the appellant's claim that the city unlawfully withheld documents in response to Public Records Act requests submitted by the appellant. However, as outlined in detail in the staff report and Exhibit 15, the city timely produced all relevant documents. The third item is the appellant's assertion that the city failed to require necessary information from the applicant to justify the requested waiver requests. Both the planning hearing officer and planning commission staff reports with public hearing and testimony provided the necessary information to justify the waiver requests as demonstrated in the decision letters and motions. The appellant objects to the fact that the applicant provided additional information to the planning hearing officer subsequent to the public hearing being closed. However, the later planning commission hearing was a de novo hearing, so any procedural issues with the planning hearing officer review are now moot. The appellant also objected to the applicant writing the findings of fact for the requested waivers. However, it is always the applicant's responsibility to write the findings of fact for any planning entitlement application, which is why the applicant is required to submit those written findings with their original application. I do have a copy of the density bonus housing application form that I can share on the screen to show you this if requested. Finally, since this hearing is also a de novo hearing, the applicant has again provided additional documentation to even further substantiate the waiver findings of fact, which have been included in the staff report for council review. The fourth item is the appellant's claim that the requested setback incentives should have been separated out into multiple incentive requests, based on the argument that City Council directed staff to institute a policy to separate out incentives at an October 2021 meeting. However, the applicant submitted a preliminary application under state law prior to the October 2021 policy directive, which vests the applicant, meaning the city cannot apply the new policy to this project. The fifth item is the appellant's statement that the required number of affordable housing replacement units was miscalculated on the basis that there wasn't evidence of one of the units being owner-occupied. However, as demonstrated in the staff report, the applicant submitted documentation that was accepted by the Housing Division demonstrating one of the units was owner-occupied, and the applicant has since submitted additional documentation which is included in the staff report. Further, Glendale Water and Power utility bills show that Letitia Benag, the seller, was paying water bills for all the units and the electric bill for 246 North Jackson Unit A, implying there was no tenant there, while the other 2 units' electric bills were being paid by tenants. The 6th item is the appellant's claim that staff acted inappropriately in its dealings with the applicant based on certain staff email conversations. Unfortunately, the appellant has taken these emails out of context and portrayed them in a way to make them appear as something they are not. 2 emails between the developer and staff show that the developer reached out to a planning manager to query feedback he had received about the project. In fact, it is very common for applicants to query to planning supervisors when they disagree with the planner's code interpretation or project feedback. Just because the applicant used certain wording in his email doesn't mean there was anything unusual about him having consulted with the planning manager. Yes, the applicant had suggestions and ideas for how to solve the challenges with moving the project forward. And as can be seen when the entire email conversations for the project are reviewed, there was debate among staff about how to interpret the Glendale Municipal Code and density bonus law in response to the applicant's proposals, and that in fact, staff was being very careful, thorough, and strict with the developer. In the end, to comply with the density bonus law requirement to interpret the law liberally in favor of producing the maximum number of affordable housing units, staff made the decisions it made in the best interest of the city and the public. Next, the appellant refers to an email where I stated that I gave the applicant special treatment, but the appellant excluded from the appeal application the actual email context. Looking at the email conversation, it is plain to see that the full conversation was about one matter only, which was accommodating the applicant for an in-person meeting, whereas staff preferred to provide written feedback first. The special treatment related only and exclusively to this mundane matter of accommodating the applicant's schedule, which in fact is not special at all and is a service extended to any applicant. It is organizational policy for staff to provide exceptional customer service to all of our applicants, and that is what I meant by special treatment. I was not aware of the associations and connotations connected with the term, otherwise I wouldn't have used it. As a note, the other 2 items I referred to when I was talking about special treatment were regarding accommodating the applicant's schedule in terms of when we would meet with him and when I would provide the written letter back to him. Again, these are common courtesies that staff offer to all applicants. Another email the appellant references and is taken out of context refers to staff concern that the developer may be bending the calculations in his favor. However, again, reading the entire email conversation, it is plain to see that staff was being careful and thorough in its review of the developer's proposal, making sure that the developer complied with the relevant rules, and that the email conversation outcome confirms that the developer was not in fact bending the calculations in his favor. As a note, I do have these email conversations on hand and can share them on screen if requested. In summary, staff finds that the appeal does not present any new substantial evidence not already analyzed and discussed by the Planning Commission that warrants changing the staff CEQA determination for the project, and that the Planning Commission fulfilled its duty in accordance with state density bonus law and the CEQA guidelines. Therefore, based on the analysis in the staff report, the evidence in the record, and the reasoning set forth in the approval of the subject density bonus review case, staff recommends that the City Council deny the appeal and sustain the Planning Commission decision to approve the project. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just ask for the appellant, who will be giving the presentation? Will that be Ms. Yerka or Mr. Michaels, or both of you? Okay, so the 2 of you. And yeah, if you could come forward. And then for the applicant, it would be Mr. Simonian, and I see Mr. McDonald. You're the applicant team. Okay. Before I call up the appellants, let me just ask my colleagues if they have anything they would like to clarify, any questions?
We have to disclose. Don't we have to disclose if we?
That's right, that's right.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so why don't we do that first?
I have met with Mr. Simonian, I believe back in January, to hear about the project. I obviously know the rules. I'm here, making up my mind here, so, but I have met with him back in January.
Okay. Councilmember Kasakian?
I've spoken with members of the appellant, people who will be representing the appellants, as well as to the applicant by telephone. Thank you.
Okay.
No discussions with either party.
I've spoken to the appellants and have not formed my opinion whatsoever, so.
Okay, and for my part, I have met face-to-face with both a member of the appellant team and also a member of the applicant team. Okay, so any other clarifying questions for staff before we hear from the appellant? No? Okay, then Ms. Yurka and Mr. Michaels, would you like to come forward and first tell us about...
Maybe one thing, if you could just let us know, what's the burden of proof on this? And what are the, any other standards that we need to keep in mind?
Councilmember Najarian, in this case, the appellant has the burden of proof, but it is a de novo hearing, so as you're hearing, it means like new, you're hearing the evidence, and you can make the decision. You don't have to defer or rely on the findings of the planning commissioner or the hearing officer.
And it's a preponderance.
On appeal, it's a preponderance.
Okay. Let me ask you first, time, what do you think you need for your presentation?
We were told and prepared for 15 minutes.
15 minutes? Okay. Then that's fine, and I obviously will give the applicant the same amount of time. So why don't you begin, please?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Grant Michaels. I'm the president of the Glendale Homeowners Coordinating Council. In the area of affordable housing, I am a previous Community Services and Parks Commissioner and am still active with the Continuum of Care. This project caught my attention and that of the GHCC for the reason that it was 3 market rate units that were affordable that were going to be demolished and a new project put in place that would develop a total of 11 units with concessions and bonuses that would provide only 1 affordable unit. That is something that raised concern to us. We looked into the issue, began doing research, and at this point I'd like to introduce Catherine Yurka, who will detail much of the research that we uncovered. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant. Good evening. So we're here because there are significant problems with this application and the process by which it was approved. And we believe that they reflect poorly on the city and deserve both a public airing and your close attention. Glendale can get a better project and a better process with more affordable units. We begin by pointing out that when an applicant proposes an idea that he calls neither clean nor appealing and suggests a totally off-record phone call, this suggests that the resulting agreement should be disclosed to the public. This did not happen until the Public Records Act request. So as you know by now, per the municipal code, the section in yellow, which was granted as a public service easement 50 years ago, cannot be included in the calculation of the base density. No one in the city disputes that. New easements can be included, and no one disputes that either. The applicant's idea was for the city to vacate the old easement, that part in yellow, and basically give it to him, and then he would turn around and give it back to the city, along with an additional easement for a now required ADA accessible ramp. So this is the kind of backroom deal that drives residents crazy, and it really feeds into the stereotypes that we have about development, that developers don't really play by the rules, and that staff don't hold them to the rules and even can facilitate some of that rule breaking. And I will say that this deal, none of this made it into either of the staff reports at Planning Hearing Officer or Planning Commission. It wasn't until we expressed opposition. I'd like to notice that the staff report states that this complicated private arrangement is, quote, a benefit to the city because it provides a new easement. That's quite misleading because that new easement, the ADA ramp, is required regardless of the process by which it's made. The staff report also objected to the word gift, but to be honest, they gave the applicant something of great private value through this arrangement, which is 2 additional market rate units. So there is a public process for dealing with an easement vacation, and staff have, for the first time, actually mentioned that it would go through this process. I don't know why this hasn't been done already. That would make more sense before you approve a project that requires it. And I know you knew I was going to get into CEQA. This project, as proposed, violates the municipal code because it is relying on an old easement to calculate the density, the base density. It can't do that. Therefore, a Class 32 CEQA exemption cannot be used because, as the staff report notes, a Class 32 exemption is for a project that is consistent with the general plan and zoning code. It's not enough that you have a condition of approval that might make the project in the future comply with the zoning code. It has to do so before you approve it. The question up here should really be, what did the city lose? And the city is losing 2 affordable units. Submitted leases show that the apartments, 1-bedroom apartments, were rented for $1,500 a month, which is well below market rate. Now, these are not deed-restricted affordable units. They're older, kind of natural affordable units. The applicant, in exchange for demolishing the 3, is building only 1 deed-restricted affordable unit. That is a net loss. And Dan Brotman identified these problems very clearly in his email to Phil Lanzafame. The developer gets the benefits, and we lose 2 affordable units. Do we have any discretion, Dan asked. And Phil Lanzafame told him, no discretion, and that is untrue. As we have pointed out, none of the evidence in the record before you confirmed owner occupancy of a unit, and the applicant's ability to only provide 1 unit of affordable housing depends on owner occupancy. The language above is from the previous decision letters, minus the bit in yellow about the Form 93. So this is the Form 93. And it is this form that staff asserts in the staff report showed the property, quote, qualified as the seller's principal address. In fact, the form shows the opposite. Those dots that you see next to some of the numbers, those are printed on the form. The seller did not check box 1. The property qualifies as the seller's principal residence, and that note in red is from the applicant. She checked box 12. If you check box 1, you don't check box 12. This evidence proves the unit was not the owner's principal residence, and I have to say it also proves to me that staff did not even look at what the form said. So Glendale still has discretion to assist on more affordable units regardless of owner occupancy. The code above says that if units were subject to a form of local rent or price control in the 5 years, within the last 5 years, the city can require that they all be replaced with affordable units, even if those units were occupied by people who had more than low incomes. And Glendale does have that program. It's the rental rights program, and it's a form of local price control. It gives tenants explicit rights when rents are increased beyond a certain level. The city, to my mind, has never acknowledged the issues we've raised about this program and its implication for production of affordable replacement units in Glendale. So all of these are bad reasons for the city not to get as many affordable units as it should. But I do believe that the worst one is that the city gave the applicant more units than he is entitled to, and many more incentives and waivers than he was entitled to. So how does this not get Glendale at least 2 affordable units? Now, you all know we have a lot to say about density bonus incentives and waivers, and we don't have time to go into that here. But I do want to refer back to the process. In the staff presentation, the planning hearing officer process was described as moot. I think that it raises significant problems that you need to address. And you'll notice that there was a public hearing on June 1st. The public hearing closed on June 1st. And 2 weeks after the close of the public hearing, staff is writing to the applicant saying that they need evidence in order to make the findings of fact to grant the waivers. So there are two problems with this. The first is a due process problem. You can't reopen a public hearing and privately and invite only one member of the public to participate. And we can understand that a staff member might have made that mistake or might have been instructed to do it. But the city attorney should not be participating in this process. So the staff report's assertion that reaching out to the project applicant after the close of public hearing, quote, may not be in line with best practices is, I think, really insulting to members of the public. So this, so we ask you to stop that practice, and obviously, if there isn't sufficient evidence to make findings of fact, you cannot make the findings of fact. You have to deny the waivers. And apparently, this is just how it works in Glendale. But we were quite surprised to learn that developers don't provide evidence; they write their own findings of fact. But I guess that's just how it works. So these were the inadequate findings for the waiver that were written also by the applicant. And notice the justification emphasized making the project more profitable, which is why they were rejected. So here's the new evidence that the applicant provided a couple weeks after the close of the public hearing. And contra the staff report's claim that the city, quote, timely produced all relevant documents, they did not. We had to insist that the city attorney unredact relevant documents, which they eventually did, sending us an additional 160 pages. And they did not include all relevant documents because these findings were not in them. We had to ask for them once we found the reference in Yvette Nukian's email. And also the excuse for not providing the LLC agreement just does not hold water. And in the document we sent you over the weekend, you know that this language provided by the applicant is virtually identical to the language in the official legally required findings of fact. Okay, so the special treatment email. The staff report objected to our assertion there was special treatment and said that we did not provide context, so here is the context. And as you can see, the context and what is stated specifically in here, it's not just about scheduling a meeting. And Ms. Pruitt said that what these two other things were, these two other things are not delineated in the email. And we would point to lots and lots of special treatment that is in the evidence that we have shown you, particularly going back to that vacation of the easement issue. And we thought about blocking out the names so as not to, I mean, we didn't have to because Cassandra had addressed it, but we know we've put her in an unpleasant position tonight, and we wanted to take the opportunity actually to commend her performance as it's in the record, not the reaching out to the applicant after the public hearing, but it's very clear that she had concerns about the process and the project, and she raised them at appropriate times with her supervisors. So the staff report denies any wrongdoing or special treatment at all. And I don't know what's worse, that a developer in the city of Glendale would get special treatment, or that this is just business as usual in the city of Glendale. And I think it reflects very poorly on our city. So as a reminder, we would like you to grant the appeal and ask the applicant to resubmit a density bonus application with more affordable housing. And as a reminder, the easement needs to be vacated before the project can be approved with a Class 32 categorical exemption because the application before you does not comply with the code. So please grant the appeal, get us more affordable housing, and please make sure that that the city uses all of its abilities under state law and the rental rights program to get much more replacement affordable housing, to get all the replacement affordable housing it can. So I realized in looking over this slide that it came out awfully preachy and sanctimonious, and I really apologize for that. But I really hope that you can, or we really hope that you can understand and agree with the first 3 points. The fourth point is a little less obvious. And what we mean here is that it became clear as we went through these thousands of pages of documents that that even applicants who should be the most familiar with the Glendale Code, most familiar with the design guidelines, that even they spend an incredible amount of staff time trying to push the boundaries. Rather than fix plans swiftly to bring them into compliance with staff's feedback, they complain and push, and the effect, if not the point, seems to be to wear down staff to the point where they give in. Anyway, the staff report you saw denies that anything improper happened. If that's the feeling, then nothing is going to change unless you ensure that it does. And so we encourage you to take our comments and our fact-based analysis very seriously. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. And how much time was that?
11 seconds.
11 seconds left. Okay. Okay. And now we'd like to hear from the applicant, Mr. Simonian or Mr. McDonald. In whatever order, however you would like to organize your 15 minutes. It's up to you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Richard McDonald on behalf of the applicant. I think as an attorney, what I want to do is try to deal with a couple of the points by the appellant, and then Mr. Simonian will be able to present the project to you. What's before you is a state density bonus law project. And one of the exhibits you have is a letter that we submitted that talks about the Wolmer case, which in essence imposes the burden on the city to take the project as presented and then deal with the findings that are under 65915D for concessions and E for waivers. Cassandra did an excellent job in her slide presenting to you what those findings are. And the findings, to make those findings to deny, you have to have substantial evidence presented to you. And as she pointed out, there is no substantial evidence. What the appellant just said is not substantial evidence that allows you to make the findings to deny the project under state law. And state law says if you can't make those findings based upon substantial evidence, you have to grant the concessions and grant the waivers. So you go, but the starting point of the analysis becomes what's the proposed project? And the proposed project in this case involves the removal of an easement, the calculation of the density, the eventual development of a compliant ADA intersection that you're required to have as a city. So for the appellant to come in and say, well, the process is wrong, the process this, is looking at this through the wrong end of the telescope. You have to start at the other end of the telescope in terms of what's been proposed to be built and why, and what is needed to get it there. And what's needed to get it there are what's been proposed as the concessions for the height and the number of stories, and the waivers relating to setbacks and FAR. Without those, the size of the project cannot be built. And if it cannot be built, then as one of the slides that even the appellant just showed, you end up with 5 units, 6 units. You end up with no affordable housing projects. Cassandra hit the nail on the head when she said, you are obligated to interpret this law liberally to produce the maximum amount of housing possible, which means if somebody comes in and says, hey, I have an idea and I want to go this way, you take that at face value and work from there. Now, is the idea that you first have to vacate an easement, then go through design review, then go through plan check, then do a separate dedication for purposes of an ADA compliant corner. Is that a clean process? No. Is it a difficult process? Yes. Is it something that's kind of frankly a pain in the rear to a developer? Yes. Is it something that's extra expensive to the developer because now he's got an additional entitlement process? Yes. So is it appropriate for a developer to say this ain't clean or good or crisp or easy? Yes, he's telling the truth. He is presenting a project that is far more difficult than he would otherwise like. There's nothing wrong with that. That's just reality. Who wants to go through an additional entitlement process if they don't have to? But either way, as the appellant commented, that easement has to go away. So we propose as part of the project to take care of it. That's what's in front of you. They're saying, no, 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 deny the project without any evidence to support the findings, do the vacation, and then have them come back and start over. That's just circular reasoning that makes absolutely, absolutely no sense. The other point, some of the other points that they made that I want to quickly touch upon is when they talk about what the rent was for the units that were there, and therefore they're defined as affordable. In fact, that's not how you determine whether or not a unit is an affordable unit. A unit is an affordable unit based upon a percentage of the average median income from Los Angeles County. The State Department of Housing and Community Development has put out its latest numbers on that. The average median income for Los Angeles County is $98,000 some odd dollars. You start at the other, again, you start at the other end of the telescope to figure out what's the average median income, what are the percentages of that, and you work your way through a statutorily defined definition of affordable. You don't just say, well, because the rent was this, it must have been affordable. That's coming through the wrong end of the telescope and is the wrong formula to be used. The owner occupancy, they point solely at Form 593 and say, it's wrong, therefore there's no proof. In fact, Cassandra pointed to the utility bills that showed it owner occupancy. We have now provided, and Mr. Simonian will present it to you, the death certificate of the mother that used to live there, and then Letitia Benang with her address, 246 Jackson Street, Apartment A. So we have direct, conclusive evidence that was owner occupied. And that evidence means we have one unit to replace, as staff correctly points out in its application of the formulas on page 9, and we are replacing that unit. The email exchanges that they discuss, I would simply point out that you read them. It says after the hearing officer, when they say we need additional information, it doesn't mean there was, additional information does not mean nothing was in front of the hearing officer. The hearing officer had sufficient information in his mind to exercise his discretion to approve it. Going to the Planning Commission based upon the appeal, staff said now there's an appeal, we would like additional information. There's nothing wrong with that. That's actually staff doing its job. The fact that we have to write them, they say, no, that doesn't make sense to us. We have to explain them. That puts us to the test. That's their job. I personally have done projects all over the state of California, and I don't see anything wrong with the way staff handled this. They enforce your codes. They enforce your general plans, and they lean on developers to get the best possible project they can. And what then gets presented to you under state law is that proposed project. That's why the burden of proof is on them. That is why they have to produce evidence with regard to those findings on pages 12 to 14. And since they haven't done that, there's no evidence before you to suggest that you can even make those findings. We agree with staff. We appreciate their efforts. We understand when they held our feet to the fire. We appreciate that that's part of your process. I frankly regard it as a rigorous process, not as much. I can name several other cities that I've done, particularly in Orange County, where the process is nowhere near as rigorous as what you have here. So with that, let me turn it over to Mr. Simonian, but we're happy to answer any questions that you have about any of the required findings or the evidence that's before you.
Good evening. Honorable Mayor, City Council members, City Attorney, and staff. Before I begin, I wanted to get instructions of how to change. As indicated on the slideshow here, we are minutes from the Whole Foods Shopping Center. We are minutes from the Ralph Shopping Center. We are minutes from the GWP and City Hall building. And we are surrounded by 4-story buildings. So if you look at the northwest corner, across the street, catty corner from us, that's a 4-story building. Just north on Jackson, just on the other side of the street is a 4-story building. There's a church across the street from us. South of us, it's all 2- and 3-story buildings. We are less than an 8-minute walk to the future BRT station at the corner of Glendale and Broadway, which will connect the North Hollywood Red Metro stop to Pasadena. This is an amazing transportation corridor, and we're 0.4 miles from it. So we have an underutilized R1250 lot that's vacant, smack middle of the city, that deserves to be a density bonus project minutes from the transportation hub. We've spent a lot of time and effort designing a beautiful building. We have undulating elevations, we have varying roof heights, we have an amazing example of a density bonus project which took so much effort to get here. When I say the last 3 years have been the hardest experience I've ever had to go through a project in my career is an understatement. It has been by far the most difficult process. So for the appellant to come out and say this is something that was given to the development team is absolutely false. Cassandra was very tough on me. She was very tough on the process. We were going through COVID. We couldn't have face-to-face meetings. We absolutely had to do everything via Zoom. Teams. Actually didn't have Teams, and so we would get cut off and we would have to switch over to Zoom. It was an absolute nightmare. This project has been a nightmare. We are trying to build a density bonus project in the middle of the city by right, and we have to go through all this. And it's a beautiful project because it has 3 common open spaces, 2 on the lower level, and there is an open space on the 3rd level, and it's important to point out because it carves out the 3rd level of the building. And what that does, it creates a lot of separation between itself and the building to its south. And why that's important to point out is that there's been a lot of chit-chat from the appellants on the number of concessions that we're getting for setbacks, et cetera. But if you look at this site plan, and if you look at the 2nd floor plan, the only portions of that 2nd floor plan that required the minimum setback concession were the highlighted portions. Look at the separation this building has on all sides. This is not a bad example of a density bonus project. It is a very good example. It is using concessions wisely to actually create a very meaningful example. For example, there's been chit-chat on, well, some of these setback concessions go up to the property line. Highlighted in yellow is the subterranean parking garage, which is invisible from the public's eye. It is underneath the ground. And yes, we are asking for setback concessions on the subterranean parking garage. You can't see it, but what it's doing is it's providing 6 additional parking spaces. And so, is that a bad idea to overpark a project, putting the parking in a subterranean area where you can't see it? Is that a bad precedent? I would say no. It is based on amazing amount of dialogue with the design team, the design studio, staff to get to this point. And so it is a complete understatement to say this has just been a free-for-all. So again, we're 5 minutes to Whole Foods, we're 5 minutes to Nordstrom's, Ralph Shopping Center, 8 minutes to the BRT station. And I would like to kind of draw attention on the fact that the waivers, as we have pointed out in our explanations to staff and has been presented in the motion, are absolutely necessary. And so this is a great project, and I think it should really be celebrated. And we should deny this appeal we should approve this project, and we should realize that it's been 3 years in the making on a project that is by right. And so, in regards to the owner occupancy matter, when I did the building inspection, the owner was there. I actually had a long conversation with her. The broker that was representing us was also at the building inspection. He actually wrote a letter indicating that he saw the seller, the owner, moving her boxes, moving out of the apartment building. That's been presented to you already. We found a death certificate, which clearly says that in 2005, the seller was living in the unit, when her mother passed. There is just substantial evidence pointing to the fact that seller was there. So you take one of the 3 units out because it was owner occupied. In regards to the other 2 units, they were not affordable. They were market rent, $1,500 a month, market rent, 1-bedroom units. And we're replacing that with one very low income, 2-bedroom unit that's gonna rent for $709. And so we're taking an underutilized property in the middle of the city, next to our transportation, providing affordable housing and creating a beautiful project. I really don't see the problem. And I don't understand why we have to go through this process. And the amount of time that staff, the city attorney's office, have put together on these file reviews is incredible. The loss of energy, that energy could have been put towards so many good things. But we are providing housing. I'm a housing developer. We're trying to solve the housing problem. We have a housing crisis, and here's a solution. Take an underutilized property and build it out and provide one very low-income unit. I really don't see the problem, and we'll be available for questions, obviously, after public comments. And with that, I really hope you can do the right thing this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's go to public comment. We have, oh yes, please, Councilmember Satria.
I want to apologize to both the appellants and the applicant and the members of the public that are here. I keep going back because I'm not feeling well, but there's a couch there and there's TV. So when I go back there, I'm watching. I'm not ignoring what's happening up here. And so I'm going to go in the back, but I'm listening to what you're saying and I'll be taking notes, okay? Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so we have, I think we have 8 speakers, and on the phone, we have 2.
2 speakers on the phone, and I think we are about 8 or 9 speaker cards that you have.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so let's start with Karen Kwok.
Hi, I'm Karen Kwok. And I'd like to point out that naturally occurring affordable housing is a term that exists. And there actually are apartments that in real life that exist that way, even though they're not officially classified as affordable, that anyone with common sense will tell you how it works. For example, in July 2020, I was paying $1,380 for a 1-bedroom apartment. I do have friends who live in the ACE 121 building, which is officially declared affordable, while mine is not, who are paying $1,700 for a 1-bedroom apartment. Now, that's a technically affordable unit, and mine is not. But anyone with common sense will tell you, if you're paying $400 more for an apartment, that's actually less affordable. Okay, so I'm going to make an appeal to your common sense. That if you have naturally occurring affordable units, particularly in that location, that a rent of $1,500 in July 2020 would have been considered affordable by most people. And if we require less than 3 affordable units, or at the very least 2, then we're actually suffering a net loss of affordable units in the city. Now, they don't all need to be very low or extremely low. You know, you can have some of them as just low income. Okay, also, with all due respect, that honestly, 1 or 2 affordable units doesn't make that much of a difference to anyone. I'm actually far more concerned about due process. And there are a lot of questions that come up, you know, with the presentations from both sides. That this is, well, since someone mentioned the housing element, this is precisely what troubled me, when in the early stages of the housing element that 260 developers were consulted, but 0 tenants. And I understand it's actually perfectly natural that if you spend all day working with and talking to developers, you develop relationships with them. But we need to understand when people start crossing the line, when people start granting favors that don't benefit the interests of the city. That always needs to be first and foremost in everyone's mind. And I'm asking you actually more to take a closer look at the process of how this was done to make sure that we follow due process and that it is transparent, not just for this building, but for all buildings that come through Glendale. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rick Stern, followed by Mary Lynn Fisher, just so you can get prepared.
Good evening, council members and staff. I'll be very brief. My name is Rick Stern. I feel that I think that there's a real shortage of affordable housing in Glendale, and I don't think Glendale can afford to turn down any opportunity for affordable housing. And I think in the case of 246 North Jackson Street, we have a chance to get 2 or 3 affordable units rather than 1, and I think we should go and get at least 1 more than the 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mary Lynn Fisher and Alan Durham, you'll be after that.
Good evening, Mayor Brotman and members of the City Council. My name is Mary Lynn Fisher. I'm the president of the Crescenta Highlands Neighborhood Association, and I'm speaking this evening on their behalf. You might wonder why someone who lives in the northernmost part of the city would speak about a project in central Glendale. But whether or not the city adopts a district plan, what happens in any part of the city affects those who live in every part of the city, especially when the city is developing new and undisclosed processes for approving development projects. And that looks like what's happened here. For the myriad reasons stated so eloquently by Catherine Yerka, this project needs to be redone to ensure that at the very least the city gets as much as it's giving away. It offends me, the sheer hypocrisy of allowing a developer to demolish a building with 3 naturally affordable units and replace it with only 1 and get numerous concessions as to size, which will result in incredible profits to the developer in the bargain. Mr. McDonald stated that he seeks to use the same single affordable unit for 2 purposes. He concedes he needs to replace the owner-occupied unit, but he says he's doing that with 1 affordable. But that's the one he's using to allow him to build 2 additional market rate units under the density bonus law. Are you going to let him get away with that? The government code requires at least 2 affordable units, and the city's rental rights program allows up to 3. Why aren't 3 affordable units being required? I'm asking you to demonstrate your support for affordable housing and fair procedures by granting this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Durham, followed by Ramela Iraqi.
Good evening, Mayor Brotman, City Council. I'm Alan Durham. Thank you for letting me speak again. I don't think anybody except developers, real estate developers, like the density bonus laws that our state legislature has enacted. It's just another way that Sacramento has diminished the ability of cities to control their own planning, zoning, and development. But we're stuck with it, so we have to deal with it. Nevertheless, I don't see any reason for Glendale's planning and legal staff to advise, counsel, and encourage a real estate developer to not to increase affordable units, but rather to increase the number of market rate units they're going to be able to build. in this case, 10 units, market rate units instead of 8. If the staff had worked that hard, they should have been able to get at least one other affordable unit. It seems like all of their efforts are directed toward the developer's interest and very little toward affordable housing. And I think that's a major flaw in what the city has been doing, and I hope it's not representative of what their strategy will be going forward. You know, and the way the developer got the 2 extra market rate units was claiming that the parcel size was at least 7,500 square feet. But that involved a lot of back and forth and strategizing about how to vacate the existing 21 square foot easement and then grant it back with some additional square footage required for an ADA ramp. That just seems like a lot of hocus pocus, that the developer just couldn't be required to designate the additional square footage needed for the ramp without vacating and then rededicating what's already been a 50-year permanent easement. So, and the other problem I had with watching the planning officer hearing, and I don't agree with the applicant's attorney, for waivers, the finding of fact has to be provided by the developer. And what the developer provided to the city and was presented at that hearing was clearly invalid. It cited financial feasibility, and it's supposed to address whether you can physically build the unit without the waivers. And so I questioned the planning hearing procedures as well, and the qualification of the officers presiding over those hearings. Thank you.
Thank you. Ramela Iragi, followed by Palma Vincenti.
Good evening, everybody. Actually, the chamber should be ashamed of themselves. They're bargaining about like 2, 3 affordable units, whereas we need thousands of them. I mean, it's a shame of it. 2, 3. I mean, just it's a really we need hocus pocus. Actually, we need like thousands of affordable units, and this is like. You guys are being a laughing stock of, I don't know, people, and people that really need thousands of affordable units. And as a matter of fact, I told you I'm gonna, Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna maneuver through your agendas to make my points. I mean, just you guys are wasting your time. You're gonna ask me how to build like more affordable, like 1,000 affordable units. Yes. Actually, when the city can spend like 25 million on a renovation of a park, so that means the city can afford make more much more affordable housing. Basically, I mean, basically that's it.
Okay. Palma Vincenti, and then Herbert Milano would be next.
Mayor Brotman, members of the City Council, Mr. Garcia, and staff, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here representing myself, Palma Vincenti, and my husband, John Vincenti. I'm speaking for the two of us. And what brings me here tonight is I would like to support, the massive public records investigation conducted by Catherine Yerka, which is a basis for this appeal process. We've also read the position submitted to you by countless homeowners associations in Glendale, throughout Glendale. That would be the Northwest Glendale Homeowners Association, the Verdugo Woodlands West Association, Crescenta Highlands Neighborhood Association, Chevy Chase Estates Association, of which I am a member, a board member, and of course, the Glendale Homeowners Coordinating Council. So all of these groups in Glendale, having read the research that Ms. Yurka conducted and conducting some of their own, I've come to the conclusion that my husband, John, and I urge you to overturn this Planning Commission decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Herbert Milano, and then we have, and then Bruce Merritt.
Mayor Brotman, members of the City Council, my name is Herbert Milano. I think today I'm perhaps one of the key direct stakeholders in this because I have a building 500 feet, within 500 feet of this building, and I've been walking by this property for at least 3 decades. This is an area that I know very well. And the land where this current building is has been an eyesore. It's a blighted area and it has been a pain for us for decades. It's a horrific place. You hate to show visitors from another country and say, this is Glendale, this is LA. Horrific. The idea that we're now going to have a nice building with additional housing, I think is an important consideration. The problem that I sense here is short-term versus long-term thinking. Yeah, you can take a look at 2 or 3 dilapidated, really it's a horrific looking building that is affordable, perhaps with low rents because it is an old building, with the opportunity of having more housing. Los Angeles County has a shortage of housing. $50,000, $100,000, 100,000 housing units are needed as soon as we can, and we cannot build it fast enough. Now I understand why we have in this particular area close to 21 homes in very poor condition that could easily be turned into multifamily housing. And it isn't, because you have to go through all this. This whole area is now a multi-density type area with multiple stories, and we need to be able to create housing. The reason why housing costs are going up is partly due to the significant number of regulations that are being put in place. When a builder wants to build, we have library impact fees, park impact fees to the tune of what, $5,000 to $20,000 per unit? And then we say, okay, go ahead and build some more, and then somebody else says, yeah, but we need it to be affordable. If we want lower rents or sustainable housing, we need to build. I don't know these builders at all, and I don't know the appellants either, but I am a stakeholder by actually watching what's going on in the city. We need to build. We need to build, and the more housing that we build, the better it is for everybody. But if we continue to put constraints like this in an area where it's built, designed, or allocated for multifamily housing, and we come in from the hills, from where the homes are, come to the middle of the city and says, well, now we want to put these additional restrictions, that is a long-term negative impact on housing. And you cannot have it both ways. On the one hand, it says, give us affordable housing, put all these restrictions, and then come back and says, well, why is it that we cannot afford to build here? Well, you have a long-term and a short-term problem. I hope you choose long-term.
Thank you. And Bruce Merritt?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Bruce Merritt, and I'm here speaking here on behalf of myself in support of the appeal. We are past my bedtime, and this has been a long hearing, so I will try and be as brief as I can. I'm a recovering lawyer. And I spent in my practice a good part of my time representing government agencies, both at the city, the state, and the federal level, representing them and suing them. I've been on both sides of that thing. And I will have to say that in looking at the record that is before the council today on the background on this application, I don't think I have ever seen a situation where members of a bureaucracy or of a government agency have bent over backwards as much as they have in this case. You cannot read that record and believe that the primary motivation of the staff in this matter was to advance the position or the interest of the city of Glendale or the people of Glendale. You keep coming back to the fact that what is going on is an attempt to reconfigure, to come up with creative ways of evading the law, and in some cases, I think even violating the law, so that the developer can get exactly what he wants. And a great example of that, is the computation of the base density. That number should be 6. In fact, tonight it actually is 6 because this easement has not been vacated and given as a secret gift to the developer. So the way things stand right now, the base density is 6, and that that is what Mr. McDonald has wanted to give you the impression that you're in a box, that you have no real discretion here. But the fact of the matter is that you do have discretion because as of right now, that area that's in the 50-year-old easement cannot be computed, cannot be added to the lot size. But the mere fact that the staff was willing to go along with this creative way of giving up an old easement secretly, it was never disclosed until it was forced to be brought out by this appeal, that was an obvious evasion of the intent of the statute, which is that old easements are not to be counted as part of the lot size. It just shows the extent that they're willing to go. The same with this lumping together, this bundling of setbacks. So you have 9 separate setbacks. They're treated as one incentive. They're figured into one incentive. The justification the staff gave for that is, well, the council changed the policy. But that isn't based on the council's policy. That's based on the clear language of the statute. And it's Administrative Law 101 that a private citizen doesn't get a vested right in a misreading of a statute just because the agency has been doing that. I think
Thank
that
you.
my time is
Yeah.
up, and I
Thank you.
appreciate it. I hope you will do the right thing. Thank you.
Okay, and we go to, we have 3 callers?
Mayor, at this time, we have 6 callers and more coming in.
Okay, well, let's,
You want to stop taking calls?
well, if we have them coming in, let's take them,
Okay.
but then let's stop after that, yeah.
Lee Smith, you have 3 minutes. Lee, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Brotman and City Council members. Hi, my name is Lee Smith. Thanks for letting me speak on this item. And I really don't know how I'm going to be able to follow Mr. Merritt. But anyway, I'm a longtime Glendale resident and retired from the building industry a few years ago. I'm calling in to ask each of you to vote to continue this matter and to direct the city attorney to draft findings reversing the Planning Commission's decision to sustain the PHO approval with conditions of the density bonus review case at 246 North Jackson Street. Mr. Mayor and City Council, please allow the proposed project appeal and refuse the density bonus application. The City of Glendale must ensure that, like so many other cities in California, as much affordable housing as is allowed to be approved to end the housing shortage. Please commence a review to revise the planning officer review process, which is currently overly permissive and provincial. With my friends and neighbors, I urgently ask that the City of Glendale immediately halt the special treatment affording to developers that our community is now known for. The most significant issues related to this appeal are, 1, the municipal code was not followed in the equations used in the density calculations that favored the developer. If they found extra land at the subject property, why didn't the experienced developer file a record of survey to memorialize the difference? Is it a secret, like his site agreement with an extra leniency shown by city staff? Number 2, too few affordable units are being proposed than would be allowed under current state law. Glendale deserves all of the affordable units we are entitled to, not the most market rate units lining developers' pockets. The property's incentives and waivers were not calculated properly. The developer, who ironically serves on the design review board, was asked long after close of the PHO meeting for additional findings of fact by staff. Those findings of facts should not be written by developers under any circumstances. Thank you for your time and service. Good night.
Damien Sullivan, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead, Damien.
Oh, hi. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, Damien.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you allowing me to speak. I was hoping to be there tonight in person, but everyone in the house has COVID, so I'm not coming down. Listen, I think everybody here on our amazing council is a lot smarter than this, and I don't think it takes the notion to think how horrible it will be when someone is actually looking into the full depth of these emails and reading about it, and God forbid some, future far more in-depth examination, because I look at these emails between the developer, Art Simonian, who is, as another caller mentioned, a member of the design review board, as well as the developer, and our city planning staff and city employees, and they trouble me and make me feel like, at the very least, there's an appearance of impropriety that is nothing but enormously embarrassing to our city. And I really have faith in our council that you value transparency and honesty and decency. And while we definitely need more housing, the need for affordable housing should not be overridden by inside, deals and brokering between developers and staff. I would like to point out, because it hasn't been really, these emails that you're hearing about, I disagree that they don't feel like there's some, I'm going to quote a few of them right here, right now, and you can see that in one of the emails here, it's about that gifting back of the easement. You can definitely see that you're being talked about this itty-bitty little bit of giving it back. And then later on in the process, after it's been figured into the equation, and the developer gets the higher density and the higher amount of value of what the figure of the lot is, they're going to give it back to the city. That's like loaning somebody money who can't get a loan for a house. I'm going to fake loan you $100,000, and then after I get the loan, you give it back to me. To me, does that not worry anybody? When Art says, I have come up with a few ideas and strategies, neither of them are clean or appealing, but I would love to get your guidance on this point, on this project. And then he writes, our call could be totally off record. I'm sorry, but if that doesn't trouble anybody else, in my opinion, that's a troubling thing to read between a developer and a member of the city and somebody who is on our staff. Later, Mike Portnoy writes in an email to Art and says that it really stinks that, I'll read it exactly. He tells him he can pay an in lieu fee.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Annie Hart, you have 3 minutes, Annie. Go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I am calling in support for this project, which will be a beautiful addition to the Glendale area. I'm a real estate agent in Glendale and have seen an influx of residents wanting to move to the Glendale area in general, from people working at JPL and Burbank and Netflix and Disney and DreamWorks. And we need more units, period. I believe this evening staff has sufficiently met all 6 appeal items. There are no new evidence presented from the appellants. I'm listening to this case, and Ms. Yurka stated, what is the city losing? What does the city have to lose? Let me ask Ms. Yurka and the appellant, what does the city have to gain in stopping this beautiful project, stopping the development, or stopping all this development? We need housing in Glendale. And this site, as someone previously stated earlier, is an absolute eyesore. And I don't know if everyone who's calling in has actually driven by, but my grandparents actually used to live down the street from this house, this project. And I drive down there all the time with my kids, and it's just disgusting. There's just over-vegetation. I wouldn't want to live across the street from it, personally. And now we have a developer, and I'm sure we've had many developers, because this thing's, I don't know how long it's been vacant, but it's been vacant for a long time, coming in, taking the time, building a beautiful building, and making us proud of this area again. We are talking about 11 units, not 300 units. It really sounds like the appellant is conducting some kind of witch hunt, attacking staff, the city, the developers, and just going around town, just stopping everything that's being built. And what are we talking about? 1 unit? 2 units? It's an 11-unit building. Let it beautify this neighborhood. I would be proud to live in front of it or in it. However, the appellant's not taking any actual risk, spending any time or money, coming up with any project that will actually work in this site, that will work. Where are your plans? This is ludicrous. This is a waste of time for the city, and the appellants are just talking about some random emails. You know what? If the city went and looked into their emails of whatever they talked about, I'm sorry, you can pick and choose what you want.
Thank you, Annie. Your
Where's
3
the
minutes is up.
solution?
Thank you, Ms. Hart.
Where's the solution?
Thank you very much.
And I urge you to not allow this appeal to move forward. Thank you.
Naira, I don't have a last name for you. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Naira Sabatian. I have submitted a comment letter, an objection letter to this project. I live in the area, and I know the area very well, and I also know the neighborhood, and I talk to the community, next door buildings. So I'm coming to you not only as an attorney objecting to the project on behalf of people, but also someone with personal information about what's going on. I want to address several points on the issue of the occupancy, which I believe is contested at this point. I have personally spoken to a dozen neighbors around the building, around the project site, 240 North Jackson, 238 North Jackson, and everyone has been univocally confirming that Ray, a missionary, elderly couple, a missionary, Ray and his wife lived at the property site on the first floor for years. And Letitia, even though she purchased a place long ago to house her own elderly parents, she never lived there. And after the passing of her elderly parents, Ray and his wife moved in and have been living there for the required period of time. According to the density bonus law, the cutoff time is 5 years. So if for 5 years the place was occupied by low-income people, then and that unit has to be replaced by an affordable unit. So that is, and I have spoken and I've presented evidence and signatures of people, and unfortunately, in light of the safety and privacy concerns, I had to redact those, but you have those, and I can confirm that I have seen them sign and I have seen them testify. So that's about the occupancy issue. On the issue of the eyesore, which I heard a lot today, the place has been beautiful before the applicant purchased the place, after the applicant purchased the place. And I know that because I attend the church right next door. The place used to be green, and after the applicant purchased the place, they cut down the trees and removed a number of boxed vegetation that Ray and his wife were putting as a garden. And also, just because the building is dilapidated, it is not an excuse to allow a huge building instead, which will wreck the community, which will impact the neighbors, and also will affect the circulation in this case, pedestrian circulation and vehicle circulation.
Thank you, Naira.
Thank you.
Your 3 minutes is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alexander, I don't have a last name. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Alexander Yesayan. I don't have a lot to say about the situation. It's unfortunate that there seems to be so many questions about the propriety and whether they're unlawful or lawful, and I'll put that aside. It's just a shame that such a quality lot near so many amenities and near good transportation is having to go through such trouble getting some productive use out of it. Whatever comes out of this, I hope sometime in the near future that development will take place and we can add some units in that space, maybe more than 11, because it's really near a bunch of valuable amenities. Hope it can be resolved in an efficient and lawful process tonight or soon. Thank you. Bye.
Alex Khachaturian, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead, Alex.
Good evening, Mayor Brotman and honorable council members. My name is Alex Khachaturian. I've heard a lot of things today that aren't true. Most importantly, the affordability requirement for replacement housing for a density bonus project should be 1. And the calculation that was done by staff, although the answer is correct, the ratio that they use, 37%, that's for LA County. If they had actually used Glendale, which is the applicable jurisdiction, the ratio of low and very low renter households to the total number of renter households is 32%. So even if that third unit, which is being disputed, whether it was owner-occupied or not, even if it wasn't owner-occupied, 32% times 3 is less than 1. And so the total number of replacement housing that would be required to be eligible for a density bonus project would be 1. And that is what has been proposed by the project applicant. Therefore, that shouldn't even be an issue for discussion, whether the seller was an owner or not, because the correct percentage to be applied is 32%. The county is 37, but the jurisdiction is Glendale. Glendale has its own housing element. It's a separate jurisdiction. And based on the table that's published by HUD, the correct percentage is 32%. And also, I want to encourage City Council to follow up on its commitments in the housing element. You have committed to streamline approval of housing projects. You have utilized density bonus units heavily in order to meet your RENA requirements. And there are specific programs in your housing element that apply to this particular project: transit-oriented development, density bonus project. You need to do what you've promised, which is to expedite approval of these projects. And I'm very disappointed to see that this project was actually approved by a planning hearing officer 14 months ago, and he still hasn't proceeded to design review. That is not consistent with the promises that you've made, the commitments that you've made in your adopted and state-certified housing element. So I strongly encourage you to do the right thing, deny this appeal, allow the project to proceed as proposed with one affordable unit. Thank you.
Our last caller, Patty Silvershire. Patty, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I only have one thing to say, and that is this issue is all about who runs our city. Is it the developers or Glendale's municipal codes? That's all I have to say. Good night.
Okay.
That was our last caller.
Okay, very good. Thank you to all the speakers, all the callers. We will now go around. Let's see. Should we do that now, or do we want,
It's up to you if you want to see if there are questions for the applicant or appellant, but typically we've allowed both the applicant and the appellant to make rebuttal comments to the comments they heard.
Okay.
And then at that point, you can ask questions.
We can do that. Let me just check to see whether there are any questions or comments from the dais. Anything? Councilmember Casartu?
One thing that I would like to just ask for clarification, this idea of, or this debate as to who occupied the purported owner-occupied unit, like, is there a postal record as to who mail was delivered to at that location? Does that come into consideration? Can we find out who was? I mean, because one person is showing their taxes, the other person is showing a death certificate. I get it. You can probably, there are people who lie on their taxes. I guess it's harder to lie on your death certificate, but the post office has to deliver mail somewhere and to someone. So who is getting mail at that address?
So Councilmember Kasaki and Mayor Brotman and other members of the City Council and City Manager and members of the public, I just want to clarify one point before we go into your specific question, which is this issue of the owner occupancy. It's been thrown around that that has to be shown in order to take this unit out of consideration for the 37, whether it's 37% or 32% formula. That is not actually true. The density bonus law talks about replacing rental dwelling units. So the only thing that the developer has to show is that any units that we're gonna plug into the formula have to be rental dwelling units. And the reason that we excluded this unit was because if it's owner occupied, it isn't a rental dwelling unit. Now, whether it's owner occupied or whether it's unoccupied or whether it's occupied by a family member that they're not paying rent, the result is still the same. It turns into a non-rental dwelling unit, which it doesn't count under the statute. If you read the plain language of the statute, the density bonus law, you only use rental dwelling units in your calculation. And if they've been vacated on the date of the application, you use one percentage, which is the 37%. If they're occupied, you use a different percentage, which is 67% roughly. So the statute is very clear as to what qualifies in that calculation. Now, as far as like, is this woman really, was Letitia Benog the owner? Yes, she was definitely the owner and no one is disputing that. Did she occupy that unit? Our evidence that we were able to find out from GWP is that she paid, Letitia Benog was the account holder for all 3 units for water. The other 2 units, which matched the tenant estoppel certificates that the applicant submitted, those 2 units, the electric account holders match the tenants that the appellant submitted. And then Letitia Benog's unit, Unit A, she was paying the electric bill for that unit. So that, doesn't prove that she lived there, but it's certainly some degree of evidence that it's entirely possible that she occupied that unit at that time in 2019 at least. Other than that, you've heard from the applicant as far as his evidence, the broker that submitted the letters and the death certificate. So there's anything, we weren't able to really find much of anything else that would definitively show that Ms. Benog live there at that time.
All right.
And I think, just to add to that, I think you're aware that typically multifamily units are separately metered for purposes of electric. So, oftentimes then they are paid individually by the tenant or occupant of the unit, whereas water is typically paid by the landlord because they're not separately metered. So that's evidence which you could rely on to determine that the owner was indeed the occupant of that particular unit.
Councilmember Devine? Oh, 1 second.
I have a question about the naturally affordable comments that were made. How do we establish affordability? It was mentioned that the apartments, the two apartments that we know of tonight, were rented at $1,500 a month for a one-bedroom.
Right.
Well below market rate. The Glendale median, and I think the attorney used the county, the Glendale median is $70,500. So $18,000 a year is less than 30% of the area median income. So Glendalians could afford to live there. That would be considered affordable housing.
Well, that might be somebody's definition of affordable housing, but that under the density bonus law statute, you have to look at the income of the occupants. So you might be, wondering, how does a developer find out the incomes of a building that they just bought of tenants? It is very hard to get people to turn over their tax returns and to show that, a lot of people aren't willing to do that voluntarily. And that's why the California State Legislature came back after they amended the density bonus law in, I believe it was 2016 or 17. They came back a few years later and had a sort of a way to calculate this, because they realized the developers were not going to be able to find out what people's incomes were. And so they wrote in a situation where if the incomes of the tenants are unknown, this is what you do. And that's where we come up with the formula. Because again, but to answer your question again, it's based on income. So you have to find out the occupant's income in order to determine, are they low income? Are they very low income? What is their income?
Right, but the Glendale median income is $70,500 some odd. So that means that they could afford $1,500 a month.
But we don't
That
know
would
what their
be affordable.
income, what the tenant's income was. We know what the Glendale.
That we're paying the $1,500 a month?
Correct.
If you don't know.
Yeah, go.
Well, so if you don't know their income, you make the presumptions that Ms. Nukian went through. That's what the statute requires.
Yes. I'll stay.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Satrian had a question, then I'll go after that.
So if it doesn't matter who really lived there based off of for the density bonus, why were resources spent trying to find death certificates and looking at Glendale water and power bills? Because that doesn't add up for me.
That's a great question. It matters only because it's an easy way to show that it wasn't a rental dwelling unit. It's sort of a shorthand for, hey, this is not a rental dwelling unit, because the owner occupied the unit, and so an owner is not going to pay rent to themselves. Same would be true most of the time with a family member, a husband, a wife, a mother. You wouldn't be charging them rent. That's an assumption, but.
Okay.
You have more?
No,
Okay.
I'll wait.
Okay. One question I have is, I heard, I don't know, it's Ms. Pruitt or you saying, talking about, or maybe it was was Mr. McDonald said this, the density bonus law has some language that says we have to kind of liberally interpret our statutes or something along those lines. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm probably not saying it right. Does that suggest that this issue of the easement and vacating the easement is something that would state law require us to do that?
No. No, the law doesn't go that far. I mean, the law, it's a general policy pronouncement in the law that I think gives staff the authority to use this methodology. Methodology is the wrong word, to use this approach of vacating the easement, placing a condition on the approval to go through this process of vacating and rededicating. That's certainly permissible, we believe, based on, just conditions of approval in general, the density bonus law, and so that's okay, but that doesn't mean that it's required by any stretch.
So that doesn't obligate us in that respect. But when it comes to waivers and incentives, there we have to kind of err on the side of, being more liberal, I guess is the term I heard, with regard to how we interpret things like whether or not it physically precludes developing the project as it's been outlined. Is that right?
Yes. So briefly, incentives are, the burden is on the city. So it is a very difficult standard for us to meet. So in that sense, it would have to be a very unusual case where the city would have to affirmatively present evidence that this incentive did not result in actual cost reductions to provide for the housing or the rents. For purposes of the waivers, you are also correct that the main finding, and this is the developer's burden to show that without this waiver, it would physically preclude the construction of the housing development, but as they have proposed it. The city doesn't go get to tinker with it and say, well, you don't really need this, courtyard or gym or pool. You can really get rid of this, and you wouldn't even need a waiver, any of these waivers. We don't get to do that under case law, under the Woolmer case. Most relevantly, that one just flat out was very clear and said that the city has to take the project as it's presented and then apply the waiver analysis.
Okay, thank you. If there are any other comments, questions? Okay. Councilor Gasacki?
This is a period where we're going to get all the questions out, and then the appellant and the applicant get
we can ask more questions of the appellants and the applicants. We can do that now.
I do
questions
have
of staff.
I do have some questions I want to ask of staff in regards to these email exchanges and, terms like special treatment. How does any of this, how can staff really stand up to this red face test in regards to how some of these correspondences were conducted?
I'm happy to go through the emails. I'm just not as familiar with them because they came from CDD, so maybe we'd have Ms. Pruitt.
As I stated in my presentation, if you want me to address each of those emails, that email about the special treatment, that was an unfortunate phrase that I used. I wasn't aware of the associations and connotations that come along with that. I was referring to delivering exceptional customer service to the applicant, which is an organizational directive that all staff are required to provide to applicants. I was accommodating. Kathy did show the context of that one email, but there was an entire email thread, and the email conversation began with scheduling a meeting to go over the design comments for the project, and the email was kind of building on that, and the applicant was wanting to be invited to that meeting, and staff wanted to provide written comments to the applicant, and then subsequently have a meeting with him. And the applicant, there was actually a little bit of a misunderstanding that I thought the applicant wanted to actually be part of the meeting, but we ended up having the internal meeting and then having a later meeting with the applicant. But the entire email chain was about accommodating him in a meeting instead of giving him written comments. And I was objecting to, him wanting to do that when we had agreed on another process for that. That's all it was about. It wasn't about giving him any special treatment for, anything else other than just accommodating him for a meeting. So
Okay.
I will never use that word again.
And in terms of findings of fact being written by developers, how is that in terms of our regular course of business? Where does that land in terms of how that occurs?
I can say that every single planning entitlement application that gets submitted has a required findings of fact section in the application. And the applicant needs to write those findings of fact when they submit their application. So the burden is on the application to write those findings of fact. Throughout the case review, we will read the findings and we will let them know if we need additional information, if it doesn't seem like the findings are proving that, they can be made, we will give feedback on that. And that was the case in this. There was feedback on those findings of fact throughout the case review process.
And I think maybe the use of some of the nomenclature, asking an applicant to write the findings of fact. Every application, this type of application, the density bonus housing plan, a CUP variance, there is a section, as Ms. Pruitt noted, where we ask them to present the information that will allow the decision maker to make the findings necessary to grant that particular approval. So when we say we ask them to write, that's what we're asking them. And I'll tell you, in my experience, sometimes they're very well written, sometimes they're very poorly written, sometimes they're just sufficient. But in whatever the case is, the staff is looking at them and making sure that they comply with, are sufficient for the decision maker to make the decision. And frankly, it's a little bit how we got in this kerfuffle with the communication with the applicant after the hearing. Was at some point we did notice they weren't sufficient, and that was why the communication that shouldn't happen. I think we've admitted that. But other than that, everything else was kind of our normal course of business, asking the applicant, tell us what evidence you have, and and provide us the causal link between the evidence and the findings. We ask that of every applicant. That that's not only not unusual for us, but I don't think it's unusual for any.
I'm sorry, which part did you just say shouldn't have happened?
The communication after the close of the hearing. I think we've acknowledged that in the report. Again, it was out of concern that there was enough, there was additional information needed to provide those findings. And my assumption was that the hearing officer was inclined to grant the approval, but there wasn't enough there to make those particular findings. But, and again, as noted in the presentation made by staff, anytime something like that happens, one of the remedies is a new hearing. And then what happened in this case, you had two new hearings, this hearing tonight and the Planning Commission hearings. All the evidence that's being relied upon by the decision maker has all been presented in a proper format for you to be able to make the decision tonight.
But if I could follow up.
Sure,
Councilmember
I'm done with that part.
I mean, to get a new hearing required somebody to lodge an appeal.
Correct. But I mean, this appellant has appealed a number of issues. I mean, I would say there's an argument that's an unfair proceeding if this was the only issue on appeal, but it's not. There are multiple issues. So I don't think anybody's due process rights were affected because we'd be here regardless.
And is this something that we do regularly? We bring evidence into our findings of fact that were not discussed at the hearing?
It's my understanding, no. And that's, that's, again, it was an unusual circumstance based on the fact that it was discovered as we were reading draft findings. It could have been beefed up. And I think that's where the disconnect was.
Okay. I mean, I know this is probably as a separate matter. Yeah. I certainly would like to look at this more closely and make sure that this isn't something we are doing or ever do again, because it does strike me as being an unlawful practice. Since at that hearing, as far as I know, there was no discussion about physical, the inability, how do we call it?
The physically
preclude building. It was all about the pro forma. That was what was discussed at the hearing, yet the findings then were completely different because they were about physically precluding the building. And that's pretty significant. And the fact that we did that really is troublesome. I mean, I don't want that to influence where we end up, but I think as a separate matter, we should make sure that we look very closely at what happened as a lesson so that we never do anything like that again.
And I'll tell you, talking with our staff, and then also, I know Mr. Calvert has talked to his staff, and again, that discussion has already happened.
Okay. Did you have
I think
something
you
else?
guys asked the questions that I was.
Okay.
fine.
I do, I do have another question, sorry. Ms. Yurka talked about the rental rights program giving us additional powers to require, more replacement units. What's your position on that?
I think we're preempted by the state law, which says this is what we can require and when. Our rental rights program provides for relocation payments, not necessarily the right to have that unit.
I think the argument is that it is a form of rent control.
Right.
And as such, it gives us additional authorities. I don't quite understand it. I mean, I did read what Ms. Yurka wrote, but I'd like to hear your position.
To be perfectly honest, I have not really paid much attention to this section because it is not a shall, it is a may, the city may. But it does say, so it says for any dwelling unit described in subparagraph A, so I believe those have to be rental units again. So we're talking about the 2 units. That is or was within the 5-year period preceding the application subject to a form of rent or price control through a local government's valid exercise of its police power, and that is or was occupied by persons or families above lower income. The city or county may do either of the following, and it talks about requiring that the replacement units be made available at affordable rent. And so, again, if the city attorney agrees that, and this was subject to a form of rent or price control through police power, then perhaps we could look into using this section.
My having been involved in the drafting of the rental rights program ordinances, we viewed it as not a price control because, again, it doesn't limit the amount of rent that a landlord can charge a tenant. It only requires the landlord to take certain actions if they increase the rent over a certain percentage. So that's how we looked at it at the time. Not looking at this in more detail, that's kind of where we're at on it.
Okay, but as a general matter, it is something that could give us greater flexibility in the future, as far as our ability to require more replacement units when actually
It could,
affordable
but
units
again,
are.
I don't think it's, I don't, as I sit here today, I don't view it as a form of rent control or price control on a rental unit.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's something we should look at.
We can look at it
Yeah.
further.
Because we're told we're bound by certain things, and now there's this potentially other, avenue for us to have more flexibility, more leeway to get something that's of benefit to us. Okay. If there's nothing else, yes, I would like to ask, I guess, the applicant first.
Correct.
The applicant first, if you would like to say anything in rebuttal. Do we usually give like 5 minutes?
It's up to you. I mean, 3-5 minutes, it's really.
Let's say, I'll give 5 minutes. Let's say 5 minutes, given all the speakers we've had and all the time spent.
Honorable Mayor, City Council members, City Attorney, and staff. I'm Art Simonian, developer for the project, so I'll take a few moments, and then I think Mr. McDonald will have some thoughts as well, along with any questions you may have. To better put this project into context, the City of Glendale did not propose any rezoning as part of its 6-cycle housing element update. Instead, the city relied heavily on density bonus units to meet its RHNA requirements. Our city has committed to facilitating density bonus projects in lieu of upzoning to meet the RHNA requirements. It is also important to point out to the community that this 11-unit project at 246 North Jackson has been identified by the City of Glendale as an affordable project in its 6-cycle housing element update. Furthermore, the city has counted these 11 units towards its RENA numbers in its general plan. This is a modest 11-unit project that does not impose onto its neighbors, but will provide benefit to a very low-income family with a 2-bedroom unit at $709 per month, far less than $1,500, which was being paid. And so, in addition, it's going to provide 10 market rate workforce housing. And so it is a good project in an underutilized parcel that's already been designated as part of the city's RENA numbers. 3 years later, we're going through a process, and if we're trying to really meet the housing crisis, this is not the answer. To really try to meet the problem head on is for this council to make some difficult decisions, but to abide by the spirit of the density bonus laws, which is what the city pledged to do with its RENA numbers. And so I'll conclude with that. If you have any questions, I, of course, can follow up on it, but Mr. McDonald, I think, has a thought or two as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Just briefly, I started my short presentation with pages 12 to 14 of your staff report because those are the findings that are before you. I note that nobody from the appellant side or the opponents have talked about those findings. Nobody has come in and said, I have to show public detriment, or I have to show how it doesn't physically preclude construction for the waiver. Nobody's walked in with evidence on those points, and that's what's before you. If in your discretion you wish to look at your entitlement process, if you wish to look at converting your rental relief programs to rent control programs, there's a variety of points that the appellants have raised that are legislative in nature that you're free to look at. But what's before you tonight is a quasi-judicial proceeding in which the evidence supports the approval of the project as outlined in the staff report. The one question sort of when asking about owner occupancy, why did we do it if it doesn't really matter? Because the appellants raised it. An applicant does not address all the points by an appellant, even if as they are red herrings, as I said in my presentation. So that's just our burden. Our burden is to show you that what they're saying isn't accurate, or that it's a red herring, or that the facts are wrong. That doesn't mean that they're relieved of their obligation to put before you direct evidence that goes to the findings. And they haven't talked about the findings, let alone put direct evidence in front of you for it. So we'd ask that you approve the project and go forward. As Mr. Simonian said, it's been 3 very long years, and we'd like to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and the appellants? And I will likewise give you 5 minutes.
Thank you. So I appreciate acknowledgement of wrongdoing in reopening the public hearing with one member of the public present. But I would like to say that the staff report did not acknowledge that that was wrong. They said it may not have been best practices. And as I pointed out, that's an insult to the public. And I also think that there are substantial due process issues with that. You said that there were many other issues of appeal. There would have been no appeal had the public hearing not been reopened for Mr. Simonian to provide evidence privately, because the findings for the waivers could not have been made. And so the application would have been denied and it would have been returned. So that's the first thing I wanted to address. I think Mayor Brotman asked the key question, which is, does the liberal interpretation of state law mean that Glendale has to violate its municipal code and allow the vacation of the easement? And the answer to that is no. And that answer actually gives you some flexibility, because this, as Bruce Merritt said very articulately, the project before you tonight can only be a 6-unit project and a 9-unit project with the density bonus, because you have not, and you cannot approve the easement tonight. It is not before you. And the fact that there's a condition of approval, that is, maybe you will grant it. You can't say now, I'm definitely going to grant it, because then you would be prejudging the matter. And I would really like the city attorney's office to explain how it is possible to use that Class 32 categorical exemption, whereby a project must be consistent with the general plan and the zoning code for an application that, by definition, because of that condition of approval, is not consistent with the zoning code. Now, regarding the price control issue, it's not rent control what Glendale has. It is a form of price control that is designed to protect tenants from outrageous increases, and it confers certain rights upon them. And it's very distressing to me that the public, having identified this actually fantastic new opportunity for council to use to replace affordable units, naturally affordable units, existing units, regardless of the income of the tenants, to have staff be kind of putting a damper on that and not thinking, yes, this is something we have. This is an unintended benefit of that program, and that we're going to do that. Because a project is going to be built here. And it may well be an 11-unit project, although it can't be an 11-unit project tonight. And I agree that Glendale needs thousands of affordable units. And the way to get them is to make developers build them. And you do not have to grant that easement vacation. And I think you should absolutely 100% use that price control to ask the developer to come back with a 2 affordable unit project. And I'd like to cite one other email, and I didn't include it in the PowerPoint, but it's from Mike Fortney, whose job is the construction of affordable units. And in this email, he's commiserating with Mr. Simonian, because Mr. Simonian is afraid he might have to provide 2 affordable units for his project. And Mike Fortney says, yeah, it really stinks if you have to provide 2 affordable units. The reason it stinks is because they thought he might be required to provide 1.05 affordable units, which gets rounded up to 2. That seems so unfair. Well, remember that if he vacates the easement and gets that land back, his base density bonus is 6.096. It is as small an amount over 6 units as you can be, but that gets rounded up to 7 and then 11 units. And I think there is only, for one thing, legally, there's only one thing you can do, which is not apply it, because you can't apply it with a categorical exemption, and that has to be in place. But I really do think there's only one ethical thing for you to do. And that is, we need lots of affordable units. Begin tonight. This project should have 2 units. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. If we close the hearing, we can still ask staff questions?
Good, or if you have questions, you can ask.
Can we ask the appellant?
You can ask up to the mayor's.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't mind.
Well, we'll close the hearing, okay, at 11:17. And I know I have a couple questions, but it sounds like...
I have a question to ask, but I also have comments, so do you want me to just go ahead and do the whole?
If I could just ask about this CEQA question that Ms. Yurka brings up. Can you address that?
Yeah, but I have a feeling Yvette could do a better job, so I'm going to ask her to do it.
Hello again. So obviously, we believe that the CEQA exemption applies because it is consistent with zoning and the general plan. We don't see anything wrong with this process. So it's common to have conditions of approval and conditions of approval that have to be satisfied after a project is approved. And there's nothing terribly unusual about that, and I don't think that it violates CEQA, and that's our position. It's just a fundamental disagreement.
And for example, I mean, a lot of times we have projects which are not permitted unless they get a conditional use permit. You still would use the categorical exemption, even though it requires the agency to approve the discretionary permit in order for it to be consistent with the general plan and zoning code. And that's very similar to what we're doing here.
Okay. Okay. Why don't we'll wrap it up now?
Well,
Councilmember.
well, a couple minutes ago, the mayor said something about we should learn a lesson here, and I pointed at my paper because I had just written down lessons to be learned from this experience. I totally understand the perception of impropriety by the community, by our residents. I think the emails were damning. I think some of the decisions that were made were just kind of shocking to me as well. And as I say, I hope we've learned a lesson. I hope staff has learned a lesson. I can, the parts of this project were questionable. Staff has all the answers for the legality of all of these, going by the codes and the vacation, et cetera, et cetera. It all seems to be legal. Yes, it was not done the way we think it should have been done. There are ethical, I think, questions to be asked, and I hope that, from what I hear, they are being addressed to staff. I think that what we take away from this is that you can build whatever you want, just so it pencils out, and that's the bottom line. And I don't think that should be the philosophy of our staff, and it should not be the philosophy of this council. I think we've established that we need to adhere to and not bend or spin or bargain with the laws and our codes, just to make sure that the developer's performa works out for him. I would like to ask, I'm one for compromise. And I feel that one of the basic bottom lines in this particular case is the fact that we're losing an affordable unit. So I would like to ask Mr. Simonian if you would come to the podium, and I would like to ask you if we can work out a compromise here. Because I think if we can do this, a lot of people will be a lot more comfortable with this decision. I've always loved your designs. I think this building is terrific. I think it's beautiful, and I'd like to see it built. However, you mentioned we're getting one affordable housing unit at $709 for a 2-bedroom. Could you see giving us 2 units, raising the rent on that 2-bedroom to, let's say, $1,500, and then having another affordable, one of the smaller units that you're getting, like 500 square feet, have one of those be a second affordable unit at, let's say, $700. Would that be amenable to you?
Honorable Mayor, City Council members, City Attorney's Office, and staff, I think, and I'll address your question, and I will. I think there are a lot of individuals watching this evening, including the HCD, including developers, community members, etc. So what sort of precedent do we want to set tonight in Glendale? Do we want to basically take developers that have a by right density bonus project, take them through 3 years of hell, bring them up to the council chamber, and then at the last minute say, hey, give us more than the required state density bonus laws, and let's make a deal? I think that's a bad precedent. I think it's bad for business, and I think it will turn away a lot of good developers like me. We are local folks. We want to do the right thing. I've been in this chamber many times and I've done some great projects, and thank you for acknowledging that. What is right should be considered. And I know it's politically difficult, but what is being asked of you is against state density bonus laws. They are asking for you to do something against the spirit of density bonus laws. And so, by us even starting this negotiation tactic will put such a terrible precedent forward. What will it show everybody else that's watching this evening? We don't know. There is no clarity in the city of Glendale. Not only do you have to go through a density bonus process and then go to design review board afterwards, which could get appealed to city council on a project that was designated as 11 units as part of the RENA numbers on the 6th element of the housing plan that just got approved. Is that fair? That is not fair. I would say that this project in no shape or form can work out with 2 very low-income units. And there's a reason why the state came up with the density bonus calculations, because they understand that these units cost $650,000, $700,000 per unit to build. You guys are going through it right now. Huge cost increases on your affordable projects. Imagine a smaller project. Imagine a project that doesn't have the site area to work with. Imagine the buying power of a large project versus a small project. In the city of Glendale, with the design standards that we have, with the design guidelines that we have, with these kind of codes that say 600 square feet is a minimum 1 bedroom that require a waiver, guarantees, and I don't think anybody knows the local codes better than me, that a single lot going through the density bonus program will ask for waivers and numerous concessions because our codes are so restrictive. So instead of loosening up those codes with the RENA 6th housing element, we chose not to, and we relied on density bonus project. It's upsetting, but there's no way it would make sense as 2 very low income units. There's no way. Would maybe one of them being moderate make some sense? I don't know. But is it a terrible precedent to put forward? I believe it is. So with that, we'd like to get clarity this evening. We respectfully ask for clarity this evening. It's not fair what is happening here. And I don't know, if that's a serious comment, we could entertain it somehow. I don't know how. I don't even know what that would mean for the findings, what that would mean for the process. I don't know. But I would say 2 very low incomes, no way. It's just not going to work.
Wouldn't be able to afford the build?
Come
The
again?
pro forma wouldn't work out, the
It just
bottom line?
wouldn't. The inflation that we've had in construction costs in the last several years, while this project was going through appeal, while it was sitting there vacant, while we were paying for property taxes, people are calling in and saying, well, it's an eyesore. Well, yeah, it's an eyesore because we're trying to do something about it. We're trying to build one of the most beautiful density bonus projects that's ever been built in the city of Glendale. But we can't because we're being asked to do more because of some groups, not liberal, conservative interpretation of the law. I don't know. If there are no 3 votes tonight, then maybe we consider something. But we need to come up with some sort of process for the future. A lot of people are watching.
Well, that's my next comment, is that if there's anything to be learned tonight, it's that the process has to change, that it has to become more open, more transparent. We have to, find other ways to regulate development that are easier on the developer, but plain and simple to the residents in our city, that they know exactly what to expect. There are no special deals. There are no special agreements. I agree, we need this. We need this housing, but I just feel like at $700 a month for a 2-bedroom, you can certainly raise that and then add another. It doesn't have to be low, very low income. It can be moderate. but just as long as it's affordable. And not, I don't know what you're planning on charging for one of those tiny studios, those little tiny 500 square foot. I mean, aren't those going to be affordable?
Well, Councilmember Devine, I do think compromise is a necessary thing. I do believe that, and I always preach that, in all aspects. I would say that, I would have a question, as in, let's say we had a caller call in earlier, Naira Shobatian. She was objecting to process. So what stops, let's say, me agreeing, going beyond state density bonus law, and someone still challenging and bringing a claim against the case and tying me up? In which case I would have been better off, even if I were to lose tonight, to bring a challenge against the city, right? So these are things that go through my mind, which is the plain facts of it, the uncomfortable reality of it, which is, even if we come up with something, somebody could come out of the woodworks, including the people in this room, and say, well, I don't like that. So would the city indemnify me in the case of a lawsuit? In which case, sure, let's talk. Because how many years do we want to go through this? So I would say there were some conditions previously that said I would indemnify the city in the case of a action. If the city's willing to reverse that, I'd be amenable to, if under that scenario, I'd be amenable to providing 2 one-bedroom moderate income units as affordable units. Let's say, 102 and 202.
Mr. Garcia, what do you say to that?
To us indemnifying the applicant? No, I mean, I wouldn't recommend that ever. Well, no offense to Mr.
I know.
I think that's why I posed the question, because he knew the
I
answer.
understand.
You knew the answer.
In which case, if we agree and Ms. Shobatian decides to come forward, doesn't put me in a good situation, right? So those are the realities of the situation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm done.
Who wants to go next?
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
I don't have questions, I just have comments.
Any questions? You're trying to... I have a general question.
Go ahead.
If I could, just to kind of buy some. Staff could have taken a different approach to this, and I want to know, why we didn't. We could have said, this is so we could have said, we don't want to discuss vacating this easement. So yes, you come under, this is a 6-unit base density, do your density bonus, you get 9 units. Then we could have said to the applicant, we're okay with 11 units, maybe we're okay with 12 units, come and ask for a discretionary density bonus, isn't that what we call it? Now that process would have, and I'm thinking this in general, but it puts us more in the driver's seat than the way staff has gone about doing it with the easement. Because with the easement now, it's a density bonus project of 11, and we really don't have any leverage. Whereas if it's a discretionary, we have quite a bit of leverage. And it seems like, and I don't blame Mr. Simonian, he's doing what he needs to do. He's looking to build housing and make a buck. That's his job. Where I think the process fell down is that I think staff is not necessarily putting us in the driver's seat. And I think that's the job of staff, to think how to put the city in the best possible position to get the housing it needs and the affordable units that it wants. And so my question is, why didn't we consider that path? Or did we?
I cannot personally speak to the Community Development Department's, I'm sorry, is this on? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I apologize. I do recall, I don't, know who I suggested it to, but I just work at the city attorney's office. I don't control the development applications or the processes. But you're correct, that is a potential avenue forward, but it would need to come back at a later time in a later application for the council to consider. So anytime you ask for above 50% density bonus, it comes directly to council. And the council can obviously ask for proportionate amount of affordable housing, whatever the council feels is appropriate for the level of the additional density being requested.
And it would not be appealable.
It is always, a writ can be taken to the Superior Court, but there's no further administrative appeals after council.
Seems like a lot cleaner of approach. And personally, I'm okay with that kind of density in that location. I think we need the housing, and I'm okay. I don't think this is overbuilt in any way. And if we were able to squeeze 12 units in there, I'd be happy with that too. It's just the process, I think, really puts us in a very weak position to get what I think is in the best interest of the city. So those are kind of my comments.
I believe Ms. Pruitt wants to respond.
I just wanted to explain that the reason that we took the direction that we did was because we were operating on the principle that Yvette had read earlier, that state density bonus law requires us to interpret the law liberally in favor of producing more affordable housing units. And that came up over and over when we were reviewing what the developer was proposing to us, whether we should support that or not. It came down to that principle in there. And we felt like in order to comply with that and not put the city at risk, we needed to interpret it in a way that would favor him, getting that additional affordable unit. So that's why we did that.
Yeah, that's why I asked the question before, does that provision that we interpret liberally obligate us to do this vacation? So we could, through a discretionary bonus, we could get even more affordable units. We could get even potentially more total units, right? Anyway, I think I've made my point.
I think liberally is the operative word here. It's so subjective, and how do you define that? I mean, could go to the extremes, which I think we've seen.
And so, yeah, that's kind of where I end up is I would really like to see this come through as a discretionary density bonus project. And I would be very open to, personally anyway, being flexible on additional in order to make this work.
Just like to point out, Mayor Brotman, that's not a decision that staff could make. That would have to be the applicant. If the project was denied, he would have to make that decision what kind of project he wants to bring forward.
Okay.
But if the project's denied, how long would that, what timeline are you referring to approximately? How long would it take for the person to go through? Because I've heard the stories of how long things are taking, how short-staffed we are, how strained staff is everywhere. What are you talking about here? How long?
I think that, unfortunately, the director's not here, and neither is the deputy director, so it's hard for Ms. Pruitt to make that promise. Just knowing that, one, it's a council approval, so obviously the intermediate steps that this iteration went through would not occur, assuming the project is the same or similar to what's proposed, but probably less staff work on the environmental, that sort of thing. But we can't say, because unfortunately, Mr. Calvert's not here.
But could we, we could give direction that we want it to be expedited and brought back as quickly as possible, because I don't want to drag this out.
But my concern is going through a whole exercise, which brings us back to exactly where we are, right? Or whether, it's, and I do have some, questions about the affordable unit part of it and to the applicant. I know, Mr. Simonian, that you're saying that I fully understand and acknowledge that the price of construction is the same for affordable versus market rate housing. Materials are the same. I know had probably a large part in designing this as an architect yourself. There's no way to reconfigure this project to be able to take the 2-bedroom and split it into 2 1-bedrooms or a studio and a 1-bedroom to add that affordability aspect? Or workforce or?
Councilmember Kasakian, Honorable Mayor, City Attorney's Office and staff. And so, as I suggested earlier, I think in order for us to go through a whole process to end up right where we are today would be amazingly inefficient. We are here today. We've heard comments and everyone's attention is focused. Our intent is not to redesign a building because frankly, it's taken too long to get here. And so, as Councilmember Devine, asked and I, answered, I think if we kept the design the same it was, but took 2 of the 1-bedrooms and made them moderate, let's say 102 and 202, and maybe council gave us the ability to reduce the parking structure down to the minimum 6 if desired. And if that's something we could literally do as a consequence, as a condition to just take it to DRB, that's something I think that we could, would that make sense? To get some action tonight, if that's what's being asked, I guess, would I consider it? I have no choice. I need 3 votes tonight, and so I'll work with you guys. I'll do what we have to do. It's just against the spirit of density bonus. That's I think the bottom line.
I mean, I do agree with the mayor in that this is an ideal location for density. I agree with the folks who've said that this area is somewhat blighted, and I've seen it even when it was green. I used to live not that far from there, and anyone who visits City Hall or works here has probably walked by it more than once because it's just a stone's throw from City Hall. I would like to see something developed there. But I also want us to get to a place where everyone wins in this situation. I appreciate the fact that you are taking units that were rented at $1,500, which was, I guess, the market rate for whatever the property owner at that time was renting it, and replacing it with a 2-bedroom set. I mean, there's merits to both sides on this. I understand where also the appellants are coming from because, look, quite honestly, Mr. Simonian, I respect and admire the work that you've done for the city. I remember the first time you came into these chambers, it was for your own, at least the first time I remember, was when you came in for the design of your own home.
Right.
That most people thought at the time.
You were sitting on this side.
Yeah. Well, the view and the vantage has changed, but I guess some things have not. And we keep going through these exercises of appeals because I remember, people thought you were going to flip your home and it's been the home that your family has lived in since. I appreciate that.
Right.
But you also have to appreciate our perspective that when we see some of these communications, whether staff used a term that they should not use again or, a turn of phrase, we want to instill more public trust in the processes. I think some of the critics tonight have gone a little lost in the weeds and have lost sight of maybe some of the intent of how we alleviate the housing crisis. But I mean, I appreciate your willingness to maybe work with the city, and I'd urge you to continue to do that. I don't know where the rest of my colleagues stand, and I'll wait to hear from them. But, at this point, I could go either way, really.
Okay, let's get comments from.
I tell you, I'm ready to move 9B1. I think it's a beautiful project. It's
Thank you.
It's a terribly blighted lot at this point. I think we're fighting over very minute issues. I don't think that the appellants have met their burden. I think that the hearing officer and the planning commission were correct in their assessments. I'm not happy that we're negotiating. We used to laugh at Virej Agajanian, who did this, on the cusp of a approval. How much do you want to pay to the Affordable Housing Fund? And where does that put the developer in that position? Let's just see where this goes. I think if it doesn't go, I would not be surprised if Mr. McDonald takes a writ and challenges us, because everything that he's doing is by right, by the spirit and law of the density bonus provisions, and I'm not sure what we're doing here.
You want me to go? One of the priorities for this council for this year is to streamline and look at codes. My understanding is our codes are out of date. They don't match up with the needs of our city. I know that CDD is supposed to bring those codes back. I'm very familiar with this area. We're talking about 11 units. 2.5 years, 3 years for 11 units. If we are pushing away developers who are local folks, we're also setting a very dangerous precedent of the kind of difficulty we're going to have with the housing crisis that continues to grow. I had very much concerns about the communication between staff. I couldn't just go off of that, not knowing whether or not there were more. But I will tell you that we need this. I think I would prefer actually a 2-bedroom over a studio and a 1-bedroom, because I don't think we have enough of those for families with children. And so I would be in support of this project. And again, I look forward to us working on cleaning up our codes, so we don't have to give these variances moving forward.
I mean, look, there have been good points made on all sides. I understand, that the developer, again, look, the only way I'd be inclined to support this is if it was in hand with a thorough investigation, maybe a third party that comes in and looks at how these communications are done. Quite honestly, I think that we need to pass the smell test. Otherwise, this is going to erode some of the public trust in the processes, however the process got us here.
Okay, well, I think we've all,
Councilmember Adjourn moved it.
okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, well, we'll have a roll call then.
Well, let me ask before we have roll call, what are my colleagues' views on how we approach the way staff has communicated and the processes that have gotten us here?
Should be new business.
I was actually gonna.
I mean, if we're setting policy on communications.
You mean we should agendize something?
Yeah, we should agendize
Yeah,
it. I'm
yeah.
saying,
In terms of, but it's part of this discussion now. I'd be curious to know how my colleagues feel as to how.
Mayor, can I just ask a quick question for clarification for Councilmember Kasakian? Is it a request on this process, like what happened in this process?
Yeah, absolutely. This process would be a part of it. I think it would be the most important case study.
I was just asking.
Wait, you want my opinion on what I think happened or how I felt about that?
I think that should be part of a more thorough discussion in terms of looking at how communication processes. We've been here before where people come with a project and they're given certain information and then, they're led down a certain path where it brings them to this point where staff should have been perhaps more clear, should not have perhaps led them down a certain road. I think that those are all things worth looking into. And some of the language in the communications here does give me grave concern. and I don't use those terms lightly. I mean, again, I appreciate the one thing I appreciate is that there's been some acknowledgement of mistakes being made from staff, which, sitting here for, at least on this side from where the clerk was to here, in the last 3 years, have not been as common as they ought to be, in my estimation.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, in response to Council Member Kasakian's comments and concerns, valid concerns, I will definitely, with Mr. Calvert, Director of Community Development, and staff will go back and go through, as Ms. Pruitt mentioned, in the communication, the threads were not included, and only portions of that email correspondence was shown to council. But there are concerns, regardless of the fact that we admit to a mistake or not. We most certainly wouldn't want this be repeated in the future. So we will definitely take a closer look, deeper dive, and course correct, and make sure that this doesn't happen in the future. As far as quote unquote leading applicants down the path and changing the direction, that's going to be part of the process that Mr. Calvert and I are working on, streamlining the processes and cleaning up the code so there is no unclear direction to applicants as far as projects are concerned. So everything is transparent. Everyone knows where they stand. There is, we are trying to eliminate that back and forth and changing course as part of the process, if that helps the case.
It helps to a certain extent, but I think it's not just us knowing it, it's also the public knowing it, to understanding what has happened. And again, with all respect to Mr. Simonian and the service that he's rendered to this city, I mean, at some point we have to also look at, how, I mean, certainly there is a familiarity with the applicant just based on the role that he's had in his service to the city as a board member for the Design Review Board. And the question becomes like, how does the public perceive that, right? I can tell you, if I wasn't here on council, if I wasn't involved in the city's day-to-day affairs as a council person, from the public's perspective, it doesn't seem as clean as it should be. Not that, anything necessarily is being wrong, but again, it's about perception, and perception sometimes becomes the reality in people's minds, and we have an obligation to bolster the public's trust in government. So I would like to see something come publicly forward for discussion. If it needs to be agendized because of our new process, I'm happy to bring it forward to say that an investigation into some of these communications, especially if it's someone that is a member of a design review board and also has a project before the city. I think these are all things that at various times we should look into.
Can I offer a suggestion?
Sure.
Perhaps allow Mr. Galina and I to confer on how to present that to you and bring you back some information. Just because we have employee, issues, employee rights, that sort of thing, we want to make sure we're respecting everybody's rights. But at the same time, acknowledging that this is an issue of in the public domain, that the public has asked questions on, and we can certainly probably provide you some information on how to give you a plan on how to move forward on that.
Let me just add, without belaboring it, the applicant and the appellant are not unknown to each other. They have battled on Design Review Board many times in the past. So this is, and the appellants are also commissioners of the city. So this is a rather unique situation where we have known entities on both sides of this. I'm not going to throw Ms. Pruitt under the bus for using the word special treatment. Perhaps had she used our buzzword concierge service, we wouldn't have this problem. But let's not parse words. And I think a general policy discussion is good to set it for our planning staff going forward, but I don't want to open an investigation or an audit or anything like that.
I understand, and I grant that part of it. And I'm sorry, Mayor Brotman, I just want to I'll try to be brief. It's about also the access that we all have to certain things or certain people have based on our interactions. You know, Ms. Yurka is my appointee to Historical Preservation Commission. Mr. Simonian is someone I've known for years. I've had the privilege and honor of, you know, hanging out with his children and family members, so I get that. I understand that. It's not a matter of, you know, what's history they have, and I don't think it's necessarily, I hope it's certainly not that has brought these folks here. Perhaps it's some of the emails that were taken out of the context that they were in. Regardless, I think we do have an obligation now that we are here to look into these issues. On the merits of this project in terms of where it's located, the density, the compliance with state laws, I also understand all those. I'm generally supportive of this project. I wish that there was more affordable housing units being placed, but I do stand by my request, and I hope that when it's agendized, my colleagues will support it.
Yeah, I'd like to make a substitute motion that we bring this back as a discretionary project.
So that would-
Can I do that?
If I may, I mean, it's up to the applicant to apply for that. So he's asked for an approval. You can either approve it or deny it or grant it with conditions. But we cannot bring a project back until he's applied for it.
Okay.
But you could, I mean, I don't know what you could put in a substitute motion to uphold the appeal, and then perhaps the applicant would do that.
Oh, right, okay.
I don't know what you want to do. I don't want to put words in your mouth,
That's what I
but
was going to do, so it's fine.
is that your substitute motion?
What's that? Oh, the motion number 2?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you have a substitute motion?
9B2 would be a substitute motion.
There's a motion on the floor.
I'm sorry.
9B2 would be a substitute motion, the motion to direct us to prepare findings to uphold the appeal and deny the project.
Right, yes, I would.
So that needs a second.
That needs a second.
But I seconded the first motion. That
I
was
know,
made.
but a substitute motion then overrides.
Has priority, okay.
And
Yeah.
to end up where? That's the question, you know? Okay, so we kick this can down even further. It's been, I do empathize with the fact that it's taken 3 years for this individual to get up here. Councilmember Devine,
Well,
again, there's merits on both sides, but I think at the end of the day, there is a looming, you know, crisis of housing. Not looming, it's already here. We see it every day. I think all of us drive around the city and see both unhoused and challenges that people have, so I don't know.
I can, let me just, I'm prepared to second the substitute motion. I don't know if I can do that.
You have to pass the gavel.
Okay, I passed the gavel. But the reason is I would hope that the project could come back through a density bonus process and that we would expedite that and that it would not require another 6 months or even 3 months. I would like to get that, if the applicant is prepared to do that, bring the project back as a density bonus, as a discretionary density bonus project. Potentially, if there's some tweaks in terms of parking that would reduce costs, or if there's the potential to add a unit, I don't know. I mean, I know that's getting complicated, but I'll leave that up to the developer, but I will second that substitute motion.
Mr. Mayor, just wanted to add that we cannot promise an expedited process. As you are aware, as you know, there are other projects that staff are working on that will have to be delayed, postponed, put on hold, which should not be fair to those applicants. And so if you want to make that motion, again, we cannot promise an expedited process.
I think right now the substitute motion is just to uphold the appeal, deny the project, and then count, you know.
The rest
staff-
is just
yeah,
commentary.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. I guess we take a roll call on that motion. On Councilmember Devine's motion.
I'm sorry, I just need some clarity on what is the substitute motion exactly?
Uphold the
The
appeal.
substitute-
It's 9B2 on the
So uphold the appeal, or it would be to direct our office to prepare findings to uphold the appeal and deny the project. So
And
it's-
so my issue with that is it kicks it all the way back, whether we want it to be, expedited or not. There's no certainty to that. It could end up not being that way, and then this person is out there in the, lurching in whatever, limbo for the next potential year, or God knows what may happen again.
He can come back with discretionary.
Motion, a second.
Yeah, let's just vote. Roll call.
Councilmember Asadrian?
No.
Devine?
Yes.
Kasakian?
No.
Najarian?
No.
And Mayor Brotman?
Yes. Okay, the motion fails. Now we're back to the first motion. So,
Was there a second on the?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
Councilmember Asadrian.
Councilmember Asadrian. Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Asadrian?
Yes.
Devine?
No.
Kasakian?
Yes.
Najarian?
Yes.
And Mayor Brotman?
No. Okay. That concludes a
So-
very,
Well, I have one question. So what happens now if after this approval, that's intended to fast track, or not fast track, but at least to get more housing on market, someone decides,
Correct, so
to,
the project, the density bonus and incentives have been approved. I think there's a discretion, he has to go to design review, right? Is there a design review on this project subsequently? I'll let-
Yes, he
I mean,
needs
will
to do a
this- will
design
this
review
potentially- Is there a
application.
possibility this ends up in litigation or court and there's a delay, further delay to this?
Someone could always challenge it. To actually delay the continued processing of the project requires somebody to go, not only challenge it in court, but actually ask for like a preliminary or temporary injunction. Those are hard to grant, especially when it's early that we're not near construction. So that's the way.
My concern is that we've also, and I apologize, Mayor, for this, but I understand that my colleagues are frustrated, but we've had projects approved here on this dais, Councilmember Devine, which, then have ended up in court, whether it was the one on Kenwood, I believe, which still hasn't been built today, right, as this housing shortage looms over us. The last thing I want is for us I want to get some understanding as to what will prevent projects from being built in areas where they should be built.
And litigation is always it's always a risk. It's always something that could pose a challenge to projects getting built. I would, without getting into too much detail, I would say the Kenwood approval was different in substantial ways than this one, because this is a density bonus project.
I'm aware of that.
So,
I understand the
yeah.
differences.
So I
but-
guess I'd say I can only say I feel more comfortable that this one stands on stronger legs than that one does.
And so the applicant has the approval that he needs, but he's also heard both from the people who were here appealing this project, from council members as well, as to a desire for perhaps adding an additional affordable unit or reconfiguring it. I don't know how it's done, but, anyways. It would be my hope that, Mr. Simonian would take those into consideration.
okay. We'll move on. Our next item is,
Next item, number 12, is discussion of council members' future agenda requests. 12A, Councilmember Najarian, request to agendize a review of the noise standards for the downtown specific plan area.
Councilmember Najarian.
Well, as I said, when I first raised this, our downtown is continuing to grow. It's our intention through economic development to make it a more vibrant and exciting area. We have, I think, some inconsistent noise standards throughout. I'd like that to be reviewed in terms of decibel levels, hours of operation, and ask for a report. Until that time, I would like to have the enforcement of noise at the discretion of the police department. Is that an appropriate arbiter of that?
Councilmember Najarian, depending on time of day, it could be the police department or code enforcement.
Yes. That's what I would request, that we have that discussion and find out exactly what's going on downtown.
Any
I do have a
staff comments? Oh, you have a question? Go.
I
go,
do have a
please.
question on that. My understanding when I asked about this was that it would be a pretty long and thorough process to look at the noise ordinance. Would it be beneficial if within that we also looked at different pockets of the city that would also allow for that?
Councilmember Sartian, my apologies, but depends on the direction of the council. Councilmember Najarian's request was specific, and if you want to expand the limits outside the DSP area, then we just need direction, and it will take even longer, obviously. But the intention is, the way I understand, we bring a report back, and we can include that not only it's within the DSP area, but also there are pockets, for example, Kenneth Village, or north of the freeway, that could potentially benefit from such ordinance. So it will be all in the report.
Okay.
I have a question. So could you talk about what's prompting this? What are you, is it a concern that we're restricting noise and that's harming business, or we're allowing too much, or where are you coming from?
So we're growing downtown, and we're bringing in areas like the new hotel, the Indigo Hotel, is going to be presumed to be a destination that is going to have live music. We have heard about the hotels on North Brand with some complaints of noise. We've had, I've heard the Chess Park Lounge, although I think that's well within the district. Complaints of noise by the apartment buildings on Central. The question is, are those areas, are those locations areas where we want to preserve a quieter zone, or do we want to permit music to be played and other sort of noise, I guess?
Okay. I mean, I'm comfortable re-looking at that. I thought not long ago we did extend the hours for amplified sound in the downtown.
You are correct, Mayor Brotman, but it doesn't cover North Brand and Central Brand. You are right. Within the downtown area, there were complaints about noise emanating from certain number of restaurants that have live music or amplified sound, and this council adopted ordinance to allow that past certain hours. But this goes beyond the limits of downtown area.
Right. They're
For
on
the
the
same-
perimeter of the existing downtown specific plan.
From Mountain down?
No,
Not as high as Mountain.
no, DSP
maybe.
doesn't go all the way up. Yeah, I believe stops at Glen Oaks.
But the whole west side of Central, I think, is
Right.
not included in any of that.
West and east side not included.
West and east side.
Would we be looking at hours and stuff as well as this comes back?
I believe so. I mean,
Right?
it would
Yes,
be
that will be part of the,
broad.
Look, I really do think that we're losing a lot of business. I will tell you that the number of times I've told staff that anytime you try to get a drink and food at 11 p.m. after a council meeting, you have to leave Glendale to do that. You know, Silver Lake is right around the corner. Los Feliz is right around the corner. And I know that at that 10:30 mark is when everything in the city pretty much shuts down. And so we're losing revenue, and we have, you know, all these buildings in Central are filled with young folks who have no place to go at night.
That's what I'm hoping we can look for in
Yeah.
a broad sense. Decibels, hours, locations, types of noise.
yes, we will bring you a menu of options.
And I would also ask, what's our enforcement plan? Because we do have rules, and you know, I know there are a few places where we continuously hear about complaints. One I've been hearing lately is King's Kitchen from the building that's right next to it, and the allegation is that they're going way beyond the hours and that they're supposed to. So whatever we do decide, let's make sure we couple it with a clear plan on how we're going to make sure that whatever hours we grant, whatever decibel levels, that's it.
Where's King's Kitchen?
Down
South Central.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Okay.
we do have code enforcement cases against.
The police do arrive. I mean, the police
Yes.
are fairly good at
Right.
responding, so.
But then what I told, I'm not there, so I can't say this is true or not, but that once the police are gone, they put it back up. In any case, I think right now it's just 3 votes to move ahead with this.
Yeah.
So do we do a roll call?
Yeah, just a motion and a second to direct staff to prepare the report.
Okay, so
I'll
you want,
move staff to prepare that report on the noise issues as discussed.
I'll second.
okay. So roll call, please.
Councilmember Asadrian,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
and Mayor Brotman.
Yes. And then we have one more.
Item number B, Mayor Brotman's request to agendize a discussion of shared mobility pilot program focused on bicycles and e-bikes.
Okay, and this was, you'll all remember, we did an RFP back in 2020, which was for, what do we call it, a shared mobility pilot that included scooters and bikes. We ended up deciding not to move forward on that project. A lot of time has passed. I still think there's a need, and I would like us to relook at establishing a pilot for bikes and e-bikes, and would ask that, staff bring back a report with the alternatives for us.
Including scooters?
No,
Or just
no,
bikes and
just bikes and e-bikes.
What was the reasoning not wanting scooters?
Well, I mean, scooters caused a lot of consternation on this council and in the public. I personally have no problem with scooters, but I don't want that to get in the way of us putting together a basic bike and e-bike shared mobility pilot. The other thing I think is that we had an RFP. There was, well, I don't know, maybe I don't want to get into what happened with the RFP, but we ended up canceling that or letting it expire. There may be a simpler way that I would like staff to consider, maybe just doing a pilot, not through an RFP. There is a group here within Glendale that could do something for us that maybe just allow us to test out some of these concepts. I'm thinking of something kind of really, truly a pilot. And then if it's something that we think, we like the idea, then we can go out and do an RFP maybe a year later or something like that. That's what I'm thinking, but staff can come back with different options and we can decide how we want to do it. So I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, let's have a roll call on that, please.
Councilmember Asadrian,
Yes.
Devine, Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
and Mayor Brotman.
Yes. Okay. What is next?
Mayor, next is item number 13, oral communication. Discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Each speaker is allowed 5 minutes. Council may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. The city manager may refer the matter to the appropriate department for investigation and report. Mayor, I have 6 cards and 1 caller.
Okay. We've got some pretty dedicated residents here at 1212. Okay, Mr. Milano.
Good evening, Mayor Brotman, members of the City Council. Waiting 6 hours to address you, what a privilege. I want to discuss a topic that was of quite a lot of importance to us during the Pension Review Commission meetings, the the blue ribbon panel of individuals who decided to spend about 8 months discussing the issues having to do with the city's pension system. And despite the fact that that I feel that the commission was stacked with members of the city's employee representatives, which I figured they should not have been there, which meant that the eventual vote would be significantly swayed by these particular members. Nonetheless, there were two salient outcomes or decisions. One of them was to allow, despite my protestations, for the city to continue funding the Section 115 trust fund. And the other was to have open negotiations with regard to the establishment of the MOU. It doesn't mean that the city council could not strategize secretly or behind closed doors, but the actual negotiations to take place before the public. And the reason for that is that many of the problems that we have with regard to the excessive amount of pension obligations that we have accumulated, the hundreds of millions of dollars of unfunded obligations, could probably have been stopped had someone become aware and spoken during those sessions. Let me give you an example of some of the things that tend to occur on the final document, or sometimes expressions that are being given by the employees. For example, an employee will come in and say, we need this particular additional benefit because we really haven't had much of a raise. We only had like a 2% raise or a 1% raise. But they don't mention anything with regard to the fact that for that particular unit, you may have had an extra step. And that step gives them an additional 4.5%, which to my mind is like giving a significant number of people a raise. But it's not counted as a raise. It only is counted as, it's ignored. When someone says, I want, within the employee association said, oh, we wanted to compare to the next 12 cities, but they never make a comparison with regard to what is the ratio of rank and file to supervisors. A study I did a few years back, for some departments, we had like one supervisor for every 3 employees. So is that a fair comparison if you only look at the actual salary per year? Performance. We basically do an evaluation on the actual pay compared to other cities, but we never actually talk about the actual performance compared to what they have in the other city. If it takes fewer people to do the same job, right? If they're more effective and have better results, that doesn't seem to be covered, and I'm just selecting just a few. Or in the situation that we had recently with regard to the request for additional support for their medical pay. I believe that if capable city residents and stakeholders watch the proceedings, they may be able to give you insights that you may not have. You know, some of us, take a look at this, having, 30, 40 years of business experience, having had dozens and dozens of employees, having had to go to court to basically either address issues with employees or be a defendant in some cases. My point is that there's a significant amount of experience out there that could be useful for the city council to tap into. And in this city, of 200,000, we're bound to have individuals who will take this on and participate. So the words that I've heard today was, does it pass the smell test? Is it transparent? Is it clean? What's the public perception? All of these apply. So it is my hope that the city council, as you begin to look behind closed doors at your MOUs and what negotiations you have, that you move to the direction of what that commission basically stated. If you agree to the Section 115 trust fund, you should also agree to this other side. Don't just pick and choose. Thank you.
Thank you. Mauro Yakubian? She's not here. No. Alan Dish.
Good evening, Council. I have a prepared statement, so I'll just begin from it. It's about the events in France and Russia not tied to Glendale. So the events in France, violent protests, and the failed mutiny in Russia are part of a trend in Europe toward instability, crisis, and disorder. Today, failed states are not only in the global south, from Somalia to Pakistan to South Africa. If we measure a failed state by the crack-up of state power, as well as the heightened atmosphere of ideological civil war, deadlocked assemblies, and the growing insecurity of public spaces, then Russia, France, the UK, and even the US should also be understood in similar terms. On June 19 of last year, 22, Texas Republicans approved measures declaring that President Joe Biden was not legitimately elected and rebuked the Republican Senator John Cornyn for taking part in bipartisan talks about gun control. They also voted on a platform that declared homosexuality an abnormal life choice and called for Texas school children to learn about the humanity of the preborn child. The first measure, declaring that Biden's election was invalid, is a clear move toward a cold civil war in the US, the delegitimization of the political order. So, in this general situation, the left must assume the slogan of law and order as its own. Mr. Mayor and City Council, one of the most depressing facts in recent history is that the only case of a violent, revolutionary crowd invading the seat of power was on January 6, 2021, when Donald Trump supporters stormed the US Capitol in Washington, D.C. They viewed the election as illegitimate, a theft organized by corporate elites. Left liberals reacted with a mix of fascination and horror. Some of my friends cried even, like saying, we should be doing this, something like this. There was both envy and condemnation as they watched ordinary people breaking into the pinnacle of state sovereignty, creating a carnival that momentarily suspended the rules of public life. By launching a popular attack on the seat of power, has the populist right stolen the left's resistance to the prevailing system? Is our only choice now between parliamentary elections controlled by corrupted elites or uprisings controlled by the hard right? No wonder Steve Bannon, the ideologist of the populist right, declares himself a Leninist for the 21st century. Quote from Bannon, "I'm a Leninist. Lenin wanted to destroy the state, and that's my goal too. I want to bring everything crashing down and destroy all of today's establishment." End of quote. While the populist right was ecstatic about January 6, the liberal left acted like good old conservatives asking for the National Guard to crush the rebellion. At the roots of this weird situation, we find a unique combination of anarchy and savage authoritarianism. We are entering a time of insurrection and mobocracy, as well as the unprecedented concentration of power in the hands of a few. It is what the philosopher Catherine Malabou calls the combination, at once senseless, monstrous, and unprecedented, of savage verticality and uncontrollable horizontality, end of quote. And as the state's social function has been eroded through years of austerity, it can now only express itself through the use of violence. That is why it is crucial not to just dismiss the state as an instrument of domination. In natural disasters, public health catastrophes, and periods of social unrest, progressive forces must try and seize power and use it not only to calm people's fears in times of emergency, but also to fight those fears, racist, xenophobic, sexist, anti-progressive, artificially concocted to keep populations in check. The left shouldn't be afraid to add to its tasks, ensuring the safety of ordinary people. There are clear signs of the growing decay of manners, of youthful gangs terrorizing public spaces from stations to shopping malls. Mentioning this decay is often dismissed as reactionary, with the insistence that we must look at the deeper social roots of such phenomena, such as unemployment and institutional racism. Yet, if the left disregards public safety, it is conceding to the enemy an important domain of dissatisfaction that, in a time of anarchy, pushes people to the right. Everyday insecurity hurts the poor much more than the rich who live calmly in their gated communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ellen Durham.
Good morning, Mayor Brotman and council members. I'm Alan Durham. I have two questions. First, any recommendations for where to get a drink or a meal after midnight, much less 11? But I wanted to just bring up something, and it's a procedural issue that sort of confuses me, because agenda item 9A1 tonight was on the districting proposal and the third hearing, and item 9A1 was motion directing staff regarding preparation of draft district maps. And Doug Johnson months ago presented a calendar, and that this third hearing was on it. And the main reason for the hearing was going to be the council deciding on several focus maps for the subsequent workshops. And I heard Council Member Asatrian say, well, the city staff didn't get the maps to the council in time for study and to be able to make a decision. So even the 3 council members who were in favor of districting couldn't move forward with focus maps tonight, because I know that only 3 would be in support of that. But you know, Doug Johnson's calendar has always showed the deadlines for submitting maps, and that they were going to have to be posted to the website at least a week before the council would meet on the hearing. And I know that I saw them a week before this meeting. They were all on the website. And I'm not saying the council should have to go to the website to view them, but they were certainly available. And the reason they're available a week before the hearing is so that the council can make a decision and move forward. And so if you're relying on city staff, I don't know why city staff wouldn't have presented them to you a week before this hearing tonight. And I'm just using this as an example, but is the city staff really getting needed information to the council in sufficient time for it to be able to absorb that information and move forward on agenda items? Because it seems to me a lot of times agenda items get stalled, have to be continued, come back up again. And oftentimes there are good reasons for that, but sometimes it just seems like we haven't had time to think about it, even though the agendas are published about a week beforehand as well. So that was just my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Emmanuel Gulakian.
Good evening, Mayor Brotman, members of the council. So I'm here tonight to address concerns or reiterate concerns about illegal vending taking place within Glendale. And to be specific, what I observed last Tuesday night on the way to CVS in Montrose was a setup along the sidewalk near Marshall's that's completely in violation of our ordinance setting limits on vending. So what I saw specifically was tables, grilling equipment, some sort of tanks filled with some sort of fuel for powering the cooking of meat, which according to public health authorities is not fit for human consumption, and they regularly come and confiscate such material. And I observed our ordinance on sidewalk vending, and there are limits about it. So the limits include prohibition of being on sidewalks in exclusively residential zones. Vendors are prohibited from placing tables, chairs, or shade structures on the sidewalk. They may not be within 20 feet of a red curb or a fire hydrant. And so what I observed last Tuesday night, these vendors were right along a fire hydrant and a red curb. They did not have any permits displayed on their structures. They placed shade structures on the sidewalk with lighting, again, in complete violation of the ordinance. And when I've reached out to the city about enforcement measures, it seems there's a little bit of a paralysis about what can be done about this. I go to Montrose like almost every day shopping and such, and up until Sunday night, so from last Tuesday night up until Sunday night, I saw this illegal vending taking place. And when I reached out to the city, Glendale Police has essentially expressed that there are limits currently on what they could do in accordance with the law. They're limited to issuing administrative fines, and according to officers with whom I spoke, those administrative fines in reality are not deterring these activities from happening. And when I've reached out to code enforcement, they're limited essentially after 5 p.m., after their business hours. And so these activities, selling, setting up businesses on our sidewalks in violation of our ordinance, they're hazards, they're public nuisances that the city may want to consider getting a better handle on, because elsewhere in the city of LA, these conditions are quite widespread, and I think there are many concerns about health and safety and welfare of residents. Pedestrians are obstructed from safely accessing sidewalks. There are risks to residents with food poisoning, which maybe that could put the city at risk of liability. And so going forward, I think it would be more helpful for the city to better coordinate and to have a clear picture of how to enforce the ordinance when it comes to illegal vending on our sidewalks. Thank you. Have a good night.
I have a question.
Thank you.
I have a
Councilor Rivera?
question. Sorry, wake up.
12:30.
I know. What is the protocol for our police department when it comes to vendors in the evening when our inspectors, our code enforcement isn't available? Are they supposed to?
Councilmember Devine, resources permitting, they will go to these sites. Obviously, the speaker didn't specify a location, so I don't have a frame of reference. But generally speaking, again, resources, there's competition for resources, as you can imagine, but if they're available, they will go out and they will make sure that they abide by the limited options that we have, since legislation has allowed sidewalk vending. So during the day, code enforcement goes out there, cites them. If there are health concerns, health issues, we notify the county health department. They come and cite them, and if they don't have permits, they'll be removed from operating.
Well, just like the illegal ones that he's talking about where they're actually cooking, can they shut them down right then?
If they don't conform to the county health department regulations, yes. But again, I don't have a location, so we'll get an address and we'll follow up on it.
Yeah, by marshals, huh?
Okay, well, we can,
Exactly where that is, okay.
maybe staff could follow up with Mr. Golakian and get some more details. Okay, Catherine Yurka.
Hello again. I will not need 5 minutes, and I'm just taking advantage of the fact that I'm here because I don't plan to be this late in council chambers for a very long time. The fact that there is an ongoing review of the code and buildings and development standards and streamlining, this is the kind of thing that we're talking about. My understanding is that the only stakeholders who have been consulted about any of that process are developers. I think I wrote to Bradley Calvert a while back, and he talked about stakeholders, and I said, who are your stakeholders? And it's 11 developers. That you need to involve the public in this, because believe it or not, as you can see tonight, we have opinions about how some of these things should handle, and the decisions that you make will impact not only developers, but the people who have to live with these buildings. Second, I just wanted to say regarding 534 North Kenwood, this was the development around the Craftsman and the subject of a TGHS lawsuit. That project just went through a density bonus hearing, I think, last week. And that is because TGHS won the lawsuit, you lost, but TGHS and the developer worked out an agreement whereby the project would change, it would be reduced in height, it would be set back, and an EIR would be avoided. So let that be on your mind the next time a developer says, it won't pencil out. I cannot possibly build it any shorter. And in fact, the developer is adding, it's going to be a larger project. He's adding 3 units. That's why it went to a density bonus hearing. So when a developer says, oh my no, oh it's not possible, you need to consider what are the interests involved there. And finally, just one last reflection on the events of this evening. I appreciated, Councilmember Kasakian, that you expressed concerns about the process and this kind of, evasion and manipulation. And I just saw such a perfect example of that at this hearing, which is you mentioned the applicant's name. You refer to the applicant, and he rushes up to the podium. You did not summon him up to the podium. You did not ask him a question, and he just started talking. The public hearing was not reopened. And of course, this is a really minor point, but given the numerous serious procedural questions about how applicants and developers are treated through city processes, it just was such a crystallized moment for me that even while we're talking about reform, we're watching that kind of sense of entitlement that is there throughout the 7,000 pages of documents. It didn't take 3 years because of a slow process. I've read the materials. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And do we have callers?
Mayor, yes, we do. We have 2 callers.
Okay, so let's, and we're not taking any more callers, I hope.
No.
Not that anybody else is awake at this hour.
Maria, you have 5 minutes. Maria, I don't have your last name. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor, council members, city attorney, and staff. I appreciate that it's very late, past my bedtime as well, but I know this is a very important matter that we need to discuss. And I am speaking on behalf of a large group of neighbors kind of in the Glendale, Burbank border area near Brand Park. So we're also coordinating with the city of Burbank as well. But I want to bring up something that's been a very big concern for the residents, and that is the increase of crime and the burglaries that we're hearing about on a daily basis. So whether it's through word of mouth or through the media, it seems like we're hearing about this stuff happening every single day, and that homes and businesses are getting burglarized. And we want to make sure that our city leaders are not only aware of these crimes, but that there are some concerted efforts to put an end to this and help our communities have the peace of mind and feel safe. Because what are we doing about this, right? We want to be safe, just like a lot of people mentioned today, Glendale, Burbank. This is a family community. We're raising our kids here. We're moving here from other cities because it's a better area. We're living here 20, 30 plus years, and we want to be safe. So what do we want? We want our police department to be proactive and not just reactive. We want more patrolling by police in our areas. And it's just really unsettling to see that this is a really increased issue in our community. So I believe we need to hold our mayor and our police departments accountable. We want to know how our city leaders are going to make this a priority for us and our communities.
Okay, thank you.
Mike Borsoff, you have 5 minutes. Mike, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Hello, council members. My name is Mike Borsoff, and I'm a massive proponent of new housing development in the city of Glendale, particularly mixed-use infill projects. If you are all serious about combating the housing crisis and increasing city wealth at the same time, then I strongly urge agendizing a policy change and ask staff to research what it would look like. Look at things such as reducing or banning parking minimums by the city. Look at a greater floor area ratio, a greater lot use size usage. Look at higher discretionary bonus units. Look at transit-oriented development and even upzoning to R1250 and R2250. We will never keep up to pace with our RENA numbers and create an affordable city without building more housing. Additionally, for way too long has the status quo been upkept. Height limits because of rich single-family homeowners, racists not wanting to quote-unquote change the character of a neighborhood, end quote, NIMBYs are scared of the working class living next to them. People who potentially live in this housing cannot advocate for themselves. I strongly urge to look at the other part of the housing crisis, which is working families not being able to afford to live in the city of Glendale or even stay here because a few rich people don't want to see more housing and they're just scared of new people moving into the neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, that was the last caller.
That's it. Okay, so what is next? I think we have new business.
We do have one new business.
Mayor, I move that the city manager or his designee is hereby authorized to enter into and execute a settlement agreement to resolve and settle all claims in the matter of Glen Oaks Canyon Homeowners Association, GOCHA, versus City of Glendale et al., Los Angeles County Superior Court Case number 22 STCP 00114. Upon its execution, the settlement agreement shall be available for public review and its general terms, including, among other terms, GOCHA's dismissal of the litigation with prejudice, the city's payment of $50,000 to GOCHA as full and complete satisfaction of any and all GOCHA's attorney's fees and costs, the city's agreement not to approve an anaerobic digester, composting facility, or recycling facility at Shoal Canyon Landfill, not expand the Shoal Canyon Landfill, and not approving or adopting environmental review for said activities for a period of 5 years, commencing on July 1st, 2023, and GOCHA agreeing not to oppose the construction and implementation of the biogas renewable generation project as contemplated in the project approvals.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Asadrian? Devine?
Yes.
Kasakian?
Yes.
Najarian?
Yes.
Mayor Brotman?
Yes.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
We are adjourned at 12:40 p.m.